Presentations on Rainbow.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. This is the City of Steamboat Springs regular meeting for October 17th, 2023. It is Tuesday, the 17th, and it's 3:30, and we're starting a little early today. Our meeting's going to be approximately 7 hours tonight. If anybody happens to be online right now, we are hopeful that we will get to Brown Ranch at approximately 8:30. So you can plan your evening on that. And hopefully sustainability, whether it's Sustainability Council or anyone wanting to make comments on the energy code, we're hoping to do that around 7:30 this evening in order to plan your time. Our meeting packet is available for review on our website at http:/steamboatsprings.net/city-council/council meetings. Public comment will be provided after staff reports are at 6 p.m., whichever comes first. So we're doing an executive session now. We are going to go out. We'll come back. We'll have two presentations and we will be doing general public comment at 6 o'clock this evening. So Julie, could you do roll call, please?
Robin Crossan,
Here.
Heather Sloop,
Here.
Leonis,
Here.
Michael Bacino,
Here.
Gail Gary,
Here.
Dakota McGee. Here.
Here. All right, we could stand for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, for the executive session, the specific citations to the provision or provisions of CRS 246402 subsection 4 that authorizes the city council to meet in an executive session are set out below. The description of the topics are intended to identify the particular matter to be discussed in as much detail as possible without compromising the purpose for which the executive session is authorized. It is for CRS 246402 4FI personnel matters, except if the employee who is the subject of the session has requested an open meeting. Dan, are you interested in an open meeting?
No, thank you.
All right, so this item pertains to the city attorney's employee evaluation. Okay,
Move to go into executive session.
Second.
motion by Sloop, second by Gary. All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, we will be back. We will start the balance of our meeting at 5 p.m. All right, welcome back, everyone. I'm sorry we're a few minutes delayed. We are going to move to the Steamboat Springs Redevelopment Authority meeting. And would someone please make a motion to go into the SSRA?
Go move to go in the SSRA.
Again.
Motion by Sloop, second by McGinley. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. Hello.
Well, should I make my?
Oh, well, why not? I apologize.
It's all right.
What's going on today, Heather?
Today in history, Mr. Smith Goes to Washington premiered in 1939. The Colbert Report, this is for you, premiered on Comedy Central in 2005 today.
I was there.
I know, that's why I put it in. And then Mother Teresa was awarded the Nobel Prize in 1979. And today is Mulligan Day and Pasta Day, and we just had Mexican. So there you go.
So Mulligan Day, is that related to mulligans on the golf course?
Yes.
It's amazing. That's wonderful. All
every
right,
day.
cool. And then to add, to add one more little tidbit, over the weekend, our defending red chili champion survived another
Yay.
competition, and he is our red chili
Yes.
champion again with Ski House. And I hope Yampatika raised a lot of money
Yep.
on Saturday.
If you have never been, it's a great event. So next year.
All right, now we'll move on. So roll call for SSRA, same as our original roll call. And number one is a resolution to approve the supplemental budget appropriation for the Steamboat Springs Redevelopment Authority.
Thank you. Kim Weber, SSRA Treasurer, aka Finance Director. I'm going to present this first one. So this is a 2023 supplemental budget appropriation for the SSRA. And the majority of this, the total is 693,044. But the majority of this is due to two reimbursement agreements. I had given direction to Gates and Danny that we didn't need to include this into the budget because we were going to be reimbursed for it. But because it's crossing years and because of the dollar amount, we do need to appropriate it, and we'll offset that with the corresponding revenue for the $663,000. And then we're also asking to increase the project manager budget. As you know, we had not expected the level of work that we were going to have for Gates as project manager with the gondola transit. They had planned 3 SSRA meetings. I believe this is the 8th this year. So asking for a $30,000 increase in that budget for a total supplemental of $693,044. Happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Kim?
I would just add that Gates had a central role in the Metro District negotiations.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
Do we know when we'll be reimbursed?
It's going to be as the project is done. So I think it's going to be, we'll bill them as the project is done. And so it's going to be over the next 4 months or throughout the whole project.
All right. Is there any public comment on this agenda item? Seeing none in the audience, is there any public comment on from someone online?
Please raise your hand and let us know that you would like to speak.
All right, seeing none, I will close public comment. And we brought this back. Any discussion on this?
Thank you, Gates.
Yeah. Thank you for all your work.
All right, would someone like to make a motion?
Move to approve. Item 1 is written.
Second.
Motion by Sloop, second by Briones. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. Number 2 is a resolution adopting the budget and setting appropriations for the Steamboat Springs Redevelopment Authority for and during the period beginning the first day of January 2024 and ending the 31st day of December 2024. Hi.
Good evening, Gates Gooding, SSRA Project Manager. And yes, in this second agenda item this evening, I'll just take you through URAC's recommended 2024 project activity plan and associated budget. The 2024 project activity plan includes two major project activities, construction on Ski Time Square Drive and continuing design on the Gondola Transit Center project. In addition to continuing two of our smaller programs, which is the Developer Partnership Planning Fund and the Spare Parts Acquisition Program, which together total a capital outlay of $845,000. I'll quickly take you through our budget summary for next year. Our forecast projects that we will have just over 5.5 million in reserves as of January 1st of next year. And then using the assessor's current forecast for property tax and a fairly conservative sales tax estimate, we're projecting just over 6 million in URA revenues. And that's against 670,000 in operating expenses, the capital outlay, and just over 1.5 million for debt service, which would leave us with 8.84 million in reserves at the end of next year. Those reserves will be split between a little over 1 million in the bond reserve fund, 500,000 in the finance director's budgetary reserves, 125,000 for a debt prepayment reserve, and that would leave us with 7.15 in unrestricted reserves at the end of next year. I'm going to spend a minute and just take you through our two major project activities for next year. The first is construction on Ski Time Square Drive. And you might notice that there is no new budget requested for 2024 for this project activity. With the supplemental that you just approved, the total approved budget in 2023 for this project activity is just over 5.9 million. And we intend to carry that over via supplemental budget request next year and anticipate that that will cover all of our construction needs. This photo that you see on the right-hand side of your screen is a look at the current activity on the project. This is Native Excavating starting to dig out the first of the two deep manholes that they'll be replacing this year, right in front of Torrey and Plum. And this is another look at that same area from a little further back. You can see on the left side of the screen a temporary access that will provide a way for emergency vehicles and deliveries to continue accessing Slopeside Grill on the south side of Torrey and Plum when the second manhole replacement comes in that driveway you see right in the middle of this image. Those two manhole replacements, together with some utility investigations and mechanical design and permitting, will fill out the work plan for the rest of this year. And then we anticipate restarting the majority of construction as soon as ski season ends in 2024. The other major project is the Gondola Transit Center project. And URAC is recommending an initial appropriation of 750,000 for this project, which would cover coming design phases, design development, and construction documents, in addition to related studies, including the geothermal study, consolidated shuttles, wayfinding, some additional traffic, and all of those, except for the main design, would be split 50-50 with Altera. As you're all aware, starting with design development, we're going to split the scopes, and the SSRA will contract directly with the design consultants and pay 100% of the design work for the GTC SSRA scope. Again, looking at the right side of your screen here, this is an updated concept for the Meadows parking lot. This shows that the bottom terminal of the gondola has been moved all the way to the eastern edge now. We're also showing a large plaza area surrounding that terminal that has ample space for congregating pedestrians and for the lift queue. You can also see in gray, we have a 600-foot linear curb line to accommodate private skier drop-off. And then the little red vehicles are supposed to represent private shuttles. So we're accommodating drop-off there as well. A couple of weeks ago, the project team hosted a follow-up stakeholder workshop in the county's Health and Human Services building, which was well attended. And overall, we received positive feedback from the stakeholders. They approved of the direction that design has come since the last workshop. We did hear about some concerns to address as we move forward, including how the consolidated shuttle system will work, whether SST's service will be expanded to meet demand, concerns about traffic impacts in adjacent neighborhoods, and some other things. The team also mocked up our current design for the GTC in the Meadows parking lot, and Streets came out and laid out cones for us, and SST showed up with 8 buses, including a large regional bus, just to simulate how this would work under an operational condition. And the buses just circulated through this and simulated what it would be like on a typical day. And overall, we found that the design does work as intended, but given the limited space we have up at the GTC to accommodate this transit, the tolerances for these buses to move past one another are very tight. And so again, for streets and SST both, this underlined the necessity of having extensive snow melt at the GTC. And that's just because if we don't, the buses would be slipping back and forth and potentially hitting each other. We were looking at, spaces of a foot or maybe 2 feet where the buses have to pass each other. I'm sure we'll talk more about that in the future. Otherwise, as I said, the Developer Partnership Planning Fund would continue. This is a small budget that would allow us to respond to potential projects that private developers have in the URA area, where we might be able to jointly explore some kind of coordination with a future URA project activity. And then the spare parts program that would just allow us to make the occasional purchase for items that are still under warranty. And just wanted to flag that staff is aware that, and URAC, that if additional budget needs come up, we can always request them via supplemental. Lastly, initial proposed 2024 SSRA meetings would begin on March 19th with an update on project activities and for the supplemental budget request for the Ski Time Square project. And then URAC proposes holding the budget work session on September 10th and this meeting, the final budget adoption meeting, on November 12th next year. So I'll leave you with this slide. I just want to point out under budget approval, option 1, which is the staff recommendation, is to approve URAC's recommended budget as presented. Option 2, you could modify the budget to correspond to any proposed changes to the project activity plan. And option 3, you could approve a budget for debt service and operating expenses only. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. Are there any questions for Gates?
I have one question, which is related to the whole question of the drop off and how the buses are going to work. Someone asked me, having seen the boards that were up at the stakeholders meeting, why we are planning for 8 places for the buses to pull out, where there could conceivably be 8 buses at the same time.
Yeah, it's a good question. And it's one that I've heard Jonathan answer directly. And when you start adding up that there's a regional bus line that will come through, and there are 3 current bus lines that go through there today. And if you have delays in the schedule, and there's oftentimes a situation where you have one bus that's dwelling at the GTC, waiting for some schedule concerns to happen, then we could potentially have, 6 of those full today. And this design is supposed to accommodate future growth. So that's why we came out with 8.
Great, thank you.
Gates,
Dakota?
can you remind me what the proposed snow melt square footage is for GTC?
Sure. So it's still in flux. We don't have a proposal yet, but our current concept, if we snow melted everything, would be 120,000 square feet at the GTC and 23,000 square feet at the Meadows. So in the Meadows, that would just be snow melting the entire pedestrian plaza area. At the GTC, that would include snow melting the bus travel lanes, the bus berths, and the entire plaza area. And again, that might change. We might pare that back, but that's, if we do everything, that's the numbers that we have.
Can you speak a little bit about the other proposed areas around the Gondola Transit Center that are looking into snow melt?
So I don't know specifically about what the private developers' plans are. I've seen one proposal that anticipates almost 40,000 square feet on one of those parcels. But otherwise, I'm not sure. All that I know is that snow melt is becoming an amenity that developers want to provide.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Any other questions for Gates?
I guess that geothermal study is going to look at will it be looking into geothermal for specifically GTC, or will it be considering a larger area and more energy?
We're going to study both because it may be the case that a larger system may actually be more feasible than a smaller one because it would open up alternative revenue sources.
Great, thank you.
All right, any other questions? All right, we'll open it up to public comment. Is there anyone here in the audience who would like to make a public comment on this item?
If you are online and you'd like to make a comment, please raise your hand. Nope.
I'll bring it back and close public comment and time for discussion on the 2024 budget.
I'll start. I mean, it just,
Okay, go ahead.
yeah, no, Gates, thank you for putting this together. It seems like it's a light year, considering we pushed everything off. Reasonable request, and then the additions, I've gone through those, so I mean, I have no problem with the budget, the way you have it presented for next year.
And all I would say is, I think one of the goals as was described to us as staff did budget for 2024 was to reduce the number of supplementals. So I hope that, you've dotted your i's and crossed your t's so that we're very careful about bringing supplementals to SSRA for next year. And understand that things happen and you have to, but that was one of the themes of the city doing their budget for this year, is to be as spot on as we can so that we don't have as many supplementals. So keep that in mind, if you don't mind. I had the opportunity to be over at the Meadows parking lot while they were doing this testing, and it was absolutely amazing. And you're absolutely correct. Some of those turns, you had a bus sitting and was within 1 foot of each other. And in many cases, the cone got smushed because everybody was trying to do it and they were doing it at different speeds and everything. And it was really cool looking down at it. And the fact that you took the time, the energy and the resources, John and Jonathan, and all the engineers that were there looking at it and measuring everything out, just shows, to the attention to detail at this very, very early stage. So it was really cool watching some of our staff driving big city buses that don't normally drive big city buses. So it was pretty neat. And then thank you for answering Dakota's question on snow melt, because I was going to ask it if she didn't. All right, so anything else? All right, motion to approve number 2.
Move to approve item number 2.
Second.
Motion by Briones, second by McGinley. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. And now we have minutes from the July 18th, 2023 meeting.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion by Sloop, second by Briones. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. And motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
Motion by Sloop, second by Briones. All those in favor?
Aye.
You guys have a great evening.
Thank you
Take
for your
care.
time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This is number. All right. So we will move now to our next item is our community dashboard. And I believe we have Kate Nowak here to go over that with us. Kate and Andrew, hi.
Good evening. Hi, I'm Kate Nowak. I'm the Executive Director for United Way of the Yampa Valley. And I'd like to introduce Jennifer Bruin, who's the Associate Director for United Way of the Yampa Valley. And as many of you know, I've been around for a while, and I used to run Yampa Valley Data Partners prior to my position with United Way. And I really saw the power of how a community dashboard can pull the community together to make change in the community. And in 2020, Andrew was in Steamboat and we got connected and had lunch and Winona's. I'll never forget it. And he told me all of his deep background about the dashboard. So we got connected, and over the last 2 years, almost 3 years, we've been working on laying the groundwork for this wonderful community dashboard. As many of you know, I am covering the whole Northwest Colorado with Rio Blanco and Moffett as well. And so Jen is going to be stepping into the role of working with Andrew on the dashboard. So I wanted you to put a face with a name, and then we'll turn it over to Andrew to explain more about the dashboard. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Hi, everyone. So,
Hi.
after retiring 3 years ago, I came here and I realized, wow, I haven't presented since I retired in a long time. Are we able to put the slides I put in the packet up? Is that possible?
Right.
Um,
Has to share, you have to have your.
I can
Ability.
try to pull it off of my email.
Why
And
don't
I
you
have it
just
in-
Work on that while.
Yeah,
you start your
sure.
Presentation, okay?
Absolutely. Sure. So first, I just want to thank Kate. When I met Kate, she has provided relationships, support, and absolute kindness that I think has just shown me the quintessential kindness that Steamboat shows. I've also been working over the last 2+ years with leaders all across the county, and want to thank them. A lot of them are on video today, and thanks for giving us some time as part of the HRC Human Resource Council. It was winter 2021 that I got here, and I spent just the winter here, and then spent last winter as well and caught what I guess is called the Yampa Valley curse, and just became a full-time resident just 2 weeks ago. And as a full-time resident arriving here, I decided that I really thought it was really important that I be part of the solution and not part of the problem in terms of how to make sure this place stays a community and not just a resort town. Over the course of my career, I ran it for 20 years, a nonprofit consulting firm working across the country nationally with nonprofits, foundations, corporations, and government on issues from education to workforce development. And after I retired in 2021, I started to get very enamored with the idea of communities having dashboards that picked a limited number of measures for the community to be able to follow. It allowed for a lot of transparency and accountability, and perhaps also the opportunity for nonprofits, government agencies, and residents themselves to come together with a greater level of coordination. I've been providing my time volunteering to bring all sorts of leaders together. And I'm really excited to be able to say that this work, which will be a program that is part of the Human Resource Council and under the United Way, has gotten as far as it has. So perfect timing. Wow, that's fantastic. So maybe we can scroll to the first slide here. And I wanted you all to just know that today this is an information only day. I don't have anything like the intense things you guys have been looking at over these last few months, but I am interested in getting your feedback and questions. I would love, after the new council forms after election, if they would consider a liaison to be part of this group. You're already endorsing the HRC plan, so consider this part of that as well. And lastly, as part of HRC updates, hopefully we'll come back and share more plans as they happen. Thanks. So as I said, there are now more than 50 leaders across Routt County that I've engaged over the last 2+ years. I share some of the names here that you get an idea. Some of them most specifically are people like John Bristol, who's doing amazing work with the Economic Development Partnership. Jerry Hernandez, who's given a great eye to the understanding around the Spanish community. Kelly Kissling at the Routt County Health and Human Services. And maybe most importantly, I've been in contact and have full support of working with all 3 of the superintendents in the district across the county. So why a Better Together Routt County Community Dashboard? Well, as we all know, as we've heard, particularly as Brown Ranch continues to tell us, with the growth of retirees and second homeowners and virtual workers, there's an urgency for the area to focus on the health and well-being of the people who actually live and work in this county. No one institution we know has the time, budget, or money to make progress on the pressing issues that can face the county. And so this work is envisioning where all bodies, government, business, school districts, nonprofits, and residents can work together on the issues that matter most for those that live and work in this county. So I share with you just a few slides of 2 parts of this work. One is a communications tool. So these are a few slides from a draft dashboard that at the end of the presentation you could click and see that dashboard. So we spent the time to think carefully about what were the 5 issues that mattered most that we could start with. And as you can see here on the top row, food security, housing stability, academic achievement, mental health, and quality jobs. In these 5 issues, when you scroll down, you see tracking and acting on the health and well-being of those that live and work in the county. And when you scroll on any one of these five surrounded by the social determinants of health as their interconnectedness, you click on and you see just one data point, and then you can keep scrolling. And then you come to, in this case, housing stability, where it shows the baseline data for cost burden housing, which I think you've seen plenty of, with a geographical map that shows by census tract the different percentages of cost burden housing. In addition to that, we're going to have comparison towns. I am interested in hearing City Council's input on those comparison towns, and we've not arrived at them. I've heard a lot of different opinions about that, from compare to ski towns, to compare to surrounding towns, to comparing to towns similar to your demographics, and haven't gotten a great answer to that one, only that you could probably have 40 different comparisons at the same time. So this is only for illustrative purposes before we pick the comparisons. In addition to that, each page will have a why these indicators were chosen. We went through a pretty rigorous process to pick not just the 5 areas, but the actual data that we chose. The first was, does an area have evidence that in the future this predicts future health and well-being? Secondly, is the data available publicly on every year, and at the very most every 2 years, so it can get updated? We put some questions, as you're probably familiar with the Community Needs Health Assessment, which the Health Partnership does. So we asked questions and got a very strong response rate on outcomes they thought were most important. And then lastly, we looked at plans like the HRC plan, the Community Needs Health Assessment plan, as well as the Equity Health Indicators Work Group that they picked the measures on. In addition, there are going to be 2 different places that community members can go. One, as you can see, is directly for those people who might find themselves in need of food or housing or other things. There'll be a full resource page for across the county. And after that, there'll also be a volunteer page as well, so we can connect volunteers to these different areas. And you can keep going. The entire site will also be in Spanish. Don't look at the Spanish right now, because we're waiting until we're going to get ready to launch. And then Jerry Hernandez is going to do a double check on that, because this is now computer generated Spanish. You can keep going. In addition, on the homepage, though, we've chosen some key trends that we think are important to watch out for demographically in the area. Generally, these sites will often just have, typical demographics that may not say much. Instead, we chose some ones that we thought were pretty important, including daytime workers who actually reside in Steamboat itself, to understand how many are commuting in versus live here, income inequality that's going on, and then the age of the people that live throughout the county, and particularly in Steamboat, to see if we're becoming more of a young or older. And as I think we're skewing older right now. So these were good trends that we thought were important to keep on the site and update on a consistent basis. So beyond a communications tool, there will also be an action part of this that will begin to happen. Issue work groups will be formed, generally, we hope, by existing work groups themselves. And those work groups will set up plans to think about how to make progress on the key outcome indicators, to strengthen service coordination around each of the cities and towns, as well as overall in the county, when needed, to make policy recommendations, and to think more carefully about how financial resources either may be better utilized, but also if there may be more to be needed based on evidence that it might actually make an improvement. To give you an example, the Food Security Watchdog Group that you may be familiar with, that meets on a monthly basis, and generally right now is talking about communication around food drives and things like that, is going to expand its scope, led by Sue, to think more systematically about food security throughout the county. So that group will, in this circular diagram, think about more of a deliberate plan, implement that plan, analyze its results, and then make adjustments over time, and we'll be able to report on that. Just a few very short-term goals to give you an idea. The dashboard itself that you see, if you click through on your spare time, is only a draft. There's more work to be done before we actually go public. So there are some seed funding that we want to get, but it does look like I have some verbal commitment from a variety of local funders in the area. Now that we've engaged over 50 people, the monthly meeting that I've been facilitating is getting a little unwieldy. So we're going to form an executive committee and launch 2 initial work groups. The first will be food security and the housing work group. I will be hiring a day-to-day program director to work on the operational aspects of this, but I will continue as a volunteer to guide this project. And then we'll put together a communications plan and a public launch plan, all in hopes of going public with this in Q1 of 2024. So, I used to have a slide there that was back to the beginning of your, of the questions that I put forth. So you could probably scroll all the way back to the beginning if you remember them. And that's it. So I welcome feedback and questions from you all if you have any. But really today was to make sure you knew this was happening. Thanks for your time.
Thank you very much, all of you. Any questions for Andrew, Kate, or Jennifer? Go ahead.
Thank you. I mean, this is really exciting. I think it'll be good information to have and also to be able to identify how we're doing, right? Measure the efforts that are moving forward in terms of trying to address these issues. How much are you trying to raise in terms of what you anticipate your
yeah,
full
great.
budget to be?
Yeah, very little money, only $50,000 right now. Yeah, very nominal amount right now. I think over the course of my career, having started a bunch of things as well as consulting, I'm a big believer in starting really, really small, proving yourself, and then continue to grow things. So I think we have a lot of value to prove. I think the first part was to see if we could get all the leaders in this community behind something like this before even spending a dime. And now I think the next step is to spend a little money to put some boots on the ground, help those work groups get facilitated and keep the website updated and go from there.
Okay, so that 50,000 includes kind of the program manager as well as the seed money for the
So that's the
dashboard?
program director and then the updates on the technology. Yeah, that program director will only be part-time. You know, as I was hiking today, I'm not even sure it's a half-time job right now. So maybe it'll be hourly and see what we need. I just want to sort of take what I know will start to be operational needs and make sure I'm not finding myself a little more back in the full-time job position that I have to admit I'm not ready for at this point in my life.
Yeah, and a third question,
Yeah.
given, the conversations that we're having, can we go back to the slide?
Yeah.
On the ratio of daytime workers to residents?
Yeah,
And can you just make
I
sure?
may
that-
not be able to answer that one as it's data
Okay,
related.
as I say, just making sure we understand, let's see. It's the next one, I think.
Nope.
The key
2
trend,
more.
it's the
Yeah,
key
no, keep going
trends.
forward. It's the next one. There you
Yeah,
go.
that one,
Yeah.
exactly. Yeah, just the graph on kind of the top left quadrant.
I
in
think
terms
I
of
think it's
route-
self-explanatory when you go in there. I think what it's saying is that there's a greater number of daytime workers that are coming in to Steamboat than there are actually daytime workers who live in Steamboat, and that trend continues to go up by that hockey stick. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, that's kind of what I gathered. I just wasn't quite sure what the left, kind of that axis was. So like 1.3.
I think it's 1.4, I think, if I remember
Yeah, it
right.
looks like-
3 right now.
Well, there we've got that duplicate 1.11. So,
Yeah, it looks like I think it looks like we're at around 1.3 now. That's right.
okay.
Yep.
All right, thank you.
Other questions? Okay, is there any public comment this evening on this item?
Is there any public comment online? If so, please raise your hand and we'll ask you to unmute, mute. None?
Right, so seeing none, we'll pull it back. And we've asked questions. Is there any feedback for Andrew and Kate and Jennifer at this point?
I guess my feedback would be, I appreciate the liaison ask. And I think there's partial validity to that. I do know that as a council member, when we are asked to be a part of all of these pockets of different areas, it becomes overwhelming. And then we have to go to retreat and look at a lengthy list, which 8 years ago was insanely lengthy, of our commitments and what our responsibilities were and what were the needs and wants. And so I guess when coming to ask us this in the future, because you'll have different people up here, ensuring that you definitively understand, can have that next council understand those needs versus wants, to make sure that it's a valid ask and that their presence is really measured for a necessity, because we all take a lot of time to do a lot of different subcommittees and committees, and it's a strain. And I don't want this to feel like a necessity that turns into like, oh gosh, we have to do this instead of somebody going, hey, I want to do this. Let me do it out of their own accord instead of having it be a definitive line item. Do you understand what I'm
I
coming
do
from?
completely. And we had a meeting last Friday and this came up and I recognized, and I'm glad you brought it up to say that I think that probably what should happen, and maybe we don't need to come back, is to outline more clearly what it would be, what the commitment is and what the purpose would be, right? And let you be much more clear and assess it yourself. It may very well be that we take a little time before that happens and then see. Ultimately, I think that if there is this level of communication going on, at least being one person being kept up to date, whether they're even coming to another meeting. Hopefully, the people who we've been working with, I know, I'm not a big fan for meetings for meeting's sake, having run them a lot. So I think that I totally understand. And I'm also have been watching many city council meetings from afar and so appreciate how much time you all put into so many things. So I get it. Yep.
I mean, even as easy as sending minutes or updates via email we read everything. So that may be the great bridge until there's a point.
Yeah, maybe that's a great idea because that's what I'm doing right now. Because obviously 50 people are not attending all the time, but hopefully they're reading everything that we do. Yep.
Thank you.
And I
Great
would like
point.
to add that, Kate of everyone comes to us multiple times a year to let us know about something. And even whether it's 2 minutes or 3 minutes, you can surely learn a lot if you've been given the information prior to the meeting. So, that's another way until you're ready to get information to us. And then obviously it's going out to the public as you're speaking to council as well.
Yep. And definitely part of bullet 4 there as well, for sure.
Right.
Yeah, for sure.
I can just add that I think this is wonderful, especially breaking it into, what resources are available and what volunteer options are available, what's out there to give and receive. And, housing and food insecurity, all these things are so important to our community. And we know that housing is a #1 issue, and often people are unsure of where to go to find resources. And unfortunately, I think a lot of people go to Facebook for the Facebook Rooms for Rent page, which was recently shut down. So even more of a reason to be able to collect all the different community resources to one place. Thank you.
Yeah, and in particular on that one, I think we talk with the Yampa Valley Housing Authority. Obviously, the things you're all working with are very long-term plans, right? And there are all these immediate issues and lots of different pockets going on. And that alone, I think, would be a big win if that could get a little more strengthened in terms of its coordination for short-term housing needs for people who live and work here, for sure, or do want to live and work here. Yeah.
Thank
All
you.
right. Anything else? Thank you all for being here this evening. We really appreciate the update.
Thank you. And I just want to say one more thanks to the United Way and Kate, who's just been absolutely amazing. Really.
Yeah.
Thank you all.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
June, Kate.
All right. We're going to move into city council reports. And who would like to start? Anyone over on this side?
Sure,
All right,
I'll
Gail.
start. Just a couple of quick items. We had the monthly Extended Producer Responsibility Advisory Board meeting this week. And so efforts are ramping up in terms of the needs assessment and making sure that, communities, and I think thanks to Alicia, she responded on behalf of the city. And I believe we had other parties within Routt County also respond in terms of making sure that the data is there so we can figure out what we need in terms of an infrastructure to make sure that our recycling is being handled properly. I also participated in the CML policy meeting on Friday, so I'll get some notes out. I think it was really just walking through some of the pieces of legislation. There was also discussion about the governor's potential initiatives. And I think, the comment that was made on that front is that there is a little bit of a different story coming out of staff than what is being said when the governor's interviewed. So I think it's still really yet to be determined what we're going to see next session. And then I think kind of going forward from a CML policy perspective, they're going to try to chunk it up. And so there'll be 2-hour kind of meetings every couple of weeks to go through the various different pieces of legislation. So that's it.
Great idea.
I think we're manageable.
Sure. Yeah, I actually met with Andrew last week on the community dashboard, attended the joint county meeting yesterday, and I met with several constituents regarding Brown Ranch. in coffee shops, grocery store, basically everywhere I went. And I'd also like to request that council entertain a motion during my council report to move item 14, the annexation, to take place after item 7 in the public hearings, resolutions, and motions. And I want to say that tonight is a big night for us and our community. And I think we would be doing a disservice by sitting in these seats and not listening to the community. Not to mention, we would be breaking the charter that in section 3.7, page 8 says we will give reasonable opportunity for the community to be heard. And I don't believe that 10 or 11 o'clock at night is reasonable opportunity to be heard. So I think only people who can make public comment at that time are ones who have nothing else to do. And this is extremely important. So I ask for a second to move agenda item 14 to take place after item 7 in public hearings, resolutions, and motions.
So I'm going to comment on that. Yampa Valley Housing Authority sent out a huge email blast this morning saying this was going to happen at 8:30. We have discussed at agenda review yesterday that we are going to continue to say this is going to be happening at 8:30. So I have a hard time moving stuff around again because we already have the Housing Authority blasting this to everybody at 8:30. We're saying it's going to be around 8:30. So doing this, the switcheroo at this time seems a little bit unjust for the community when they have been told by both sides that this is happening around 8:30.
And I think that this could happen at 8:30 when we have been saying that the snowmelt discussion, energy codes is going to happen at 7:30. That's probably going to take an hour. So therefore, when we are ready to talk about annexation after item 7, we will have council presentations, council questions, and then public comment, which will probably happen around 8:30. If we keep it where it is in the agenda, I don't see how we could feasibly get to that at 8:30 tonight. Thank you.
We do need it. We need to address this a little sooner. So my question is, if you're saying 8:30, then I would be willing to address whatever agenda item we're on to put this right there at the 8:30 time slot. That would be amicable to me. As long as we started around that time instead of letting the discussions linger, especially when it's so close to where we are.
Well, we can be really efficient with the other readings.
Yes, we can.
This is-
We may
this
be
is
able
the
to do
other
it at
part
8
of
o'clock.
that.
Yes, we can.
Well, I mean, I would concur with, again, providing the opportunity for public comment. This is a big issue. And last week we lost a lot of people because we went too long. And I guess I would, second moving it to after our item number 7.
All right, so we have a motion to move number 14 to 8:30.
Or after item number 7.
So my question
Whichever's
is for you.
first.
If item number 7 is finished in 10 minutes and it's 7:45,
Then what?
and then what are you going to do?
We're still going to have council presentation, council questions. It's going
Yeah.
to take,
But we won't have members of the public here because the housing authority said 8:30.
I think that based on the timeline that I'm reading here, we would be lucky to get to 8:30 by moving it to but after item 7.
So what happens if we say that whatever is going on as we get close to 8:30, whatever item number it is, that is the last item number that we will have until we have proceeded to agenda item 14. So it might not be exactly 8:30, but it's also not going to be 10:30 or 11. Even if that means we take it out of order. But if the blast from the housing authority has said 8:30, let's make sure that we are as close as reasonably possible to that, which to me means you don't say 8:30 or maybe 9:15 or 9:30. It's just as close as we can get to 8:30.
Can we move the public comment up before council questions?
No.
Well, I mean, and again,
I would
we
say
have.
we have this.
Can I
order for a
please
reason.
finish the floor? Can I please finish? I've got the floor. I mean, again, I think that we will have we'll have presentations based upon from staff. We'll have presentations from the Yampa Valley Housing Authority. Again, the goal here is to get public input. So otherwise, if we don't, we're going to go, it'll be back to 9:30 or 10 o'clock by the time council gets through all their questions. I guess, again, is there an opportunity for us to allow the public to present their ideas?
Dan, how do you feel? I'd like a legal opinion on that, considering the fact that in the past, it's important to hear the presentations in order for the public to, because something new could happen. And then the public says, I said my 2 minutes and I left, and oh, then they brought up something else and I wasn't there for public comment. I'm wondering how that should work.
Make a good point.
Mike?
Sorry, you're making a good point there. That definitely comes up a lot in your discussions as to when the best time to take public comment is it, before council speaks and the public gets to hear what council is thinking. In terms of what can you do and what can't you do, we do have procedures laid out in the municipal code, but you have the ability to change those without really taking much formal action. So really, whatever forum or council members support in terms of the procedure for tonight that's something you can do.
Would it make everybody happy if we said we'll move agenda item 14 up, and then we'll have public comment at 8:30 p.m. no later?
No, I can't get behind that because I think the part of this that is missing to me with having public comment before we ask our own questions is the fact that a lot of these questions could be answered by us asking, and the comments could be answered. So I will not accept that, because I really believe that we need to be able to follow the direction that we've done and realize that we have a presentation, we asked questions of staff and the presenter, and then we have public comment. If you guys are wanting to do this at 8:30, then we start at 8:30. We aren't going to be asking 100 questions, Dakota. We've been talking about this for 8 months. If you don't have your questions answered at this point, what are we doing this for? We shouldn't even have the conversation if we have that many questions.
Okay,
It's
thank
for the
you.
public.
Yeah.
Yes.
Bring it up for the public, not.
I understand, but the
And I think
questions
that-
aren't going to be numerous at
Okay.
this point.
So we have a motion on the floor to move 14 up to 8:30 or after
Whatever's
whatever number
left.
that was. And we have a motion by by McGinley and a second by West. I'm
What's the
calling that,
motion?
the motion is to move 14 up
Gary.
to 8:30
Or after the building.
or after
code
the building
discussion.
code. So that's the
So let
first.
me ask you this, if we do that and we're in the middle of the building code at 8:30, are we stopping the building
We're
code
going to finish the
conversation?
agenda
Finish
item
the
like
agenda item and then move
Ms.
into
West asked.
15.
So can you amend your motion to say it'll be after the building code discussion or nearest to 8:30 after the
Whichever
last,
comes first.
after
That's
the
what
last
Robin said. Yep.
completed? No, she didn't. After the last completed number. Because we could keep going down the pike if we finish early.
I move,
Well, we have a motion and a second on the floor.
Well, you can amend it.
Are we looking for discussion or are we going for a
I think
vote?
that's a good suggestion. I amend my motion to allow for agenda item 14 to be moved to take place after agenda item 7 or at 8:30, whichever comes first. And
Do you
entertain a
accept that,
second.
I'll second the amended.
I can't
Motion.
support that only because I don't want to stop number 7. I want to finish number 7 before we move to 14, because then we're in a mess and we have to come back to that. We need to be able to finish the item we're on and then move into it. So whether it's at 8:15 or 8:35. So that's where I am on this.
I mean, and again, yeah, the
As
intent.
am I.
The intent is to allow the public the ability to make a comment and to try to make sure that we're doing it before people get distracted with having to put their kids to bed or have to get ready for work the next day. So it's an opportunity. So I would just ask us to be cognizant of that and make sure that we are allowing people the opportunity to weigh in on an issue that's important to them.
Okay.
And this is why we have a million different avenues to make comment, i.e. via Zoom, via presence. If there's decisions are made by people who show up And you can show up on Zoom. If you're putting your kids to bed, you can show up on Zoom and say the same thing.
All right, so we have a motion on the floor in a second. Any more comment? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Opposed?
Opposed. All right, so motion passes and it's, let's see, Pacino, Briones, McGinley, and Gary in
Westwood
favor of,
West.
and West. Okay, sorry, I didn't see you go either way. All right, so we will start at 8:30.
Thank you.
All right, great.
Can we just make a motion to approve number 7?
Yeah.
Just go,
Okay.
just kidding.
Okay, so we've wasted 15 minutes on this, not wasted, good conversation, but I would like to get through the rest of
Still
council
doing council
reports as
reports, yeah.
best we can so we can stay ahead of the game here.
Nothing
All
to
right, so-
report for city council report, President.
Thank you, Michael.
Yeah, I had a busy week, business, and so I didn't make anything. Thank you, Robin, for filling in for the airport commission. And we'll get those reports out to everybody.
Go ahead, Joella.
Okay.
Here we go.
No, it's a short one this week. I joined a meeting to talk about what the next steps would be in seeking grants for the purchase of the Slate Creek property. I went to the candidates forum. That was interesting, as it always is. It's strange to be on the audience side instead of up on the dais. I went to the joint meeting between city council and the county commissioners. I went to the Navigator Awards, and I'm not sure that anybody wants to hear what I've been doing in connection with Brown Ranch over the last 36 hours.
I think we should hear it.
Okay, so I'll name drop. Okay, you ready for name drop?
I am. I'm excited to hear.
Okay. Conversation number 1 with Senator Roberts. Conversation number 2, when you pick up the phone, you say, this doesn't look like I'm gonna know who it is, and the voice on the other end of the line says, could you hold for Governor Polis, please? So I talked to the governor for a while about Brown Ranch and tried to explain not only what my concerns were, but the potential solutions that I hoped we could all find. So there was that. There was a conversation with the folks from CDOT, which I had actually mostly indicated a concern about the gap in funding related to US 40. So I spoke with Rick Ritter and I'm going to blow it. Sally Chaffee. And a whole lot of other people over the last 36 hours, to the point where I got here so late I couldn't find a parking space. The end.
All right.
Well, what did you resolve?
Joella, thank you. I think we'll
I
probably learn a little
resolved
more later.
that sometimes you park illegally and you live with it.
You tell the
Okay.
police officer who's in the audience. All right, Heather.
So I attended a budget question meeting with Dakota and Kim regarding Brown Ranch. I also was at the joint meeting. I also attended the Navigator Awards today. Congratulations to all the recipients. I also met with Rick Ritter, but this was scheduled weeks ago to break bread and talk about TPR stuff. And that was yesterday. And then I too was contacted today by Mr. Ritter with some delivered messages from the governor. So about Brown Ranch. So that was an interesting conversation. And Thursday will be my last cast meeting, and I will also be resigning as the vice president of cast. So that will be an election that will be held, I believe, via email in January for the January meeting. So I'm sure one of you will be the appointed person to vote for the new person to take my seat as vice president. So it has been a great ride. I have been on cast for 8 years and have learned a significant amount, and it's been a wonderful collaboration to understand everyone's, what we call the violin session at the end of complaining about what we all have and what our similarities are in mountain towns and in resort communities. And in 8 years, it's always been housing. In 8 years, it's always been lack of funding for roads. It's always been taxes and, the slew of things that we all talk about on a continuum. So it's been a great ride, and it's kind of bittersweet to say goodbye to all the boards that I've been on for so many years. So that's it.
Heather, I'd like to add quickly, I have heard feedback from cast members that the cast meeting in January was, thanks to you and Robin and the other collaborators, was the best one ever.
The best meeting
Was phenomenal.
to date in the history, over 35-year history. That is, we have set the bar.
Right here in Steamboat Springs.
Yes.
Right.
For a year.
And
So we had a great
meeting-
snowstorm.
Right, and the meetings in Crested Butte this year, we've been invited if we want to trek down there if the roads are clear.
Yeah.
And the plumbing award will be its second annual. So whoever's going to be involved in that, I hope that you participate in picking the appropriate town for that plunger award. It was so fun to do.
Maybe us.
Yeah, we might get it. Oh, gosh. Anyway, so I've been to a few City Hall Fire Station design meetings. I went to the candidate forum, Yampa Valley Airport Commission meeting the other evening, the county commissioners with all of you yesterday. We've done a few agenda reviews. Dakota came to one and Gail came to the one yesterday. Did Navigator Awards this morning. It was wonderful to see UC Health and Sonia Fiddler receive such a prestige, all four of them, but Sonia had her family there and that made it even more special. So it was very, very cool. Had a meeting yesterday afternoon between budget and legal with Dakota, Kim and Dan. And I think that's it. So it's just 6 o'clock.
No public comment.
That worked out beautifully. All right, public comments will be provided after staff reports at 6 o'clock, whichever comes first. City council will make no decision or take action except to direct the city manager. Those addressing city council are requested to identify themselves by name and address. All comments shall not exceed 3 minutes. Is there any comments from the community on anything not on the agenda this evening in the audience here this evening?
Please raise your hand if you're on Zoom and would like to be called out for general public comment of anything that is not on the agenda tonight.
All right, seeing none, I will close public comment and we'll move to agenda review. And we'll look first at, tonight, it's a long one, and then we will move to Tuesday, October 14th. Where we will.
November.
November, my gosh, November 14th, where we will start at 4:30 and do the reception and then swearing in of new council members and selecting a president pro tem. And then you guys have a pretty big meeting that evening. I don't think we changed anything yesterday on that. Moving on to November 21st, we thank Julie. She did poll staff. 80% of staff will be here on the 21st. So we're moving forward with the meeting on the 21st. And again, we did not change anything there. We took the Tuesday, December 5th meeting. And under F, community reports, we added the airport hangar conversation and a fire strategic plan update. And then on December 12th, you guys will decide that after you have a new elected body to determine what you want to do on that date. And that was it.
So did we resolve the issue of the City 101 tour?
No,
And
you
the-
guys are going to do that on the 14th. Because we don't want to make the decision for you with not having the new council people here to determine their timeout.
Their ability.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So agenda review is over and we will move to city managers.
Just, I'll follow up on that. I mean, that the City 101 is different than the candidate or the new council orientation, right?
Yes.
Correct.
And do we have a date for the new council orientation?
It was supposed to be that day.
That's the same day as City 101?
No, I think, are you referring to City 101, meaning the council's City 101?
Yes, the one that's
I think
on the work session.
We're using two different terms for the same thing.
I thought it was two different things.
There is City 101 that community members can be involved with and meet once a month with Winnie and gang.
Right.
We were just saying it would be a council like 101 to learn, to have all the counselors come together to learn everything together in one day.
Go on a tour of everything and.
Right. But I was looking back through the packet of our orientation from 2 years ago. I mean, it's this big. I thought we had a separate day where you did a new orientation for council.
Did you?
We had candidate
was a candidate.
orientation.
Was it?
That was candidate orientation.
We met with all the departments, like
Yep.
2 people at a time, and we're hoping that this City 101 can be like all of us going together to meet with all the departments.
And that's what December 12th was supposed to be.
Right. So now it's
So
just
you-
moved to a work session item that we need to find a date for.
You either need to find a date or you need to reorganize because Winnie has set up staff for that day already, but staff has already put things on an agenda for a meeting that night. So you guys need to work that
Okay.
through.
Okay. All right. That we'll take that as an action item then.
Okay.
It's really going to depend upon the new council, their availability, and the council onboarding 2 years ago was done at council's convenience 2 at a time. So that's basically how we did the onboarding 2 years.
Right.
ago.
And I think we had all talked through many months ago about how, I think it came from CML actually.
Right.
About how having everybody in the room together. And even if it's a half day, starting at noon or 1 or something, and then running into the meeting that evening. And we can, watch the agenda for that night to keep it 3-4 hours, maybe. That could be helpful.
We can work it out.
All right, great. All right. So we'll move to city manager's report.
Thank you. In the interest of time, I'm going to just hit the highlights here. The whole city manager report is chock full of information from department heads, division heads, and managers. You can find this report on our website at steamboatsprings.net through various pathways. This evening, we have reports from IT and GIS, Geographic Information Systems, Public Works, our largest department. A lot of cool pictures from the airport. We also hear an update from engineering on more than a dozen projects they're working on. Streets gives an update on what they're working on, taking care of fall maintenance and preparing for winter operations. Transit also gives an update. There's updates on water and sewer and the projects they're working on. Good page and a half on that. Update from wastewater. There's also an update from planning in terms of their development review, code compliance, and short-term rentals. Parks and Recreation, our second biggest department. Kudos to Erica Renner for passing the exam to earn the pesticide applicator's license and becoming a certified operator. Congrats, Erica. Also updates from Howelson Ski and Rodeo Complex, a number of updates there. Parks, open space, and trails, a lot of projects going on there while we have the good weather. Also updates on adult sports. You can find all this stuff on our website as well. Youth programs, those always they're classic and they fill up quickly. Howelson Ice Arena, fall hockey is wrapping up there. Parks projects, another page on parks projects, a lot going on with our parks crews. And of course, Yampa River Botanic Park and Haymaker Golf Course, a couple of our gyms. And that's what I have in the report, and I'll take questions.
Any questions?
I have 2 questions.
All right, Dakota, go for it.
Actually, one, because Jonathan answered my other one about why the ridership has gone up, but the costs have also gone up per rider. So I appreciate that, Jonathan. My other question is for Angela. I'm hoping you can give us a quick update on funding for the second sheet of ice.
Good evening, City Council. Angela Cosby, your Parks and Recreation Director. The last update I have is a few weeks ago when the Hockey Association was struggling to come up with the just over 300,000 needed to pay for 50% of the design costs. That's the last update I've received, but I'm happy to reach out and provide something to you via email.
I guess I'm just concerned if we're struggling to come up with 300,000 for design, how we're gonna come up with the other portion for the build. And if we want to halt design until we have more funding.
We won't be pursuing design until they're able to come up with their match. And that would come to City Council via supplemental budget before we started. So you would have input then. The fundraising agreement does also give them until, I believe, December 31st or potentially in mid-January, but not too far from now to come up with the full cost. So I imagine it will be coming before you in future months.
Okay.
And I actually did run into Carrie today and I asked him how it's going. So I think in all fairness, if you want an update, I think it'd be fair to ask them and not make assumptions because he gave me a different opinion about how it's going. So, and I don't think he'd scale around this if he wasn't serious. So I think we need to ask him if we really want to start reconsidering stuff.
Thank you.
Welcome. Don't leave. Do you mind if I ask a question while she's here? Hi.
Hi.
The Ski Town Culvert Replacement Project with the design milestone, et cetera, for bidding and construction in 2024. At what point are we going to go back to work with whomever on Emerald in order to not displace all the activities for the one season?
Yep, the review of the Emerald Park Use Ordinance is tentatively scheduled for your November 21st meeting.
All right. Thank you very much for that. Other questions?
I'm just gonna, I actually emailed everybody. You're good. You're free from me. I emailed staff a bunch of different questions and thank you to everyone. I guess I'd love for Rebecca to come up and just review my question directly to her. So everybody knows, and it's on the record, I did ask about how, oh gosh, where's my question? There it is. Okay. Is Granicus up and running and at its original intended purpose? Meaning, is the hotline up? Are owners being contacted when there is a complaint? If not, when? What is the litmus for when we will be full functioning, hopefully before winter season? So I'd love for you, if you want to just read your response so the public knows that these are things that are being addressed.
Sure. Rebecca Bessie, Planning Director. I'm not going to read my response because I don't have it up in front of me, but I can say Granicus has been up and running for well over a year. So we do actually use Granicus on a daily basis. We have completed our first export of our licensing data into Granicus. So it has updated the compliance status and matched those properties. We're moving towards a weekly update to make sure that we have the most current data in Granicus. And we are starting to work on our public messaging and outreach to launch the hotline. So we do intend to have that up prior to the winter season. I don't have a specific date for you yet, but I will make sure that council is informed and I'm sure you'll see all of the messaging that's out there.
Great. Thank you.
I have a few, I'm sorry. I guess, John, sanitary sewer collection system cleaning and video inspection. How often do we budget to do that?
John Snyder, Public Works Director. So we do cleaning and video inspection every year in-house. And 2 years ago, we started contracting out so that we could get even more of it done, just because we started seeing more tree root intrusion and pipe failures.
All right, so it gets done on an annual basis. That's great. Thank you very much.
I had a question for him.
Sure.
Yes, you have one for
John.
him. And do you want to opine on wastewater? Right, in terms of looking at the chart, it's kind of curious to me that our 2023 numbers are staying pretty high, even though we're supposedly down in terms of our visitors. Any other reasoning that you could see?
All I have is speculation, and the speculation is, though visitors may be down, the baseline level of people in town is still remaining high in terms of people that have second homes here or just have decided to spend more time here that own properties here. But again, that's pure speculation.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Just again, kind of just a look into what's going on and trying to figure out, okay, why are those numbers trending higher?
Yeah.
I had a follow-up, John. Is there any any infiltration in wastewater pipes during the fall? Or is that mostly spring runoff?
It's heavily pronounced in spring. You always get a little bit, but fall is actually when we see our least amount of I&I.
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah, we saw the big spike in April.
Yeah.
And could it be rain? Do we look at rain this year versus last year to see what's gone through the system?
We haven't crunched those
No,
numbers yet.
I just wonder. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. I just wanted to thank Dave Zink from the Winter Sports Program, Nordic Program, another good public-private partnership to get some excavation work done over there. Great opportunity, and I love the fact that we're working together. It's fantastic. And then the pictures that were in the paper and the Steamboat today, yesterday being pink, all those U19 girls that went out there for a great hockey tournament wearing pink head to toe. Congratulations to all of them, and the fact that we take breast cancer so seriously in our community. So thank you. And then to Haymaker, the amateur championship was phenomenal. And the people that were either there watching, working, or involved in it could not say any more about how wonderful, number one, the course was. It was in immaculate condition, and the people made the folks coming up here feel so welcome. So, and that's who we are. That's who Steamboat is. So whether it's golf or hockey or arts, it doesn't matter. That's who we are. So thank you for that. And please make sure that gets back to Cody and his entire team. And those were my comments and questions. Thanks.
Anything else?
Okay.
Thank you, council, for your comments and questions, because I could talk about this for 30 minutes.
Yeah, I
and,
know.
leaving
We
that to
wish you had 30 to talk about it,
Yes.
quite honestly.
Yeah.
All right, so now we are going to move to public hearings, motions, resolutions, and ordinances. I just, so FYI, just to get information from Todd Carr, he is on his way to the hotel. So whenever we're done budget, we will be ready to move into the energy code. Okay.
We have a time estimate on that.
Well, he's on his way there now. He thought not till 7:30, but it's obvious he will be there before that. So we might be doing energy code closer to 7 o'clock, not 7:30.
Got it.
Say 7:30 on agenda. It did. It says it on our agenda between 7:30 and 8.
Okay, well
Okay.
then we'll just move on to our other items and then come back. All right, so let's start. We have number 6, an ordinance adopting the budget and setting appropriations for the city of Steamboat Springs, Colorado for and during the period beginning the first day of January 2024 and ending the 31st day of December 2024. Hi, Kim Weber.
Kim Weber, Finance Director. So you have the 2024 budget. There have been no changes since last week at first reading, but just to recap some of the changes from the budget retreat, we did add the $30,000 of seed money for a 4th of July celebration. We changed, corrected some adult sports revenue. We made an adjustment on an audit expense, reduced that slightly. The general fund budget is balanced with our projected revenue, with a 7,982 surplus. So happy to say that we balanced the general fund. There was some changes on the fleet fund that we had talked about during the budget retreat. The one outstanding item that we didn't talk about what the solution was going to be was council desired to add the stormwater utility feasibility study of $150,000 back into the budget. I had told you that we would come back with a staff proposal. That staff proposal is to put that in the capital projects fund. It isn't a capital item. It doesn't get capitalized, but it's an appropriate use of the fund. The fund, it's not, it doesn't have to be capitalizable to be in there. So what that does, though, it takes that recommended reserve that I had talked about having it at $1 million. It takes it down just below that at $940,000. I'm comfortable with that. We can monitor our building use tax. If there are issues, we can do a transfer from the general fund or revisit other expenses in that fund, but I am comfortable with doing that. As many council members indicated, it addresses 2 of your strategic plan objectives of economic health and environmental health. So I think it is an important study to have in there. No other changes, but I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
All right, questions for Kim. Dakota?
Yes, thank you, Kim. Attachment 1 is the budget summary by fund. And I was hoping you could just clarify for me and the community when you look at the general fund, the beginning fund balance is 36 million. Ending fund balance is 24 million. So I recall you saying that 10 million of that is for rainy day savings. What is the other 14 million? What are we keeping that other 14 million set aside for other than savings right now?
So there's about 5 million in restricted that is a Tabor restricted for specific purposes. So it's an ending fund balance of 24. Is that what you said?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. So about 10.5 is a rainy day fund. And the other is a restricted fund balance, and about 5 million is truly unrestricted. City council can appropriate that at any time. And that was the goal, to keep that at about $5 million, keep the rainy day fund or the budget surplus or budgetary reserve, fiscal policy reserve, it's referred to as both, at 25% of the general fund expenses. And that's in there.
Is that an ordinance or resolution or from how many years ago?
It
It's just
was
general common practice.
No, it's a city council approved fiscal policy that was last updated, I think in 2021, maybe.
Right. Thank you. So it's a policy we adhere to because it's our policy that we approved.
Correct.
Thank you.
Just the 10.5 million. That's the
Yes, the
20
10.5 million, yes. Yes, you could take the $5 million over that. You could use it. It would not be my recommendation, especially when we aren't being incredibly conservative on our revenue projection for 2024. But you could, if you would want to, you can appropriate that $5 million.
Is that a general fund, like a general practice that we've used for the, last many years, to keep 5 million in unrestricted?
It's been a lot more than that. I don't have it in front of me, but if you remember the fund balance graph showing it higher and then it dipping in the last couple of years, because we're spending that money on bigger capital projects. But it hasn't been general practice to keep it at 5 million because it's been above that. It's been general practice to move about $1.5 to $2 million on an annual basis to capital. And we're actually moving $5.2 million to capital.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Kim?
I would just add to that. My rule of thumb has been to maintain at least 10% of the general fund in an unrestricted reserve as a rainy day fund in the event of an emergency, a disaster, a pandemic, a low snow year. And in particular, I would recommend a higher reserve when you have such a high dependency on sales tax here, because we do not have a diverse revenue base here. So I think that the way you mitigate that risk of sales tax or a low snow year or a pandemic is with increased reserve funds. So that's been my experience and my recommendation.
Great.
I have one more question, and that's in regards to John Bristol's presentation. I didn't see new information that was mentioned in my packet at least, but it said that we would be talking about his, but I think that it was already budgeted, and he didn't ask for more necessarily, but he did request that we consider sponsoring the business plan competitions. And I think that we still need to have that conversation.
I think that money was in there.
Yeah.
That was separate from his request for budget.
Okay, well, he's not here and we did not receive the information. So unfortunately, that might need to be a supplement unless Kim has information for us.
We funded everything that he had asked for in the original budget, and the prize money is in the.
Look who just popped into the room. Just appears.
Like a jack in the box.
Hey, John, how are you tonight?
Nice move. Very nice.
Good evening, John Bristol, Executive Director, Rock County Economic Development Partnership. So, yeah, separately, we had a optional sponsorship for the business plan competition. The city sponsored that $5,000 every single year. So in that, we thought that would probably makes more sense to put it in upfront, so everything's together at once instead of come back and ask for it later. And then additionally, the hope is to do a business plan competition on sustainable businesses this next year as well. So there would be a second one.
And that's not included in the budget you proposed, like
No.
the budget that we've budgeted already for your budget, I believe, but I don't think we've budgeted for the competitions.
Correct. Yep, those are optional.
And those were 5,000 each.
Correct.
Okay, so $10,000 request for council.
And when are those competitions, in the fall?
They're in the fall. We just completed the business plan competition for this year. 3 winners will be announced. I think maybe they already were. So
They were.
they were.
Happened. They were
Okay, I didn't want to get too far ahead of it.
Yeah, let me ask you something. If we were to punt this till winter and we see what our revenue streams look like and how comfortable our finance director is after April, May,
Yep.
would you be okay with coming to us with a supplemental for that 10 grand?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And I would even go earlier than that, because when we budgeted September, October, November, December of 23 at 0% growth.
Right.
And we've added 150 in for a study, but looking at where we end up for the next 4 months
Right.
above that 0%, we'll get, because that money will go right into that extra pocket. And then maybe you could come even sooner than that.
Okay. Yep, I don't have a problem with that. So thank you.
Thanks, John.
Thanks, John.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. All right. So other questions?
Yep. Yes, I had a question for Kim or maybe for John. In terms of, again, with the, Brown Ranch discussion, certainly we have heard a lot about traffic and what we're going to do in terms of trying to address those problems. And you had sent an email, but I'm not finding how much money is in the budget right now for the Snow Bowl to Sleepy Bear Core Trail.
So that was fully funded as of your last supplemental
Here, this was.
Okay,
in this year's budget.
okay.
So not in 2024's budget.
So what's in this one is the underpass and
The
1.5
underpass, correct.
of the 2.5.
Exactly.
And that could be funded with the STR funds.
It could. To elaborate on my point, my email, you may not need STR funds for that if we get the congressionally directed spending.
That'll be great.
Okay, all right. Well, and so this goes back to, I think, a series of questions that I also asked Jonathan Flint. So I'm not sure if you,
Jonathan's here.
oh, he is.
He
Okay.
just can't fit in these
Jack in the
seats.
box.
Yeah, perfect. Exactly. So this goes back to kind of the discussion that we had earlier this year. I'll wait for you to get down here.
Is that the new uniform vest?
This is, yes.
Nice. Get to see a
around.
piece of it
Exactly.
tonight.
Well, I've got the jacket and the hats in the back too. Giselle was busy, Paris, something like that. So I'm sporting the new fall.
Just don't, do me a favor, don't leave till 7 when we take a break so we can see the
I will
uniforms.
do that,
Thank you,
yes.
if
Thank
you don't
you.
mind.
Yeah, that'll be exciting to see. So I just wanted to follow up on the questions regarding transit and what, based upon the conversations that we've had to date this year, I think you've got a couple of alternatives that could be considered that you think would have an impact immediately, right, on traffic.
Yeah, we are operating, the 3 items that were discussed were the continuation of our peak or daytime service later into the evening. Also the operation of the Express ST, and then finally adding additional regional transit. We are operating the Express ST this winter, so that is in the budget, that is planned for. The operations staff has done a really great job at trying to flex the schedule in such a way that we believe we're going to be able to operate the evening service 1 hour later, not all the way till 8, but 1 additional hour. And then we're running the same regional service. The operation into the evening, that is really geared toward the traffic between the mountain area and downtown, or the condos in downtown. We've noticed, as I'm sure everybody has, that traffic is backed up from 3rd Street back toward the mountain anglers, even further in the evening. And so we're trying to get additional capacity to try and move people down when people are left behind, especially going out to dinner. Then they will drive. And I think that's a target audience. A lot of people like to go out, maybe have a drink with their dinner. And so providing additional transit would be something that I think would be popular. The Express ST is geared around the opening and closing of the mountain, and we found it very successful. And we're hoping to grow that. That's primarily geared toward the downtown traffic and also folks coming in from the west. Rather than driving all the way to the Meadows parking lot, they can stop at the Stockbridge, catch this bus, and we're up to the mountain. It's scheduled for a 13-minute ride. So that's been pretty popular. And then the regional, we would need an additional vehicle as well as drivers. We're having a lot of trouble staffing that additional regional service.
So help me out here, because I think you've probably got it off the top of your head, is what would be the cost of the first 2 options?
The Express ST is already built into the budget, so that's already done. It
And
would be
no more is needed on that?
correct.
Okay.
That's already in there, scheduled to operate. The additional service into the evening would be approximately $150,000 to $160,000. And also, we'd have to make sure that we had the staffing level to provide that. Right now, our staffing is set and in good shape for what we're budgeted for.
Okay, all right, and if you needed the additional staffing, would that be more than the 160,000? Or if we allocated 160,000, we'd be set?
We would be set. It would be a matter of finding the staff.
But it sounded like you had a lot of success this year in terms of filling the spots, and you're full right now, correct?
Correct. We are full to the budgeted amount.
You got snazzy new outfits.
Yeah, and they're free. All you have to do is drive for us. So I think it could be, we would try our best to get that staffing level. Just reading articles about several other ski area resort transit systems that are pulling back service because they're unable to find staff. So I don't know if we could find the staff, but we would definitely try.
Okay, thank you.
You bet.
Thank you, Jonathan. Any other questions of Kim before we open it up to public comment? All right, public comment on this item. Anyone in the audience would like to make a comment on the budget?
If you are on Zoom and you'd like to comment on the budget, please raise your hand and you will be called upon.
All right, seeing no one, I will close public comment on the budget item and bring it back here for any comments.
Yes, I like the thought process that Gail's going with right now of trying to proactively address traffic and ridership levels. I would entertain potentially trying to fund the transit driver seasonal and the extension of the day service, even if it's just during the week, like Monday through Friday. I know scheduling changes can be challenging, but finding some sort of middle ground that can help our community when it comes to our goal of getting people out of their cars and off the road and into buses, making that much more possible for them.
Where would you suggest the money come from? Since we're already under the $1 million that it has been suggested we don't go under.
Well, we did just hear from John, right? We've got 1.5 million built into the budget. We're probably going, either could fund through STR funds, or we may get some congressionally directed funding.
That's a could.
Well, talk to us about the STR funds. I don't know that we have STR funds.
We do not have STR funds plugged into the US 40 Core Trail underpass or anything. So we have 1.5 million budgeted in the capital budget for 2024 for the underpass. We would need an additional 1 million through what we hope is going to be congressionally directed spending. Well, keep in mind that's capital budget and expansion of bus services operating budget.
Mhm. Well, and maybe a clarifying question on the STR funds. I mean, at this point, we do have funds, correct?
Yes, we do have
That we
funds.
just have not.
We do have
directed.
funds. I think what John was trying to say was that we have our general fund operating budget and we have our capital budget. And you could use, and they can be, you can use ones from one to another, but it's not capital funds should be used for a one-time expenditure, not an ongoing adding staff. So you can allocate the $1.5 million that you've allocated out of the capital fund. You can use STR funds instead. If you want to free up capital funds, I wouldn't recommend you use those capital funds to fund operations, though.
But what about the, excuse me, so what about using the STR funds to fund the transit?
I don't think that's would be an eligible cost.
Lost.
Operations, changing a transit line an hour later, I don't think builds attainable, affordable housing.
And that's probably true.
I think they would have to fit under the definition of infrastructure, and I don't think that's infrastructure.
Mhm. Okay.
That would be a stretch.
Mhm. All right. We've also got the 500,000 for the land acquisition that's in the budget that might be funded elsewhere. Again, we're hearing that there's a traffic issue. We're talking about $160,000. I think that there are opportunities.
Thank you for your comment.
My concern with that is going back to what Jonathan said about the shortage of drivers or the difficulty in hiring and retaining drivers. And there is not a price on that. It's not as though if we spent this big chunk of money, they would magically appear and be happy to work for us. One of the things that I remember that we encountered when we first came on council was that there were lots of budget savings, not because everybody was frugal, but because nobody could be hired.
Right.
And one of the things I said, and I'm sure I was not the only one, is let's not use unfilled positions as a secret way of saving money. Let's allocate funds where we know they can be spent. And I sure don't want to get back into that.
And I'll say that I wholeheartedly support getting cars off roads and people in buses. I also wholeheartedly support not setting our transit director up for failure and having an expectation of a service that he can't provide because he can't fill a position. And I mean, we are insanely fortunate in the city of Steamboat Springs. And as I go to cast, we will probably bring up transit again in the fact that nobody can fill all their positions. And I get to brag for the, I think, 8th year in a row, we're good. And it is the envy of this state, including CDOT, for all of their transit, outliers. We are in a great position to stay consistent. And as much as I'd love to add some service, I don't want to set us up to fail as a city.
And I'll say, I hope Jonathan finds 2 or 3 more bus drivers and his recruiting team, because someone is going to fall out. And then to try to be getting more drivers for an additional line or a schedule when we've lost somebody, it's more important to fill that position, I believe. And so, yeah, I would love to see a ton more buses on the road, but until we can get to that point. And the other piece of it's housing and where we stand and whether there is even additional housing at this late date that we could even contract for. So
I think to finish up on that is that it's not pleasant this year, and we would like to address this goal this year, but it may be that we have to wait until we actually have our seasonal staff housing built.
Yeah, our own facility.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, it's certainly a lot easier to say no, right, than try to empower our people to be able to get things done. So, again, we're hearing loud and clear that there's a traffic problem. Certainly one way that we can solve that is by adding additional, transportation and transit. And we're hearing that this is an option. I don't see it as a failure if we give them the opportunity to go forth and try this. And if they can't come up with a driver, then that's one thing. But certainly we're not going to move the ball forward if we say no now. So it's $160,000 that, again, we're hearing loud and clear from the community that traffic is an issue.
Any other comments before we vote? All right, I'll entertain a motion.
Well, so we're going to take a motion to add $160,000 to the budget to add
Where?
transit. And do you want to
have
speak to that, Kim?
We have one person that's interested in this right now, so.
Where would it come from?
I could second the interest and
Okay.
find the funding.
If you were going to approve the ordinance with adding that $160,000 in, you would add it to the general fund. Your general fund would be out of balance, and you'd be using reserves for that. But when you approve, or when you make the motion, you would approve the ordinance as written, adding $160,000 to the general fund appropriation.
Well, so to Gail's point here, couldn't we say the trails, underpasses can be potentially funded with STR funds and cause less of a transfer from the general fund to the CIP and therefore create some savings in the general fund or some room in the general fund?
You can't. Can you do that without, we're passing a budget
And I'm
about future. My concern is how can we substantially say we're going to pass a budget if and then and when your job and our job is to have a balanced budget passed and not the ifs included in that, correct? I hear where you're going, but it scares me to go, what if it doesn't happen?
And we have a lot of ifs in the budget. So maybe the option is we pass the budget as is, but we ask Jonathan to go forward and, these other ifs that are in the budget, if there is additional funding that comes up, then we can bring it back. And I'm sorry, Tom, I know we don't want to do a supplemental, but
Okay, so for me, and I appreciate that possible path, because I think you're going to hear later this evening that there are some people that want us to now commit 100% of the 25% of the 9% of the STR tax. So to even suggest that we're going to use the STR tax for something else before we get past Brown Ranch tonight might be preemptive. So, for anybody I think we need to get past a few more hurdles before you come back and say, let's use the STR tax for this. Let's use it for that. When something else might come forward tonight, you're like, oh, I just committed STR tax and now I committed it a different way. What are we going to do?
We've also already committed the STR tax. Well, not committed, but we have partnered with the county and CDOT with a public-private partnership. Well, I guess it's public partnership for the childcare and housing center. So, wow, this STR fund is just getting dipped in like from every angle, and it's a little, God bless you, disheartening in my opinion to go, now we're going to use it for this, but we need it for this. And then we're going to use it for the transit housing facility. We're using the STR money for all of this. And like Robin said, we're going to have another conversation about using all of it for something else. I want to help you, Gail, get to that finish line, but I'm not feeling that at this time, and this is something that you guys can come back in a couple of weeks after the election and go, hey, Kim, we're going to direct you to go find the money, tell Jonathan to start searching for somebody. And it still won't be an issue because he may just have a month to hire somebody, but that that line might not happen until January 1st or something. I think today, my comfort lies on realizing that there can be a supplemental, there can be things going on, but let's get to the finish line on a lot of other things. Let's see how the 2A funds come in, that stuff happens. Let's try to navigate the monies that we have in the air currently.
Would
Yes.
someone like to make a motion to approve the budget on second reading?
I move to approve the budget on second reading.
Second.
We have a motion on the floor by Sloop, a second by West. Any additional discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Aye. Those opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Okay,
Thanks,
that's
Kim.
done.
Appreciate
All
your
right, now,
time.
guys, we have a dilemma because we switched the thing around. We are doing the second reading on the International Building Code not till 7:30. Although Todd Carr is in his room.
But we
and
haven't
he
read it.
is ready to go. But we said it was going to be at 7:30, and I don't know whether we have people in the audience yet for
No.
that. So I don't think we can move to do that.
So I'm gonna make a motion for number 8 to get pushed behind number 7, whenever that's heard, solely because the individual that actually brought this to our attention is not able to be present until after 7:15, 7:20. And I don't believe that it's fair for that person to not have his 2 minutes to speak on why we're even having this conversation. So if we're doing the shuffle, I think it's fair for our person that brought this to our attention to be able to have his 2 minutes.
Okay, so I am going to read all these in, and then whatever we pull, and then we will try to accommodate the timeline. Consent calendar, motions, resolutions, and ordinance and first readings. Items on the consent calendar may be reviewed and commented upon in the same manner as other agenda items. Any member of the council or the public may request withdrawal of any item from the consent calendar for further discussion at any time prior to approval. If items are not removed, they may be approved with a single motion. Number 8, motion to consider local preference policy be added to the City of Steamboat Springs Procurement Manual. Number 9, resolution approving the funding recommendation for the 2023 2A Trails Project. Number 10, a resolution approving submittal of grant applications to the USFS Community Wildfire Defense Grant, CWDG program, and the DOLA IIJA Local Match LOMA program for a wildfire fuels mitigation project in Steamboat Springs. Number 11, first reading of an ordinance amending Chapter 2, Section 173 of the Steamboat Springs Revised Municipal Code regarding signing authority for contracts, providing an effective date, and repealing all conflicting ordinances. Number 12, first reading of an ordinance levying a property tax for the purpose of funding fire and emergency services. Would anyone like to pull number 8?
Me.
And number 9? Number 10? Number 11? Number 12?
Yes.
Yep.
12. Okay. All right. Is any member of the public like to pull number 9, 10, or 11?
Anybody online would like to pull items 9, 10, or 11? Please raise your hand. None?
All right. So I'll entertain a motion for number 8.
No.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Move
You
to
wanted to
approve
pull.
9, 10, and 11
Oh,
is
I'm
written.
sorry.
I'll second that.
Oh, sorry, guys. Motion on the floor by Sloop, second by Briones to approve 9, 10, and 11. All those in favor? Aye. Motion passes 7-0.
I'd like to make a motion on number 8 that we do this after number 7 so that the person that brought this to our attention could be heard.
I would like to challenge that by saying it can go after the item that we moved up before. So we're doing item 14 after 7.
Well, yeah, I'm sorry. Number 14. I apologize. You are correct.
Thank you.
I'd like to move that we do this after
Thank you.
the fun
Perfect.
of 14.
Motion to get a dry erase board up here so we can figure out
Where we
Okay,
are.
so,
timeline of where we are.
so what I would like to say is it
Counting the
possible for him
minutes.
to get here as quickly as he can? So we could possibly do it at 7:15 prior to number 7.
We can, he said he can pedal his buns down here as quickly as close to 7:15 as he can.
Okay, I would rather just hold this.
That
and
sounds
just-
great.
We know we need to do it when the gentleman arrives. Are we okay with that without doing a motion?
Sounds good.
Okay, great. Number 12, first reading of the ordinance for the property tax. Dan, and I'm not sure you guys pulled this one. Do you have questions or do you want a presentation?
I pulled it and I think it would be great if Kim could just speak for the public to understand the reasoning behind levying the full 2 mills for fire and EMS.
Our finance director. So as you all are aware, the assessed valuation increased this year, and there's a request from a lot of community members as well as some public figures asking taxing entities to lower their mill levy. The reason I'm not proposing that we lower the mill levy, when the 2 mills were passed a few years ago, it was discussed that 2 mills was not enough. It was a place to start. It wasn't enough to implement the fire strategic plan. Right now, that 2 mills has funded 9 additional firefighters on an annual basis, as well as 2 part-time wildland firefighters. In the 2024 budget that you just approved, we also have refurbishment of apparatus along with an alerting system. So based on the budget, we were anticipating having the full funding. We have about $2.3 million of expenses. I believe in the next month, your fire chief is going to be presenting the fire strategic plan, showing what the funding needs are in the future, as well as when we get to the Brown Ranch discussion, I've added $2 million into the funding gap scenario to help fund the fire station in Brown Ranch or west of town. But that can only be if we start saving money on an annual basis. So that's why I'm proposing the full 2 mills be levied.
Thank you, Kim.
And Dan, do you want to just quickly for the public explain why we need to do this on an annual basis?
It's a requirement of state statute that the city clerk certify the mill levy every year to the assessor or the treasurer, to the treasurer, I think.
All right, thank you. Any other questions? I'll entertain a motion to approve item number 12.
Move to approve item number 12.
Second.
Motion by West, second by Sloop. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. All right, I'm going to move forward and we're going to go to J18, City Attorney's Report. I'm trying to fill up the next 10 minutes before our break, and then we'll try to work backwards.
I'm afraid I don't have a report for you tonight.
Oh, thank you so much.
That's about a,
That's wonderful. Would anyone
Charter.
like, all right, so number 19, regular meeting, August 22nd, regular meeting, September 5th, minutes.
Move to approve as written.
Second.
Motion by Sloop, second by West. All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, now, I'd like to talk to probably Rebecca from planning.
Can we do 16
I'd like to look at what we could do on
and 17?
possibly, 16 and 17, since I'm looking at how it was approved last week and wondering if we can move to those 2 second readings of ordinances right now.
I don't have any objection to that. There's been no public comment received on either.
All right, so we are going to, all right, so we're continuing to go out of order, and I apologize to the general public for that. We are going to do number 16, second reading of an ordinance vacating a portion of a utility easement located on Longview Highland subdivision, lot 17, PL 20230261. Is there a motion to approve
No
this?
public comment.
Oh, public comment. Public comment online.
No.
Close public comment on item number 16. Any conversation on this? Okay,
Move to approve 16 as written.
second.
motion by Sloop, second by Briones. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. Number 17.
Slower.
Second reading of an ordinance vacating a utility easement located on Downhill River View subdivision, Lot B, PL 20230265. Is there, do we need a presentation on this? No. Any public comment on item number 17?
Any public comment online?
All right, motion to approve.
Move to approve 17 as written.
Second.
Motion by Sloop, second by Briones. All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, so we have 15, 14, and 13, which we can't do. Why don't we take our 10-minute
Well,
break?
we can take a 20-minute break.
No, we'll take a 10-minute break and hope that the gentleman will be here. Otherwise, we're gonna have to start something. So we'll take 10 minutes. We'll be back at 5 after. to do the second reading of number 13 right now. And then hopefully the gentleman will be here for number 8. Otherwise, we will start number 7. Todd Carr is on the line and he is ready to do his presentation. So we'll get started. So I'm going to read number 13, the second reading of an ordinance amending the Community Development Code, Chapter 26 of the Steamboat Springs Revised Municipal Code by amending Articles 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, and 8 to create 2 new traditional neighborhood development transit zones, T4NX and T5VC, create a new special District Civic SD2 Transit Zone, amend existing Special District SD1 Transit Zone, remove large format retail overlay, amend the other associated development standards, and amend content and approval criteria for TND regulating plans PL 2023-0224. Are there any questions on that, this item this evening? All right, seeing none. Is there any public comment on item number 13 this evening? Any comment online?
Any comment online tonight for number 13? No comment.
All right, we see no comment. So I'll close public comment. Entertain a motion to approve number 13.
Well, let's discuss real quick. I'm definitely going to say that I still have some heartburn over the parking in the scenarios. And I said this last week, and I'll say it this week. Obviously, I voted to support this and I will tonight, but I do implore you all to really take a deeper dive in what affordable housing markers are made in as much as what accommodations we're doing and variances we're giving for parking, realizing that parking is always going to be an ever-present issue for your future years. And I don't believe it should be a rubber stamp and should be revisited because there are always more than one parking spaces and people using them in affordable units. And this doesn't feel comfortable to me.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Are you on?
No, you're not.
You want to start over?
Okay. As I was saying, I think it's important to ensure that tiny homes and mobile home parks can be a part of these transit zones and special districts because they are some of our current affordable housing available to us. Thank you.
All right, so we have a motion, a second, and some comment. Anyone else like to make a comment? All right, so. Oh, I'm sorry, a motion to approve, please.
Move to approve agenda item number 13.
Second.
Motion by Bacino, second by Gary. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. 13 is out of the way. Is the gentleman here for number?
No, but I think you can start and he'll be here. He said he's going to be here at 7:15. So he's read it, so we can start the conversation at least.
Okay, so we will start the conversation then on number 7, if I can find it.
8.
All right.
And number 8.
On number 8, okay. So we're going back to consent calendar motions, resolutions, ordinances, and first readings. So number 8 is a motion to consider local preference policy to be added to the City of Steamboat Springs Procurement Manual. And Kim, would you like to make a presentation on this?
Sure. Kim Weber, Finance Director. So at the June 6th meeting, City Council directed staff to provide a memo back to City Council on different options of a local preference policy to be put in place, meaning through our procurement and contracting that we would give some sort of local preference when looking at bids and quotes to our local vendors. So we did research and it's a wide varying across the state. And so that was provided in your packet material from A lot of municipalities and counties in the state, they don't actually have a policy. Some have a policy that says if all things are equal, then we buy local, but there's no financial credit or policy that says that the bid can be higher or the quote can be higher. Then you have some that say local, you buy local as long as the price isn't more than 5% above in all other non-local bids. You have some that say 10% with a max. So that information was provided to council. Council asked to bring it back as an actual agenda item to take formal action on it. The procurement and contracting procedures are internal procedures, internal policy that are approved by the city manager. So we're bringing this back as a motion. Provided 3 options or 4 options if you do nothing, but 3 options that really mirror what the other communities are doing. One, the option 1 that is presented is a 10% preference, or some cities and counties call it a credit, 10% preference up to $5,000, whichever is less. So if there's an item up to $50,000, you give the local contractor, all other things equal, a $5,000 or 10%, whichever is less credit, and you buy local. 5% preference up to $2,500 is option number 2. Option number 3, which is something that many of the comparisons do, is local preference as long as all things are equal. So no true financial or lowest, you would still go with lowest bid, all things equal. And then the 4th one is no change, no local preference policy. Staff's recommendation based on the guidance of council to practice fiscal restraint is option 3, local preference, if all things are equal. So that would be staff's recommendation.
All right, any questions for Kim?
I have a question. So in all of these scenario, I guess my question would be, I guess for options 1 and 2 in the 10% preference or 5% preference, if we were to go down that route, how is there an assurance that we wouldn't line item particular things that could be grouped together for that cost savings?
I would say, so you're saying if there's 2 things, if one thing's $5,000 or you have 2 items that are $5,000.
Yeah.
Well, that would be a
avoid staff
change
time.
in our whole procurement. We don't require formal quotes on items under $10,000. So if someone is going to spend $4,000 on something, we don't require it to go through the full procurement process of getting multiple quotes. That would be a really large change that I would need to have in-depth discussions with Gary on if we went down to that level to do formal quotes.
Okay.
So I would say if it's 2 items under $5,000, that normally wouldn't go through our procurement process.
Okay, so then to go further into this 10% up to 5,000 or 5% up to 2,500. I'm leaning toward these because I think the argument that I'm reading and hearing or feeling that is being said is that this would be above and beyond a budget line item. But in all reality, if we're budgeting and the procurement comes in or the items come in under budget, then it could be a matched line item. So for example, you procure, I don't know what you buy, widgets, right? And you find out that you have a line item in your budget for your widget to cost $10,000 or $20,000, and you find a buy local person is giving you that number at $8,000, but the person that's out of state's giving you that widget for $7,000, you're not really showing this as being an over expenditure. You're just saying that you're going to give preference to that person that's local because they're local. So I guess my question to you is, when you were studying this, was it only looking at the downside of this all being 5,000 over budget? Or I guess what is the plus and the minus to all of this?
I wasn't saying anything against budget. If we have a $10,000 budget and it comes in at $8,000 or $7,000, that's probably, maybe let's just say $8,000 and $7,500. The local comes in at $8,000, the non-local comes in at $7,500. It's still a $500 difference is all I'm pointing out. I wasn't looking at it actual to budget. It was, we're going to go, if this policy is in place, we're going to go with the $8,000, which is $500 more than your lowest bid. So that was my point on that there's a fiscal impact. I completely understand the economic impact. I understand the jobs and the businesses and all that. I'm strictly looking at that will be $500 more that will come out of the budget than if we took the lowest bid, all things equal.
Right. Okay. So you're, okay. That's what I was going to get to next is, what is the economic impact of sustaining a business in town and sustaining employees in town and ensuring that that business stays alive and has the capability of continuing to service not only the city, but the community. So in my opinion, that's where I see that economic shift be more, I guess, cost effective than looking at a savings of X amount of dollars.
And that's why I think it's important to have a cap. So it's not just whatever, like you're always going to. And so I think it is important to have that cap and recognize all the things you just said, yet understand also that we're stewards of the taxpayer dollars.
So I guess then help me understand why you all chose 3 over any of the other ones.
Simply because of the fiscal restraint, the balancing, probably because we just went through balancing budgets and it's not the easiest thing to do, as you know. And so that was the preference that we went with, and Gary can add if he would like to, but that was what we talked about. And you guys like to have a staff recommendation.
I hear you. I know.
All right. Any other questions for Kim before we open it up for public comment?
Yes,
Go ahead.
I do. Do we have any sense of how many businesses in town would be the beneficiaries of any version of this ordinance? How often are you buying locally? And how often are you getting bids from local businesses that you don't accept because there's a less expensive one out there somewhere?
Just my gut reaction is it's not going to change much of what we do. We typically do have relationships with the local businesses and have a day-to-day conversation with them and use local businesses, especially when we start getting up into the contractor level. I think where we'll see it is when you have an item that can be bought from multiple places and you can get a local bid or a lower price somewhere else, which is where this will help. Does that make sense?
It does, but it leads me down the path of asking how it's going to affect what you do with respect to contractors.
I think it'll be just making sure that we are with contractors over 50,000. It's not going to change a whole lot other than the price side of things, because we already do a public bid on things between the 10,000 to 50,000. Right now, we require 2 quotes and it doesn't. And so now we'll just need to we'll need to make sure that we are soliciting those quotes from all the local vendors that we possibly could.
Does this make any difference in the amount of work that staff has to put into the purchasing process?
Yes, it does. It will take additional time to make sure. Right now, we require 2 quotes. If there's businesses in Routt County that maybe there's 5 businesses that do the same thing, we'll need to be reaching out to all 5 of those.
But then I guess and to push back, sorry, are you okay? So, I mean, I was part of this with the county for many years, and at least in my purview, we had a bidders list, a local bidders list that we had. So I understand there will be staff time front end loaded with this saying, yeah, we're going to have to come and find all these people. But then you build those lists, you understand what services they have. So the next time you go out for the widget, that list is there, and it's not a staff time suck to go back out and say, hey, here's the new widget. What's your bid? And to me, I believe that there could be a potential of, yes, there could be some more staff time, but like you just stated prior, this isn't going to be really hugely effective. Like, this isn't going to be a big change to what we already do. So what is the harm of increasing staff time right out of the gate for a handful of stuff that's going to be part of this?
I just try to find efficiencies, and when we ask staff to get 5 quotes instead of 2 quotes, it's 5. I understand the need, I understand the desire. I just don't want to overshadow that there will be additional staff time. I guess I just,
okay.
Would you have to get 5 quotes? I mean, can you
there's
not?
5 local businesses.
But if there's
But if there's
one,
100 local, you know what, like where does it stop? I guess, can you ensure that the local business community is aware through the chamber or something, and not have to, source directly from each business every time?
I think when it's an item over $10,000, I don't think there will be 100 businesses that provide that service or equipment. So, and I think we can monitor this and come back if it does become incredibly cumbersome. I know that there's other municipalities that I talked to said that they did have it, and they went to their board and asked to have it taken out because of that cumbersome process. And we can have that discussion.
Would it make any sense to do one of these options over 10,000 and keep things status quo under 10,000?
Yes, that's how it's written, and that would be preferable.
All right. Any other questions before we open it up? All right, seeing none, we'll open this up for public comment. Anyone in the audience for public comment on the local preference policy?
Kelly Phillips, 62 East Logan. I got here a little late. But I heard some really interesting things while was that Kim Weber giving us her thing. I think there's a lot of assumptions that they have relationships with businesses in town. Because I'm going to go over it again, and remind you, but I have landscapers that come, all the landscapers come into me because I take care of their equipment and they buy things from me, right? Except for the city of Steamboat, right? Which I kind of take a little bit of offense to, because I've lived here for 30 years and I would love to support the city, right? With my business. Impact on businesses. So the $144,000 worth of equipment that the Parks and Rec department went down and purchased this year from one of my suppliers. I know what you purchased. I know what you got it for, right? Because my rep called me and was like, hey, I'm sorry this happened. I usually send them to you. So all told, $25,920. If I would have given you the same deal, or I'm sorry, Parks and Rec, the same deal as a company down in Denver gave you. And so impact on businesses, the time that it might take to build the list that Heather was talking about, I think it's worth it. You know, as a city, I don't know if anyone else has businesses in town, but it's not easy, right? And we can use everything we can get. So, and again, you know, I know it's in there. Option 3 is all right. I think if you look at a lot of the other mountain towns, Durango, what is it, Vail, Aspen are at 5%, 10%. But those numbers that I just gave you was me giving you the equipment at the price that you drove down to Denver and got it for, right? So I just would like you guys to think about that and the impact on local businesses. I think there's a lot of assumptions in the city that there are relationships, and I think there is. Thank you.
Thank you very
Thanks,
much.
Kelly.
Any other public comment on this?
Any comment online? Please raise your hand. No.
All right, no additional public comments. I will close public comment and bring it back for us for discussion. Does anyone want to start, Michael?
Yeah, I'm in support of this motion. I think it's, thank you, Kelly, for bringing this up and bringing it up a few months ago that this kind of fell through the loopholes, and hopefully you don't take an offense. This is why you bring it up to the municipal government. We now get to look at it, make a policy decision, and really honor the locals who have businesses like myself, like yourself, to be able to buy and procure this. At least get the opportunity. And I think that's the only thing that I was missing. I like option 3 that the staff's presenting. All things being equal, they should at least have a chance to get a bid in and move forward from there. The 5%, 10% things down the road. I mean, I understand that that could be something that would be motivating, but we're trying to be fiscally responsible. And if we could just keep to option C, where, you know, a guy like Kelly was in that bucket of locals that says, when you need something in a lawnmower, make sure you give him the opportunity. I think that's all he was asking. And so to me, this is an easy decision for me to support this.
All right, thank you. Joella?
It's an easy decision for me to support it, although it's one of the other options that I prefer. And the reason for that is we're kind of an isolated place, and every one of us who goes to a supermarket or any other place in town complains fairly regularly about how much higher the price is here. And a lot of that is the cost of transportation. And I think that in order to deal with that situation, all things being equal, it is not going to really do much for many of our local businesses. So I am in favor of option number 2. I think it's important that we give our local businesses a chance. I grew up in small businesses. I support them. I have a son who's in one now. I think this is a great way to go. It is going to cost the city presumably something more, nobody knows what, but more in staff time. Hopefully not so much that Kim has to come back and say, we really can't manage this and we need council to reconsider. But for now, I'm for it.
I would say that I'm in support of 1 or 2, and for many of the same reasons as Joella. I think if you look at our partners, and specifically our sister city to the south, the city of Durango, which we pretty much mirror more than any other community in the state of Colorado, they're doing the 5%. And I would just really say that the economic impact and the local economic impact of doing something like this is important. It's key. We are really trying to keep people here that actually live here and work here. And if we do not enact something like this, we're almost saying that it doesn't matter and that you could potentially be closing down because we aren't, as a city, being the leaders to use the people in our community. This is a leadership decision. This is saying we're going to say buy local first. So I would support number 2, but I also would say if there is an issue and the finance department comes back to us, that not happen for at least 3 years of a trial, because I don't want to see this come back too soon and get reversed without having a good understanding of how this would work.
Gail.
Mhm. All right. Without repeating, I mean, I agree with what's been said. I would go for option number one, because again, it just reinforcing the need for
Right.
the, the economic impact that it has to this community, as well as it not just benefits our, our community, but it benefits the members of the community so that we can purchase things that we need here and not have to travel elsewhere. And I guess I'll also point out that it is a cap goal to buy local. So option one, which is, yeah.
Got me on a
10%.
cap one.
I'll add that I concur with my fellow council members, and the reason I think I can justify in my mind why, an increase in cost to the city is justifiable is when we increase our investment into our local businesses. I think that we will see a return on that investment, either through how much they can pay their employees or just the fact that they stay open another year. We all pay into city sales tax and we need money to do so. So thank you, Kim, for providing.
One or
information.
two.
One or two.
I could support both.
I can too, yeah.
Eddie?
I support Amazon. No, I'm just joking. After all that,
That's nice.
I think option one is a good choice, just to support the local, just to support the local economy and the locals themselves. It comes back to us. So option one.
Okay, so I agree with Michael. I support option three, but I am very willing to support option two if that's what the will of the council is. I just think, we cut $5.2 million out of our budget, and anywhere we can save money is important. But at the same point, to all of your points about buying local, and we want people to be buying local on Main Street. We don't want people having 8 packages from Amazon on a weekly basis. So I understand and feel comfortable moving on with option two if we have enough support for that.
I move to approve option one.
Second.
Second.
All right. Motion by Sloop, second by Gary. Any discussion? I will not be supporting that because I think it's putting too much of a burden on our budget. I'll support option two if it comes back.
I think that it's more than is needed to accomplish the goal here. And that's why I'm sitting on option number two, not option number one.
Any other comments?
I am amazed. Thank you, guys. I went first just to make sure we had something on the table, but truly, you guys went above and beyond in this one, and I would support anything. I think it's hard to get product here as a business owner and deal with all the different parts of it. And yes, it is more expensive to do business here. I don't make as much as maybe some of my colleagues in other places. So having an extra 5 or 10% on there, I think is respectful and trying to get the locals and support those that are still in business in our town. So I am going to support this with just an enthusiasm.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Cross in. Motion passes 6-1.
Thank you, Kelly. And this is proof in the pudding that if you come for public comment, somebody
We do listen.
contacts you and then something happens.
Thanks. You brought this up to us. This is how the municipal government works.
Yes.
All right, it
Kelly.
really does. All right, we're going to move on to number 7 now. And Todd Carr, I hope you're online and can pull up to be with us. This is second reading of an ordinance adopting the International Building Code 2021 edition, including appendix chapters C, E, and J. International Residential Code 2021 edition, including appendix chapters B, C, E, F, and Q. International Existing Building Code 2021 edition, National Electric Code as adopted by the State of Colorado Electrical Board. International Mechanical Code 2021 edition, International Energy Conservation Code 2021 edition, International Plumbing Code 2021 edition, International Fuel Gas Code 2021 edition, International Property Maintenance Code 2021 edition, International Wildland Urban Interface Code 2021 edition, State of Colorado Model Electric and Solar Ready Code regulating the erection, construction, enlargement, alteration, repair, moving, removal, demolition, conversion, occupancy, equipment, use, height, and area and maintenance of buildings or structures, and building service equipment, repealing all conflicting ordinances, providing for severability, and providing an effective date. Todd, is there anything you would like to say to us before we go into questions?
No, not tonight. Thank you.
All right, any questions for Todd?
Yes.
Okay.
Todd, from what I heard at our joint meeting, I just want to clarify, all other communities surrounding us that are adopting this code are adopting the original language that prohibits any fossil fuel use of snow melt and supports 100% snow melt. Is that accurate? Besides Hayden and Oak Creek that are that haven't said that they want to change the language, but they're supposedly approving it in the next couple weeks.
Yeah, Todd Carr, building official, Routt County. So that is accurate for Routt County. The commissioners approved the code proposal, as did the town of Yampa. Again, the town of Oak Creek and the town of Hayden, we have not had those meetings, but it's written as proposed language as what you stated, but that will be up to those elected officials to make the final determination.
Okay, and if we went with that original code language, there would still be exceptions that allow gas-powered snow melt for ADA accessibility as well as fire or federal regulations, correct?
That's correct. As written, those exceptions would allow the gas-powered snow melt to be installed.
Okay, and then based on discussions with YVEA, there is a green choice program that allows anyone to opt into renewable energy through that program. So that could be one option for alternative snow melt systems.
That I do not feel comfortable responding to because I do not know enough about the Green Choice program, nor have it been really researched it or provided information on that.
What about biomass boilers, biofuel boilers, electric resistant boilers, solar thermal systems, and heat pump systems? Could those all be considered no to low carbon snow melt options?
Yeah, the best term to use is a non-fossil fuel, right? So in the energy code, a fossil fuel is something that generally or always would produce carbon. So anything that is not a fossil fuel would be an option as a renewable energy source.
And in terms of those options, how accessible are those to our community? And do you have any idea if there's price comparison to gas-powered snow melt?
Not on the options that you listed. So you mentioned you want to run through those real quick again for me?
Yes, biomass boilers, biofuel boilers, electric resistant boilers, solar thermal systems, and heat pump systems.
Sure. So, I mean, the solar one sticks out like that would be a non-fossil fuel, would be renewable energy. Currently, I haven't seen a permit for any bio-renewable energy sources here locally in Steamboat. So I wouldn't even have a project or a comparison to give you in terms of that cost of that. And then the last one you mentioned was, I'm sorry.
Heat pump systems.
Yeah, and those are tied back into geothermal in most cases, but not always. So a heat pump still takes power to run, right? So it depends on the power source to that heat pump, not necessarily just the term heat pump. So it would depend on the system and the power source.
So are you saying that you have seen applications for solar thermal or that you understand the feasibility of solar thermal?
Yeah, the feasibility. We just have not seen it used for snow melt. I mean, we see a lot of different solar systems installed, ground mount, roof mount, and I think we'll probably start to see some solar farms, but enough power to power snow melt, not yet. I have not seen a project like that with solar.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any other questions for Todd? All right, I'll open this up to public comment. Any members of the public that would like to make a comment here in the audience? Is there anyone online that would like to make a public comment?
Yes, we have two hands raised. Brian, you are up.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Hi, thanks for having me. Brian Adams, 815 West Hillside Court. I just wanted to add to some of your conversation from your first reading. I think one of the things that should also be taken away is, as Todd originally presented to you, some of the polling from the building community, that really only 33% of the building community wanted to go with an option with unlimited snow melt systems. That really quite a bit of the building community thinks that a restriction is the way to go, even though they might have differed a little bit on exactly how. So I think there's a lot of momentum there. Another thing to consider is that, kind of building on what Todd was just saying, but there are successful installations of geothermal, and hot water solar panels as opposed to photovoltaic systems in our area. And while they might not be the norm or the standard utility choice in the area, neither is snow melt. If they want to do snow melt, I think they kind of are bringing on the same burden of offsetting their energy impacts by coming up with a unique system that can offset that. I also wanted to point out that the Climate Action Plan does speak to this, and I don't feel like that was maybe talked about as much last time, so I thought I'd try and help with that portion. There are a few strategies and actions in there, like Strategy 1, Action 5, that talks about implementing plans that shift the community towards alternative fuels. Certainly, if we didn't do anything, we're kind of going against that. And of course, if we tried to limit it, we're really following the CAP plan as much as we possibly can. So I, for one, anyway, think that we have a lot of design capability in our town to design around the need for it. And while there might be some ADA requirements for it in the occasional situation, in general, removing this as the county already had is really the way to go. That's my comments. Thanks for your time.
All right, Brian, thank you very much.
Paul?
Good evening. Paul, the Energy and Transportation Director at the Yampa Valley Sustainability Council on 919 Oak Street. First, thank you for your time, service, and attention. I apologize I couldn't be with you in person today, but I'm actually out of state. So we're asking you as a council to reconsider your first reading code language regarding unlimited fossil fuel snow melt in the commercial code adoption. And you know that to meet the CAP goals, we need to minimize future fossil fuel outdoor energy use, as was done with your own City Hall fire station project. Given the many low carbon solutions available, including the Green Choice program, we would prefer a no carbon commercial snow melt code language. However, we hope you'll at least consider our compromise position to put a limit on commercial fossil fuel snow melt for our written submittal to the council last week. And we went with the full written language in the first draft by the county plant building department. So thank you for your consideration. And remember from last meeting, don't do anything you can't undo and protect the city. Thank you very much.
Hey, thank you, Paul.
Thank you, Paul.
All right, any other comments on this item?
Please raise your hand so you can be called.
And please come up to we'd like to keep this moving, so thank you.
Hi, thank you. Megan Moorcat, Member Relations Manager for Yampa Valley Electric. I did want to speak to the Green Choice program. So that is a renewable energy credit offset program. This is how many businesses in the world say that they are 100% renewable energy. When renewable energy is generated, it has an attribute called a renewable energy credit. Right now, the electricity that we have in our territory is 45% renewable. So if our members want to offset the rest to be 100% renewable, they can participate in the renewable energy credit program called Green Choice. In reading the code language, there is nothing in there that says that you can't offset your usage in this way to be 100% carbon neutral. The idea is that the more renewable energy credits that are retired, which is what YVA does, then we will retire those, they go away. That generates market for more renewables to be built. Do you have any questions for us about that? You can't ask me questions. Okay, thank you.
All right, sir.
Megan, you know that. Oh, here's the general manager.
Paul, I would appreciate if you would mute.
Hi, Steve Johnson, CEO at Yampa Valley Electric. Through the code language and being part of the CAP, I think the drive towards, being 100% renewable is real, right? There's state statute driving to 100% renewable by 2050. It's not if it's going to happen, it's when, right? We have that goal of 2050. But ahead of that, with our transition on power supply, some of the things we're doing is in the next 5 years, right? Our drive is towards 80% or 80% plus renewable with a supply transition. So when we're looking at making choices and we're looking at making choices for long term, right? Sometimes these choices aren't always the cheapest option. I get that. But when we're looking at future, right? We don't build things, we don't buy things, always buying the cheapest thing. We buy things that are going to last. We buy things that are going to help drive us towards a future that we want. And we're saying we want a future of 100% renewable. Part of this decision is a tough decision to say, listen, if we can go all electric, we don't get enough credit. We're 45% renewable today. We do have a drive towards 80%. And we have a program that can get you to 100% today if you want to get there. But we will be at 100% in the future. And making this choice today, making this choice to say, let's not use fossil fuels to do some of these things, I believe is the right choice. And we can partner with you in a lot of ways to say, let's electrify these things. Let's move towards a renewable future. And let's do the right thing today, even though we may not see some of these financial returns for a few years. So thank you.
Thank you very
Thanks,
much.
Steve.
Catherine?
Thank you very much. Catherine Carson. I am a part of various organizations. I'm here tonight myself at 307 Locust Court with my husband, my new rescue vision impaired cat. So climate crisis is real. It is a national, local, and international challenge. Pope Francis issued an encyclical a couple weeks ago talking about how the emissions per individual in the United States far exceeds other poorer countries in China. He also, and I'm even reading something which I never do, he also leveled blame at leaders and businesses, which he said prioritize short-term profits and gains over climate action. This is a quote. Regrettably, the climate crisis is not exactly a matter that interests the great economic powers whose concern is with the greatest profit possible at minimal cost and in the shortest amount of time. We are not an economic power, but you are all economic leaders in our community. So I'm asking you tonight to take that bridge compromise. First choice would be, of course, to say 100% renewable. If any of you are uncomfortable with the timing of that, please do not allow fossil fuel or natural gas snowmelt that will harm our climate for the life of that system up to 20 and 25 years. Take the bridge compromise, do 100% renewable energy with the great REC programs that the Yampa Valley Electric Association says. Anything other than that is in direct opposition to state and national goals. It harms our climate. So please, guys, let's do the right thing for our community and our climate. 100% renewable, number one. Number two option, compromise bridge, 100% renewable with RECs. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Catherine.
And I think we have one more person online.
Bill Jameson.
Bill, you could unmute yourself, please. You'll have 2 minutes. Thank you.
Am I unmuted?
Yes.
Yes, Bill Jameson, Burgess Creek Road. Let's talk about public safety. This idea that you're going to limit snowmelt at a world-class or hope to be world-class ski resort with the investments that are being put in at the base area is just dumb. 15 years ago, my wife walked out of a function at the Grand, crossed the sidewalk, hit black ice that was under 2 inches of fresh snow in the evening, fell backwards and conked her head. It's a miracle she wasn't killed when you hear that coconut sound bouncing off the pavement. Unless you can shovel every hour and control black ice, it's not practical with the number of tourists, residents that utilize that base area. So to penalize and force people to electrify at this date doesn't make a lot of sense and shouldn't trump public safety in the short term. In the long term, when there's cost competitive alternatives, fine. But in the meantime, I'm sorry, fossil fuel is here for the short term. Whether that short term is 5, 10, or 20 years, it's not going away. So I urge you to adopt the plan as proposed on first reading and allow fossil fuel snow melt at the base area and downtown. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. All right, last chance. All right, I'm closing public comment and bring it back up to us for discussion.
I have a question.
Sure.
John, can you talk about what will occur with the Gondola Transit Center, the Ski Time Square, and all of the things we are talking about up there if we go a different route than what is proposed on a first reading?
So at the Gondola Transit Center, the design is going to involve about 120,000 square feet of snow melt. Our hope is that we can do it with a renewable source like geothermal, but it may not work. We really don't know. If we have to go electric, we'll need between 3 and 5 megawatts to power the system. I don't know if YVA's system can feed 3 to 5 megawatts. Maybe it can, maybe it can't. But Ski Corps, through our agreement, is responsible for maintaining and paying for that system. And I don't know if they are going to be willing to pay and maintain an electric system of that size. Regarding Ski Time Square, there are 3 different easements that we needed from 3 different property owners that all involve snow melt that have existing gas-powered snow melt systems. And they were only amenable to providing those easements to us if we stuck with gas as the fuel source.
So what happens if we change the code to something different?
At the
Then we have to
GTC.
renegotiate, or
Yeah.
how's that work?
Well, with Ski Time Square, they will hopefully be able to get their permits in before the new code takes effect. So we may be okay with Ski Time Square.
But that's a maybe.
Yeah, and then at GTC, if we can't make geothermal work and if there is a 1750 cap on renewable snowmelt systems, I think we could have a problem.
So I'm just following up because I read these exceptions, and would this area not be part of that exception?
If you exempted the base area, I think it would be part of the exception.
So the base area in general, or I guess that's, help me find a medium here.
And I was going to ask the same question as far as what's G1, G2, and if we exempted that, what do we have to do potentially to get to a better resolve on this, but still exempt the base area?
For the geographic boundaries of G1 or G2, I'd ask Rebecca Bessie to clarify that. I'm not entirely sure.
One more, I think it's really related to yours. If we went with, the reduction in square footage or just the all alternative options, wouldn't it still be allowed for Jonathan to come to us and say, this is a public health issue and we need snow melt for ADA accessibility and bus accessibility? Like, couldn't there be a limited scope of snow melt that still meets the need of Jonathan and the buses?
Todd, if you could answer that, if there's a way we could build in an exemption, I think that's what Councilor McGinley is driving towards. Is that right?
I'm seeing that it's that it's already in there based on the ADA accessibility is maintained.
Okay. I don't know if the bus pullouts and the drive lanes would be classified as such.
Yeah, I'd love clarification on that if possible.
Todd, can you help us with that?
Yeah, Todd Carr, Rock County Building Official. Yeah, so there's the exceptions that are listed before you get to the accessibility ADA exception. There's exception above that which is all federal, state, or local regulations that may require the snow melt. So the local one would be the city of Steamboat Springs, the municipality of city of Steamboat Springs requiring snow melt for whatever possible reason they would deem necessary, is the way I would read that exception.
So then if we
That doesn't help.
yeah, it's not, in my mind, that could mean anything to anybody and anybody could go take us to court on that, as opposed to having it be black and white.
Yeah, how do you rationalize a hotel going, I need this, so we make an exception? That's where it seems sticky.
Yeah, Todd Carr again, Rock County Building Official. It definitely is sticky. I mean, normally when something, say, for example, state, local, federal, state, or local requirement would be a regulation or an adopted municipality code or an adopted building code in some cases, or a fire code that would require that snow melt to be installed as an alternative to anything else, other options available. Like the closest thing I can think of is the fire code, because I don't deal with a lot of the transit center, public sidewalks, walkways around the transit center, bus loading, unloading areas, because there's no buildings involved. So building codes are kind of exempt from those types of projects. But with the fire code, the closest one is access to either a dwelling or a commercial building, right? And that would be based on steepness of the slope of the grade of the driveway that wouldn't allow the fire department to potentially access that property unless it had snow melt, because the grade exceeded the percentage of slope that's allowed per their adopted code. But this one is a little tricky, what you're asking me, because I really don't know the municipal codes when it comes to accessibility requirements and access at the loading zones and unloading zones of the transit center areas.
We do not have a regulation that would apply in this case.
And then you can't, it really wouldn't count. We would have to make exceptions for ourselves, which is contrary to what we're trying to do tonight.
Wait, John, you just said you don't have a standard for ADA accessibility?
We don't have a regulation that requires snow melt at bus stops or bus pullouts.
Right.
So I think, I don't believe there's a regulation that requires snow melt for ADA either.
No, but when I read this, I see that there's an exception for ADA uses and needs. So if our city building and road code says we need to have streets and sidewalks that accommodate ADA, then how can we not apply that to this exception?
Well, I look for Dan's help on this one, but I think you may have trouble stretching that to cover the road and the pullouts that the bus is in that's carrying the ADA passenger.
Dan, do you want to weigh in on that?
Yeah, just because there is a carve out for the potential for ADA regulations to apply in this space doesn't mean that there actually are any ADA regulations that would apply. And I'm not saying there are or not. It's probably something that gets decided to a certain extent on a case by case basis. But you can't assume just because there's an ADA reference that there is something in the ADA that would require snow melt in a particular location.
So when we do GTC design, can we say that it's all ADA? Would that make it work? I mean, that's what I'm saying. I'm
All
like
ADA
trying to
stuff.
figure out, okay, we do GTC and during the design phase, we say everything in the GTC is ADA.
So we can't create an ADA requirement where none exists.
Oh, okay. All right.
You could create a local regulation, but we don't have anything like that
I'm just
in
trying.
place right now.
Yeah.
Just a quick question. So, Todd, thank you for taking time out of your vacation to be here tonight. I just wanted to follow up on the comments regarding the green choice by the Yampa Valley Electric Association. And based upon what you heard tonight, are you comfortable with the language, or would we need to amend the language to add language that speaks specifically to the renewable energy credits?
Todd Carr, Rock County Building Official. Yeah, I'm really glad that both Megan and Steve were here tonight to answer those questions and or offer the comments, right? Public comment. But yeah, I would be comfortable with that because they're stating those are 100% renewable energy credits that are being purchased and delivered to that site. So based on what I heard tonight, that would be amenable.
Okay, and just to clarify, do you think we need additional language to be added, or you're comfortable that if an entity purchases the Green Choice program, that they meet the requirement that sets forth to have 100% renewable energy source?
Yeah, I don't
As
think we
long
need
as
to.
they're-
Yeah, I don't think we need to go in depth with the language. This did get brought up a little bit at the joint work session and also at the county commissioners code adoption meeting. But I think you want to leave it open because it might not just be YBA in the future that potentially could offer green energy credits, right? And the way we've written it is just to leave it open, in fact, that any program that can offer the 100% renewable energy credits should be able to take advantage of that, right? And so I don't know that it makes sense to over define that, but rather leave it the way that we've composed it currently.
Okay, all right. So again, just to be clear, the saying 100% renewable energy source is adequate. We can keep the period there.
Correct. And then through the review process of our permits that we receive in documentation is where building department staff would review these energy credits being proposed to determine whether they're in fact valid or not, right?
Okay, thanks, Todd.
I have a question, and it could be Megan, Brian, anybody to answer. The 120,000 square feet potentially over at GTC. Talked to some people today who had really just very quickly looked at gas versus electric and came up with a ballpark number of 300,000 a year right now for electric and 150,000 a year for gas to power the snowmelt system. If we asked a company to put in electric, and I'm just using these numbers, 300,000 a year, the difference is 150. So if they put in gas at 150,000, could they use the difference to buy enough from the Green Choice program to be 100% renewable on 120,000 square feet? Could they use money to, put in one system because we know it works and it would be ready to get plugged into a different system when it becomes feasible? But could they take the difference and do that in order to have reliability up front? Do you mind coming back up?
So you're speaking in dollars?
Dollars, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
I'm sorry, I don't know the kilowatts and all the other stuff.
So without knowing the amount of energy they'll need, that's a very hard question to answer. I can say the Green Choice program is very affordable. So really kind of not knowing the numbers that you're describing, it's a really hard question to answer, but $150,000 to offset with the Green Choice program seems extremely, extremely expensive to me, that they would definitely be able to buy into Green Choice with that. But you were asking me a question about reliability at the end. I wanted to understand that.
Personal opinion, and from what we went through with City Hall and Fire Station, concern that we would have to spend, whether it's me personally in my house or whether it's a commercial building or whomever, the reliability of understanding. So my other question was going to be, does anybody know of any 130,000 square foot snow melt system powered by electricity in this country or in the world right now today that is successful? Because if the answer is no, why do we need to be the guinea pigs? So that's the question. That was going to be my other question was, is there a way to offset it if GTC had to end up going with gas and they could offset it with the Green Choice program?
Oh, okay.
And then the other piece of it is, do we have any huge project anywhere that's doing it successfully today?
So yeah, I want to clarify, Yampa Valley Electric can offset your electricity usage with renewable energy credits. We cannot offset your gas.
Oh, I understand.
Okay.
I understand.
Okay. But you can get your gas offset through other programs, just not through your local electric co-op.
Okay.
And
I'm gonna back you up on this.
okay, thank you. I'm going to let Steve take this one.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Let's let Steve answer.
Yeah, Steve Johnson, CEO of Yampa Valley Electric. That's a great question, but the reality is, history has said, right, economics drives those decisions. So when you ask the question is there 130,000 square foot snowmelt system out there powered by electricity today? The answer economically would be no, because economics has ruled, but there hasn't been, state statute and federal laws saying we've got to drive towards renewable for climate action. So you're asking a question today that ultimately has been driven by economics historically. So it's a tough question to answer. You're not a guinea pig. 3 megawatts, 5 megawatts of load up on the mountain. That's not an issue for us. We'll get you what you need. We're in a 3-year project right now, partnering with a lot of partners up on the ski mountain, creating dedicated feeders and options for future growth of electricity up there. So I don't have any concerns with any of that, but it's a great question. But you don't have to worry about being a guinea pig. This is something that's been done, thousands of times over. It's just something of that magnitude has been driven by economics historically. And economics historically has said, put in gas.
Great. Thank you. I appreciate that. Any other questions?
I have
I'm sorry, comments?
comments, yeah.
Comments.
Okay, go ahead, Joella.
Okay, go ahead, John.
I wish that we hadn't let Gates go home when he was done.
He might be online. I asked him to get online for this.
Let me check.
He is online.
He is.
I'm online.
I would love to know what the situation is with the GTC and specifically with the transit portion of that.
Sorry, can you clarify that question?
Gates, we need you to mute until you're ready to speak, if you don't mind.
Yeah, can you mute your computer so we don't get a feedback?
We got a feedback and a child.
The kid.
And somebody is
So-
standing where the lights are.
Sorry, I should be good now. I apologize. Joella, could you please repeat that question?
The question is basically the cost of the 100% renewable energy in connection with the snow melt system for the GTC. Do we have any idea at all what cost might be? Has there been any thought given to that yet?
So there are two aspects of that cost. The first is the capital cost of the system, and the second is the operational cost. What I can tell you is that in 2007 or 8, the URA did a study on the feasibility of a geothermal system for the promenade, which was a similarly sized snowmelt system as we're looking at today. And at that time, I think they showed that a traditional ground source heat loop type system would cost $10 million, which is obviously out of our range. We do not know exactly what kind of updated hybrid system would cost, probably significant money upfront. But the thinking would be that if the upfront investment was higher, you would expect that operational costs would be lower. When I looked at the snowmelt issue on Ski Time Square, if you go with a simple gas boiler versus an electric resistance boiler, I think I was showing it was 2.5 times maybe more expensive for electricity. But you could use heat pumps. And again, that's a higher capital cost, and then bring the operational cost down to parity. So, I mean, I guess the answer is there are a lot of moving parts and a lot of unanswered questions, but that's our intention of moving forward with a feasibility study, and hopefully we can find something out of the box that would work for the GTC.
Can I ask? Go ahead, Gail.
No.
My question is,
Right with Gates.
and I don't know if Sarah's online or not. I spoke with her this afternoon. Could you confirm or reinforce the commitment of Altera and their policies moving forward, so that no matter what we do here tonight, if you can speak for the knowledge that you have on, and not speaking for Altera, but speaking about Altera's policies and how they want to move forward with a sustainable future? and what they
it's-
want to do as far as trying to work through geothermal or whatever else.
Yeah, so I think, I don't know if Sarah's on or not, but I've certainly heard many discussions. Sarah's leading some of those efforts in Steamboat, and I think that they have a goal of being 100% renewable, at least for their existing operations. Alterra has several different priorities, and I think environmental sustainability is a strong one.
Okay. I'm not going to take, I had a conversation with Sarah today. I've just texted her to ask her if she could get online. The summary I have from today is that Alterra will do everything possible to be sustainable, number one, review geothermal, number two, and work within their framework for the future. And that obviously that is a goal of theirs for the entire corporation. And I'm not speaking for them. I'm relaying a conversation from earlier today. Okay. Yeah, I'll go ahead.
Good. And I'm hoping that Paul Boney is still on the line from Yampa Valley Sustainability Council. And certainly as we're talking about electric and beneficial electrification is an option. But as we start talking about economics, perhaps you can, Paul, if you're still on the line, to the extent that geothermal is also being considered as a potential option, what kind of credits are out there? Either number one, actually for geothermal, as well as I think there might be some tax credits for beneficial electrification, and maybe YBEA can speak to that too. So again, to this extent that we're diving into the financials, there's a lot of tax credits, different things like that are options as well.
So I am online, and thank you for the question. Really, the gas electric economics that Steve pointed out are real, obviously. The question is, are electric and gas prices going to stay in a parallel mode going forward? You're in a state that's basically said it wants to degasify by 2050. I think that's going to put a lot of pressure on natural gas going forward. And you're bringing more and more renewables online that actually have a lower cost to generate than the existing embedded electric system. So I think the dynamics between gas and electric prices today are going to change. However, electrification, I guess the lowest efficiency of electrification is electric resistant boilers, which have 100% efficiency. Then you can step that up to heat pumps, and you can go to air to water heat pumps in the case of snow melt, and then you can get into efficiencies over the course of a year closer to 200%. And then you can put in ground source heat pumps and or other water-based systems that can capture the water going up the hill to make snow and capture the water coming down the hill and sewer flow. And those heat pumps can operate at efficiencies of 400 to 600%. So the kind of break-even point is a heat pump at somewhere between 2, 3, or 400% efficiency, and then suddenly your operating costs become equal to or less than natural gas. There is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity right now for tax credits that are available to all organizations, whether they're for-profit or not-for-profit. And those tax credits are available for heat pump technology and geothermal technology and solar thermal technology, and they're not available for gas boilers. So this 4 or 5 year window we have right now with the Inflation Reduction Act can actually bring the first cost of electrification, as long as it's done efficiently, to at or below the first cost of natural gas solutions. So there's I guess, as I said 2 weeks ago, by holding the designers accountable to look at the future and to look at the math and solve the puzzle, you'll get creative solutions. If you say, no, we'll accept business as usual, you're going to get business as usual, which is the lowest first cost now. And Catherine Carson's point, we can't wait any longer for business as usual. It's time to get creative. It's time to end the use of fossil fuels, and it's time to put the engineers and designers to work to come up with carbon-free solutions that will provide long-term economic and environmental benefits. So hopefully, Gail, that answers your question.
Yes, it does. Thank you.
All right, now I'm going to pull this back around because we've been on this for over an hour, I believe, or close to an hour. Michael, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I did. And I appreciate there was an email sent out October 9th last week. And you had some answers, Gail. I think it came from you, Steve, which kind of helped me crystallize the green choice program. And I just wanted to ask that one question because it's brought up a couple of times. But basically, the example that was given is that I can calculate my green choice allocation by taking the kilowatt hour used, which in one of our house was 308 kilowatts in a month. And then it says multiply that by 55%. It was like 165. And then multiply that number by 0.006. It's like $1. I mean, so to offset my electricity at my house, I'd have to pony up $1 to hit 100% renewable equivalent. Right? Wow. That seems low in considering what we're trying to do. And I just wanted to put that in perspective that, you know, people don't know where I stand on this one. And I don't mean to be rude on that, but I am vacillating back and forth because this is one of those things that I do respect the business to be able to use fossil fuels currently because it's not 100% renewable, it's 45% renewable. And yet, when I look at the green choice and a little bit more into what does it take to buy the renewable, it seems that it's a very nominal fee on the front end because we know right now putting in a system for all electric is twice the price of electricity or not, but the ongoing maintenance could be, as the example was, it could be twice the price. We don't know for sure. But gas being used efficiently right now, moving to electric. And I did have a talk with some people regarding the GTC and the 130,000 square feet that we're looking at, but also the additional development that may be coming, where Ski Time Square built, is and the parking garage there and that developer that, they're hopefully and looking at other alternatives right now that even if we don't do gas, they're still going to build these 8-story buildings. That's going to bring a lot of places there and still heat the sidewalks. And so, I'm still vacillating, but I like the plan that we have with the G1, G2, the way it's written in there. However, I can be sold on, once I did the numbers of what the green choice actually cost, I was like, wow, we could actually offset that. My only problem I have with that is that we're mandating in our code to pay a private entity, and I'm going to call the Yampa Valley Electric, even though it's a co-op, a private entity, any amount of money. Okay, because now we're mandating that you have to pay that. And if that rate goes from 0.006 to 0.1 or 0.107 or whatever those numbers change, the green choice is not identified in our code. It's just saying that we have to offset the electric, right? Renewable. And so the problem that I have is that we're forcing all of our building projects to then look through the filter of, if you want to use 100%, you use as much snow melt as you want, all electric. It's only 45%. So your bill's going to be a little bit higher right now. And in the next 3 to 4 years, as this starts to equal, then maybe we don't need the green choice because we're finding that we're renewables. You see, and so when I start to look at that and I start to, what scared me about this whole heat melt thing, especially when we're talking about Ski Time Square, was the size of the heat pumps. Let's not use heat pumps in these systems. And talking to Todd Carr and others, there's a lot of other options to heat the sidewalks more than a heat pump. I do not see heat pumps being an option for our Ski Time Square, period. But let them solve that. I'm not going to be the one doing it because I just don't want to have these big monster buildings or equipment running like it. So I have to say that when it came down to the green choice, that it was such a nominal fee that even right now at 45% renewable, I would have to then purchase 65% more of that and get my deal. Am I hitting it right? Because if I'm wrong, now's the time to clarify this, because that's the way I understand this.
Okay, All
55.
right, we're, okay,
55, yeah.
please. This is our conversation at this point.
Well, we've asked them.
I would like to go, Gail, did you have something? Because this is our last round on this. We're
Yeah,
gonna-
no, I was just going to say, I mean, to your point about we're mandating they go to the green choice. I mean, that's just one of the options, right? I mean, there are a lot of different options. I mean, as we say, they're looking at geothermal from a district perspective. You know, Angela can even remind us about what was done at the ice rink, right? I mean, we're using, I think, you don't have to, but we're using an alternative method, right, to melt the snow. So there are a lot of different options out there for renewable energy sources that, again, as was said, we can, and can get creative in terms of how this gets resolved if we simply say no more fossil fuel.
Anyone else have a
Yeah,
comment?
There's the last thing on that. And the only thing that I'm trying to say is that if we as a community want to make sure the GTC is snow melted, okay, it's the city, and that if we end up having to pay for it ourselves with buying our own renewable one way or the other, or, and this is a question for Dan, can we even give us a variance to this code we're adding right now through the building and the planning process to say, under the circumstances, it's not achievable right now. We're going to let this case by case basis, but this is new. Let's say the GTC does get done. Is that something we can do on a variance to the code like everything else?
You know, I don't think the building code has a variance provision that would cover something like this. The building official does have some discretion to authorize, I think it's phrases alternate means and methods. But I think that you would need specific language to address that eventuality. Now, also, and you do have the power to just waive code provisions if necessary, but that is not something that's built into the building code as it currently exists.
And that's all I'm asking, is that if there was an opportunity that when we get down to this and we just agree and the council at that point, it makes it a policy decision, we can go ahead and still strike that one for this one project.
Yeah, you'd have the legal authority to do that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Gail, did you
So-
want to make a comment?
I'm good.
Okay.
You're doing closing
Anybody,
comments?
this is it. I'm going to
I'm
ask for a
gonna-
motion. So
No, I'm
let's.
gonna make a comment then.
Okay.
I'm still hung up on Ski Time Square.
Okay.
And that is my hangup. And the fact of the matter is, we entered into this contract. We had this exact same deliberation when we were discussing Ski Time Square. And we voted and we said that we would not jeopardize these contracts. And unless and until we can somehow build that in to this, I can't support any of this, mostly because I'm not willing to jeopardize what we worked so hard to get an easement for, to actually see some sort of progression up on Ski Time Square. The bottom line is we all realize that is a necessity, and it is something that is desperately needed to increase not only our visitation, but our experience and our tax dollars. We got to get this stuff built. And we said that we would adhere to that. And now it feels as though if we pass this, and what I heard is that if we do, we are jeopardizing those easement agreements.
Well, the Ski Time Square easements, I think once the building permit is pulled on those, it doesn't
If they
matter.
don't get pulled before this code is enacted on January 1,
Correct.
then we are a dead duck.
Okay.
So I don't want to compromise the capacity to, I don't want to risk the thought process that could be done. And I want to make sure that we actually get that to the finish line. And so that's my number one. My number two is we're talking about snow melt that, let's be real here, is maybe 3.5 months out of the year. And I'm talking about geothermal specifically. To sit there and think we're going to spend the money or have all this stuff for a 3.5 month project is overwhelming in my fiscal mind of the money that will be spent for 3.5 months a year. I mean, and that's where I am. And I support the movement, and I will say what I said last week, or whenever we said this 2-3 weeks ago. It feels like they're all running together at this point, that we see this building code every 3 years. Is this ready for prime time right now to say, this is our new life, our new choice? And do we have the people to maintain these things? Do we have the suppliers to come and give us these things? What is the time frame to get that stuff here? I look at this and I believe there will be supply chain concerns with even getting this stuff here in a timely manner. And will permits be pulled? Is GTC even going to get to the finish line in the next 3 years? I don't know. And so all of these fears that we're hearing may not come to fruition before we hear the next reading of the building code, the next building code. And I implore us to really consider a 3.5 month decision every year, because we need to save everybody today. I understand that these could be 20-year ramifications, but there is nothing that says that any of these things that we're potentially saying could help us could not be retrofitted in the future if people adopt different, mechanics and abilities to do these things. This to me is not ready for prime time.
All right, thank you.
I'd like to make a motion to table this discussion in order to give council more time to understand the options of renewable energy, the costs associated, and the impacts to the community and to the environment, and potential contracts that might be impacted.
I'll second that.
How is council going to acquire that information? Do you have a proposal as to how council is going to be educated?
I don't think our council fully understands the Green Choice Program. I think there was confusion walking into this room today, and it's hard to make a decision on new information. I think that we could further look into the solar or the not geothermal, but the hot water. There's different systems that I'm not fully immersed in to understand the feasibility and costs of. So
I know what I don't know. There's no question about that. But what I'm asking you is, if we're tabling this for us to become more educated, how is that education going to happen? It doesn't happen sitting here in a council meeting. So how and
maybe
when?
we have a work session. Maybe we, I know that, this code needs to be adopted here in the next few months in order to come into effect in January. So I think that we will have to move quickly, but I do believe that more information would help us make a better decision for our community.
So I'm gonna push back and say, we've been talking about this for quite a few weeks. We had a conversation about this code and the energy when we talked about Ski Time Square. So the 7 of us have been sitting up here educating and getting educated for quite a while now. And you're saying we've got potentially 4 meetings before this needs to be adopted with a brand new council, and you're going to get them up to speed and educate them in 4 meetings. I don't think that that's feasible, nor is it fair to this community to put that on the backs of brand new members who have really green minds coming into this. It is hard to get yourself onboarded into this position. And I think we have the wherewithal to do this.
And I will not support that either. Does anyone else have a comment? I'll call the question.
Well, and I seconded her motion.
I know you did.
I agree that there are lots. I still have questions specific to GTC and to what the absence of snow melt system would do in terms of requiring a redesign of the bus drop off, which is certainly what I heard when I went to the GTC open house from a person who, as far as I could tell, was responsible in some major way for the design of that bus drop off. So that there's a huge hole in my knowledge and a vast hole in terms of understanding the technology. But I honestly don't know how I'm going to get there. And I don't know what a fair time frame is. I'm very conscious of the issue with Ski Time Square. I thought we had that worked out, but it's the obligation of that project to get its permit in before this code goes into effect. And then I have yet more questions for Gates about that.
All right, so we have a motion on the floor in a second.
I'd suggest we need a date certain if you're going to table this.
Date certain, we could do, I think, November 21st.
That's one meeting.
It's one meeting for your new council.
Yeah.
Educate them? You want to educate a new council in one meeting that's wow.
All right. All right. So we have a motion on the floor. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Opposed.
Motion is defeated 5-2. Would someone please make a motion for this item?
Yep, I'm gonna make a
approve
motion on, nope, I've got it.
I
right.
got it.
I'm
I
no.
move to approve the ordinance as written.
I'll second that. Or I prefer not to second anything.
I'll second it.
All right, we have a motion to approve it and a second motion to approve. So
Can I add a
second by
friendly
Briones.
to your
Yes,
motion?
We can have some more discussion. Yep.
Quickly. Can we just add a one sentence language that says there is a preference for non-fossil fuel, renewable, low or no carbon emissions? This will just set the tone that we do intend to work towards this in the future, knowing that it might not be feasible at this time, but we have that in sight.
And where, just let's put it, what page and where?
Yes, I'm questioning why we would have that friendly when we have exception number 4 in both the commercial and residential portions.
Can you read that exception 4 for me, please?
Exception 4 says outdoor heated snow melt systems powered by 100% renewable energy source may be installed on all properties located within the city of Steamboat Springs.
Yeah, to me, I think it should be at the beginning of each section where before it goes into the exceptions and the each item underneath, because to me, the beginning language sets the tone for the code. And I think it's important just to have it in that part so that we know.
Well, we're not doing whereases, we're looking at code compliance. And when we talked to Todd about this, he definitively said that when I asked him specifically about number 4, he said, this is where you put it in. So you make sure that if people want to do renewables, that they can. So these aren't whereases, this is a building code.
I understand. Todd, can you?
Well, no,
No,
we're not.
we're done. We have a friendly, is it accepted?
No,
All right, we have a motion on the floor. We have a second. We had a friendly that has not been accepted. I'm calling the question. All those in favor?
I,
Those opposed?
I'm opposed.
Opposed. So we have 2 opposed, so it's
I
5.
think Gail,
No, I'll vote for it.
you're gonna vote for it?
6-1.
Okay. All right.
So motion passes 6-1.
Thank you for your time, Todd.
Everyone for this. This has been a very difficult one. I appreciate everyone's passion on both sides of this. And Todd, thank you for reaching out to the entire construction community over the past year and for all that everyone has put into this. Thank you very much. We are taking a
Todd.
5-minute break and we will come back and do Brown Ranch. We're only gonna be 15 minutes off. That's not so bad. Rowing. And it's all gone in the. I just love the way they give this to us again.
Do this.
Oh, man.
Brown Ranch. All right.
Ready? All right, everybody, we are going to start. I'm going to do this one last time.
You are so kind. Thank you.
One last time. I think I've only used it once in 2 years. So, except for the kids pounding away on it and he came in. That was hilarious. All right, we're going to get started. We are going to do agenda item number 14, second reading of an ordinance approving the annexation to the city of Steamboat Springs of approximately 420 acres of real property known as Brown Ranch and referring the annexation to the registered electors of the city of Steamboat Springs at a special election on June 25th, 2024. PL 2023-0222. And Dan, did you want to start off with this?
Just briefly, as you know, this ordinance is the culmination of two separate processes for the annexation of real property into Steamboat Springs. One is the State Municipal Annexation Act, and then the other is the city's Community Development Code. If and when the council adopts this ordinance, that would complete the city council's role in the adoption process. However, the adoption would not be complete until the city clerk records the annexation map and ordinance with the county clerk. The current draft ordinance provides for this matter to be referred to an election. And so the city clerk would not record those documents until and unless the election is held and the annexation approved by the voters. The ordinance can be amended on second reading, and there's no legal limit as to the scope of an amendment, although you couldn't change the subject matter from something other than the annexation. But there are some practical limitations as to what we can do in terms of drafting amendments on the fly. So I think that is really all I have to say at this point. At some point we may want to talk about the language of the ballot question that's in the ordinance. But I think at this point, I would turn things over to the applicant, who I believe has a presentation.
All right, thank you. Jason, good evening.
Thank you, Jason Peasley, Executive Director of the Yampa Valley Housing Authority. It's an honor to be here. I wanted to do a little bit of recap on the public process that we've gone through over the course of the last 2+ years. Since we were so lucky to be donated the Brown Ranch piece of property, immediately after the land donation, we formed the outreach committee and included the steering committee. Did lots of targeted outreach. I think we ended up reaching probably 4,000 people throughout that whole process, and spent a lot of time listening to the community. And so the plan that you have in front of you is really a reflection of the community's values and the community's desire to have housing solutions. Wanted to kind of briefly touch on what Brown Ranch delivers to the community, because I think it's really important to talk about the value that that's going to bring to this community. I think the first and foremost is the top line goal of affordability and almost 2,300 units of affordable housing to the local workforce. And what that brings is housing choice, both the choice to get into a unit that works best for you, but a choice that's largely evaporating from this community, which is the choice to actually afford a home or to afford to live in Steamboat Springs. Lots of our community members have been forced to move out of town. And at one point in time, one of the best things that we had was the choice to either live in Steamboat. If you wanted something different, you could move to a different community. We're hoping to preserve that. You also get climate action with this plan. Sustainability is at the heart of what we're doing. And then significant investment in infrastructure for our community, from roads, trails, open space, parks, water facilities, sewer facilities, regional drainage, all of those types of things are significant investments in our local infrastructure. As far as the program details, again, 2,264 units designed specifically to meet the demand of our community, with flexibility as that demand changes over time, and the non-residential complementary retail services, office, community assets that you would expect in a community of this size. I wanted to briefly touch on affordability because that's the most important thing that we're doing here. The units that are deed restricted either by the community affordability agreement or the use covenant will be restricted to residents and workers of Routt County. And that's really important to us. Those are the folks that are being priced out. And so we want to make sure that we're delivering on our goal of creating that supply and then secondarily maintaining its affordability long-term. So those use covenants and community affordability agreements are intended to make sure it's affordable on the first sale or the first time you rent, and the second, third, fourth, fifth, 10th time that unit is either sold or rented. So we have an opportunity in front of us that's significant, that's, I would say, transformational for this community. And so there's been a few points that are, I would say, loose ends that I want to make sure that we tie up here. The first is on the traffic study. So a couple bits of information about that. We've worked on providing additional information to the Public Works Director. We had a meeting just earlier today to talk about that additional information. I think that the most basic explanation is Highway 40 is a problem now. It will continue to be a problem, and that Brown Ranch is the largest funding source that we have identified today. If you start looking at the details of what's in the traffic study and the amount of investment that needs to be made in the west part of Highway 40, we have at times failing levels of service between 13th Street and Elk River Road right now. And the cost to fix all of that is $25 million. And we also have moments where it's failing between Downhill Drive and Elk River Road. And it's true, Brown Ranch accelerates the need to expand even past that. But all of those costs come to bear at some point in the near future for our community. And so it's something we're going to have to address at some point in the future. We believe that getting a $20 million infusion from Brown Ranch is the way to start that process. I want to talk a little bit about the concept of infill. And a lot of folks have said, we can just infill our way out of this housing problem. And having done sort of the original infill analysis for the city 15 years ago during Steamboat 700, we had a lot of capacity back then. The housing authorities built 500 units on a lot of that infill capacity. I would say, based on my estimation, there may be about 800 units of vacant land left. That would basically mean that somehow the housing authority would come to acquire every vacant piece of property in the existing city of Steamboat Springs and build all affordable housing, which is currently not happening. So we would not meet even our demand that exists today for housing with what could be infilled in the city. Unless we make dramatic changes to the density of existing neighborhoods. And we have not seen an appetite for that. So we have to grow the footprint of our community at some point to meet our housing needs. As it relates to operational funding, heard a lot about how the people of Steamboat Springs are going to subsidize the folks at Brown Ranch. And that is just straight up false. Brown Ranch is actually the only community that will be a net zero to the city on a general operating standpoint. The only community. Every other community or neighborhood in Steamboat has a net draw of $541 per household. And because we're paying extra, $1,200 a year extra for every household at Brown Ranch, we will be net zero to the city, and that will be unlike any other that exists in the community right now. Talking about, let's shrink the project. That'll make the gap go away. Well, I want to focus on a couple of different things. This project actually becomes net positive to the city in phase 3. And that benefit, if you shrink the project, does not exist. And so shrinking the project, whereas it makes it less efficient to actually deliver the units that we're trying to do, it also becomes less financially feasible for the city. The basic concept there, make it half the size, you're going to get half the building use and excise tax, half the tap fees. So you get, instead of 20 million towards Highway 40, you get 10. Instead of 2/3 of the Elk River plant paid for, you get 1/3 of it paid for. And so shrinking the project, whereas it seems natural that if you made it smaller, it'd be easier. The reality is that there's a lot of investment that needs to be made, and you want to spread it across a significant amount of units. It makes it more efficient, and it brings in revenue that the city relies on to make capital improvements like building use and excise tax, tap fees, those types of things. Another topic is the reducing the size or delaying is going to create this magical capital gap going away. We believe that delaying puts money at jeopardy, money that we have or grants that we have in the queue with the state right now. And so from our standpoint, we really believe now is the time to act. I want to talk a little bit about those grants. You can see them up here. We've talked about them in a significant way. We're presenting in a week on a couple of these different grants, 7 million worth with DOLA. The city itself has a $4 million grant. We've heard loud and clear from the state, if this doesn't get annexed, these projects these grant funds aren't coming to our community. They're going to another community. As it relates to transportation, really feel that there's a lot of investment happening into transportation right now. And I recently today got a call from CDOT saying, let's set up a meeting. Let's talk about a partnership. They're willing to come to the table. We talked last time about the fiscal impacts of really the investment that's going to be made at Brown Ranch, the $1 billion in construction activity, and how that will generate additional revenue to the city that you're not accounting for in your current spreadsheets. I think this is a fairly conservative approach to what revenue would come to the city, but safe to say there's going to be a huge economic driver of making this type of investment in our community. As I mentioned, there's a dollar cost to delaying the annexation. There's a time cost to that as well. If we wait till June to have the community weigh in on this, we'll lose a year on our housing delivery timeline. That's another year for people to have to hold on. And so the human cost is really the one that bothers me the most. When we surveyed the folks at the Young Professionals Network and the Steamboat Springs School District, people are barely holding on. And to say just a couple more years, it's hard for me to accept that. And lastly, the gap, if we do nothing, is even more tragic. I hope that's not a conversation that we're having today. But we know we have problems that we need to solve. It's a top priority for the community to address housing. This is our opportunity to do it. So our ask to you today is to make a historic investment in our community. We've done this over time. We've invested in the ski area. We've invested in downtown. Now it's time to invest in our workforce. And that investment starts with annexing Brown Ranch and finishes with delivering the housing supply that our community needs so that we can maintain that character that makes Steamboat special. Thank you.
Thank you. Great, Jason. Thank you very much. All right, questions for the applicant or for any of staff?
I have questions.
And I would, let's be as, I understand that you're probably going to have a lot of fiscal questions. Let's be super careful that we don't get too into the weeds with this. And we have a lot of people here that want to do public comment, which you wanted to do first.
Let's do that.
So what are we going to do first?
Could do public comment first.
All right, so we had done a motion earlier this evening to do public comment first. That means once public comment is over, you will not be given the opportunity to speak again after the questions and the other, whatever we discuss, whatever options go on the table. So know that when you speak now, you have not heard our discussion this evening or our questions. All right, that's a decision that was made by council earlier this evening. So I'm sorry for some of you, and it's probably good for others because you want to get home or you want to get offline. But after you do make public comment tonight, you will not be invited to make public comment again after our discussion. For questions. All right, so is there anyone in the public sitting here that would like to make a public comment? Come on up, bud.
And please, if you are online, please raise your hand so that you may be called upon when we are ready. So use your emoji on Zoom so I can see that you are in line and ready to go.
And I would really appreciate if you have 2 or 3 folks ready at the steps to
Please
move
line
into
up.
place. And everyone is given 2 minutes this evening.
I mean, we'd like to see 10 people lined up because if you guys aren't, we're going to shut public comment. We are not going to wait for people to walk down.
All right.
Okay.
Hi, Bud.
Hi, I'm Bud Romberg, 736 Yamanite, Steamboat Springs, a 57-year resident. I've stayed out of this public discussion up to now on purpose because I'm old and I'm not directly affected by it. And I felt that younger voices should make the decisions that you are facing. However, I feel that the question of community character is what's at stake, and I need to speak. In my 30 years teaching here and time on the school board, the planning commission, the city council, the housing authority, and Habitat for Humanity board, the concept of community character has always played a part in the discussion. When I came here 57 years ago, starting teacher salary was $5,000, but you could buy a house for $15,000. And the teachers made up a large part of the town's middle class. Today, starting teacher salary is about $50,000, but you can't buy a house for $150,000. And according to statistics, those teachers are in the poverty range. And the same thing can be true for other professions such as nurses or police, just to name a couple, to say nothing of the service workers who make this town run. Without all these groups, the community character is drastically changed. As we all know, the costs of all things have gone up, but housing is the primary culprit, and it is making many of the citizens here leave. Before I was elected to city council in 1999, the property west of town, now known as the Brown property, was identified as the area for new residential growth. So the argument that this is the wrong place has long been settled.
And Bud, I need you to wrap up, please.
Pardon me?
I need you to wrap up, please.
Okay, I'm just about finished. When I sat in your seats, we had the same concerns that you have regarding a balanced budget, so I can relate to your legitimate concerns regarding costs now and in the future. But you have discussed this item in great detail, and now is the time to act to protect the $15 million available and to get some housing built. In my estimation, the Housing Authority has done a marvelous job of building limited housing, and let's let them move forward with this before our community character is lost and we become a gated community. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you,
Yes,
Bud.
thank you very much. And just, okay, all right, so we don't do that. We don't clap, we don't shout out. And if you choose to do that, we will ask you to leave. It's 2 minutes tonight. Please watch the clock and wrap up when you get to your 2 minutes, please. Thank you. Hi.
Jim Engelken, 750 Pamela Lane. Your process tonight is unacceptable. I served on 7 years in city council. Never once did we tell the community, you cannot speak on the new information that is presented tonight. Every time you have a meeting on a topic, there is new information. There are new questions. There are new opinions. I am here to comment on the new information that I wanted to hear tonight, and you're stifling that ability. It's not okay.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, I'm a little short. It's down.
Don't pull down.
I am Kelly Gallegos. I live at 111 Missouri Avenue, and I am an RN and a leader at the local hospital. I have the privilege of working with most of our clinical teams at the hospital. It's a great joy and a privilege, but it's a huge responsibility. We're the highest level of trauma services in the region. We're the only hospital that delivers babies or does C-sections, and we have a huge responsibility of maintaining a workforce that can provide those services 24/7, but also to respond on call within a 20-minute time frame when we do have an emergency. So that means that most of our staff really need to live within 20 minutes of the hospital. The roads are dangerous and they just can't get here from Craig or Hayden or other places. Our team is smart, they're dedicated, and they're exactly the type of people that you want taking care of you and your family, but they're very stressed. We have had some enormous issues with recruitment of staff after we've lost staff in this area. We've had positions for professionals that have remained vacant for over 2 years without an applicant because they can't put the pieces together of how to afford a house and move to Steamboat. We have worked very hard at trying to provide those services for our staff. Recently, you probably read that we are investing in some housing for our workforce because it's such an issue. And as generous as it is, it's only going to impact about 7% of our workforce. So we have a long ways to go to be able to stabilize what we provide for the community. I work with these teams every day and have had some recent interviews with them where I've heard that they're moving every 3 to 6 months because that's as long as they can get a lease. I work with individuals who are in their 50s that they've never lived any place that they didn't have a roommate, and they're being forced to move to places like Santa Fe because they're more affordable. We've lost physical therapists. We've not been able to attract doctors. And so on behalf of the hospital workforce and somebody that believes dearly in what we provide, Browns Ranch gives us hope. So I just hope that you can consider that for our workforce. Thank you.
Thanks, Kelly.
Thank you.
Jack LaGroix, 2322 Epre Skiway. Apologize for last week. I forgot to thank everybody for all the work you've done, and especially to the people who are taking fiscal responsibility for our city. And those of you who didn't, who want to do this, and we don't have enough money. And you're going to just keep coming to the city trying to pull money from us. Plus, they do have no right to the grants. They're their own entity. The city is where they're done. Like you said, all your responsibility is to get this to this point. Another thing, from way back at the beginning, the transportation was supposed to be a bus service all around through Gossard and back around, and that was $800,000 plus. They've cut that out to on-call. What happens when you need the full bus service? Who is going to pay for that? Definitely not them, because it'll be $1 million by then. Also, I took a ride around the 3 apartment complexes that they run now, and I don't know who their management is, but I'm going to send you pictures of what they look like. One example is the one on Highway 40 that has the gas fireplaces are all destroyed. There's a bike thrown out in front. There's trash everywhere. someone's camping in a parking lot and the other one, the parking in the one over there near the new one they're going to build, the bears got in. I was there Saturday and they still haven't cleaned up the mess and it's disgusting. And you do get a different group of people in affordable housing. I know that sounds horrible, but you walk around those places and I don't know who manages them or who's responsible for it, but it's terrible. And the other thing, what happens when this 25% fails? That's all they have. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill.
Thank you.
Jack, excuse me. Right. Hi there.
Hello, Samuel Bob, 3052 Aspen Leaf Way. And I'm here to encourage the council to move quickly on this annexation. Don't delay, don't wait for a referendum next summer. We've talked a lot about affordable housing tonight. We all know what's at stake here. If we want a diverse, functional city where the people who work here can live here, we need to take action on affordable housing now. While the concern about funding is valid, I would ask you to consider that the risk of waiting is less visible, and so it's easy to underestimate that risk. Delaying is the greater risk here. As we wait, our city continues to grow, demand for housing increases, people are displaced. It puts those grants at risk, it puts families and businesses at risk. Please consider that and please move quickly on approving the Brown Ranch annexation. Thank you. I appreciate all of your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hi.
Leila Krulski, 1255 Meadowood Court. First of all, thank you for all your time and for all you do. This is a very hard job. You can see that. And basically, I think it's important that we look at it fiscally. I look at my own budget that way. Most people do. And that's very, very important. What I can see happening potentially too is if one scenario could be that the 52 million you're talking about, that were this shortfall. I looked at the 20-year projections, there's shortfalls. Perhaps you can't get grants, then it becomes property taxes. And that could displace people who are already here, who are nurses and firemen and teachers. Perhaps they can't afford their property tax. Again, I just think it's really important to look at it from a fiscal responsibility direction. Is this absolutely needed? I totally see that affordable housing is needed. There's no question in my mind of that, but please do it in a fiscally responsible way. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Riley Jacobs and I live in Oak Creek, and I'm also here to talk about Brown Ranch because I think it's a super important project that needs to be moved up and not waited to vote on. I am a fifth generation Steamboat kid. My family came here in the 1800s, and it's super important to me that this is where I'm from and this is where I would love to be. So I would love to have the opportunity to live here when that may arise, but that's not something that I can do reasonably at this time. I was raised in the Winter Sports Club and I'm on the path to be going to the Olympics, and I represent Steamboat with everything that I am. So I would love to be able to have the opportunity to live here and continue that tradition that my family has. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And good luck.
Good luck.
Good job.
Araceli Guggen, Steamboat Springs 80487. Equity involves trying to understand and give people what they need to enjoy full and healthy lives, a term that was touted when this council was ready to spend millions on a 40-acre park. From what I've heard in this community, especially from my Latin community, we need this annexation to approve annexation. We need this council to approve annexation. A public vote will not be equitable, as we know that those that are privileged enough to live within our city are also so far removed from the problem that they can afford to let their implicit bias vote for them. You are all educated enough to recognize our housing crisis, and yet some on this council have not bothered to reach outside of their circle of constituents they relate to. I am here to remind you, you are never in a position to judge who is worthy of housing in this valley. That is not what you've been elected to do. You have been elected to personally produce outcomes that were promised in your campaigns. And to the naysayers, I say this: I hope you go home every day feeling incredibly blessed and thankful you are not robbed of sleep at night worrying about your living situation, whether your rent next year will be too high or if your longtime rental will be sold. I would thank the Lord every day if it were me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Katie Perkins, 27160 Sunset Lane in Steamboat 2. First of all, I want to really kind of echo what Kelly Gallego said. There are plenty of studies by the CDC, NIH, American Medical Association, that one of the most important social determinants of health is stable housing. As a nurse practitioner in urgent care and an ER nurse practitioner down the Front Range for 25 years before I came here, it's a huge issue. And I think that that's something that hasn't been talked about enough, although I did see that in the very beginning focus groups 2.5 years ago when Brown Ranch first started all this stuff. That was one of the things in the focus groups. And I'd like to kind of bring it back to that so we can think about that. I recognize that the reannexation is a really big topic for the city of Steamboat, but it's a topic for the greater community because it's the greater community that comes into Steamboat to provide a lot of the services that we love. So I think that to just give it to a vote to just the city doesn't make sense because it's people who live outside of the city confines who have to come in here to work and provide services that it really affects. The other thing is looking back on what somebody said earlier, that are your forefathers and foremothers, the people in city council back in 1999 talked about this. And then they reaffirmed it in 2006. And I think that we need to be proactive and not reactive. I was in Golden when they were talking about growth in Golden, and there were things that were not proactive, and the reactiveness part of it really has affected the way Golden was developed too. So I think we could be a model for maybe the rest of the mountain communities in Colorado and be proactive. So thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Cole Hewitt, 538 8th Street. I just wanted to comment on the fiscal assumptions, some of the economic impacts and the timeline for the annexation vote. It's very apparent that there was a lot of work done at the annexation committee to dial in assumptions. These assumptions were based in the facts that we have now, and I believe they are sound. These assumptions make a result that does show that there are gaps to be addressed, to be sorted out as this project goes along. On the other side, the economic impacts, indirect or direct, that come from this were understandably not so clear cut, and therefore we're not exactly put into these numbers. And like I said, that's understandable because these are broad strokes. These are very hard things to pin down. As John Bristol is sat up here and told you all, I worked with him on the original CD or the EDC, and the number one thing that a city council can do from a fiscal standpoint is to invest in programs and policies that help and retain businesses and grow the businesses. This is the single largest thing that we can do across all sectors, not just OREC, not just healthcare, not just manufacturing. This is the single largest thing that can have an impact to the economic development of this valley. And while the assumptions are wildly vague sometimes, the answer or the result is not zero. There is a major impact to be realized out there. There's major funding that can come from that. And that should be taken into account, even though there is no real true number to throw at that. So I asked the council to reconsider their June timeline, approve the annexation now. If there is dissent, if there is opponents, let them be part of the process and do their civic duty, just like everybody that has come to this point in time has done theirs over the last couple of years. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Cole.
And for those of you online, it'll probably be about 10 minutes, maybe 5 more speakers from the audience before we get to you.
Luchator, 637 Sand Hill Circle. I was going to comment on Kim's presentation, which I thought was actually really good. And then Cole took about a third of my presentation by talking about the gap. Obviously, I sent you all a letter. The gap is created. It's created from estimated revenues. It's created from estimated costs. It is therefore by necessity an estimate. And so when we're talking about estimating 20 years from now and saying we have a gap, that may be. But the idea of a business forecast is to develop an approach to minimize or eliminate the gaps through increased revenue, reduce costs. That's what you do. That's the job of the cities. That's the job of the authority. So from that standpoint, there are lots of opportunities. Now, one of the concerns I have are the revenues that have been allowed to be introduced into the gap analysis. I believe Kim has included the RCLCO information. I developed an estimate based on the spending that people will do when they're no longer paying 50% of their income on housing and now paying 30%. That value, that 20% delta, is worth the same as in the RCLCO report of $90 to $100 million a year in spending. So that is significant. Just encourage you to vote to move this forward as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Thanks, Lou.
And we're going to take 2 or 3 more and then we're going to hold so we can get the folks from online, please.
Brian Harvey, 366 Old Fish Creek Falls Road. Thank you for all you do. Again, I am not opposed to affordable housing. We need it. We need it. Brown Ranch, I'm not opposed to it. I'm opposed to this plan. It's too freaking big. Stay the course. We talked about Ready, Fire, Aim, city staff, Kim Weber, Winnie, the grants aren't there. The money's not there. What is this going to do to Steamboat? Is this going to be keeping Steamboat? I don't think so. Ready, fire, aim. Paulus is backing this and has called all of you and twisted your arms today because he wants to get elected in 2024. We're not going to break ground till what, 2026? We talk vertical and horizontal building and a lot of big words come out of the Yampa Valley Housing Authority. We do need affordable housing, but rental, 65% rentals, and then you count all the other rental units that they've built is not getting people out of poverty. That's keeping the man down. We are building a slum. It sounds great. Everybody has their vision of what Brown Ranch is in their head, but we're putting all the poor people on one side of town. We're not mixing in a free market element to this that could help pay for it. It's huge. What's it going to do to the traffic? There's no promises from Paulus or CDOT or anything. This is scary. This could really hurt Steamboat Springs. Adding the population and then some of Craig to a postage stamp that's between Silver Spur and the rifle range. And the rifle range may go away, which is another topic all to itself. Please be smart. You've asked them, the staff has asked them to go back and come back with some alternatives, and they haven't. They keep ramrodding this through. Please, let's be smart. Stay the course, send it to a vote, please. This is so huge, just like Gary said last week.
Thank you.
Thanks. You.
All right, and Noreen, and then we're going to take a break from.
We'll do online.
Noreen Moore, 1145 13th Street in Fairview. One of the things that I've heard tonight consistently through all the things that you've been talking about is the future. Things have changed drastically. You're now looking at a totally green program. You're looking at trying to get people who work here to be able to bid for things. You're struggling with the fact of how do you keep people here? So the question I have is right before you now, you have some stars that are able to pull a deal together. Those stars are the Yampa Valley Housing Authority, and I thank both you and the Housing Authority for all the work that they've done. But the thing of it is this star is well respected in the state of Colorado. They have managed to pull together a partner for the Brown Ranch that is respected throughout the United States. And indeed, you are all stars as well. Look at the fact that you can build your new building and have no debt with it. That's stunning, stunning. So what you have is you have a whole bunch of stars aligned right now. They're not going to stick around forever, as you can tell. I hear a lot of fear, and I think that sometimes the future really is fearful. And that's what I'm hearing. I'm hearing old arguments that I've heard before, whether it's from, any industrial part of ourselves, any industry. I would ask you to please forego putting this to a vote at this point. We have a lot of emotional fear, and that would really, really dive it down. I think you know that. So I'm going to ask you to show the courage to take us into the future with housing that we can take care of. All of these people that are going to be live there, and I know there's some people who are kind of racist about this, but the truth of it is it will be a mixed community, and we will have nurses and we'll have doctors and we'll have a variety of people that will keep up the fabric of this community. And we will be known as a town who put it together and saved our community. Thank you.
Noreen, thank you very much. All right, we're going to move to some online comments.
Okay, Hallie Benson, you are up.
Let Patrick do this next.
Hello, thanks for having me. I am a teacher in Steamboat, and I couldn't dream of buying a house here on my salary, but I'm not here to talk about that. And I appreciate Bud for your words. I've been priced out of 2 apartments at rent increases of 20 to 40%. I moved in with my boyfriend, even though I was not ready to do so because I could not afford to continue to live in an apartment of my own on a teacher's salary. I've always had to take into consideration in our relationship and decisions to move forward with our relationship, whether or not I could afford to move out. And there have been multiple times where I felt completely dependent on our relationship working out in order to live in this town, which I love so much, and I would love to make it work here long term. And imagine if I had nowhere to stay, if we broke up and I luckily have friends I could stay with. But imagine if I didn't have somewhere to stay or if that relationship was abusive. And take into consideration people who don't have other options. Thank God I do have people to stay with and our relationship is not abusive. But I love this place and I want to live here and I want to pour into this community and keep the energy of the Steamboat community alive for years to come. But unfortunately, I will not be able to do that. I beg you to consider this perspective because you could literally have blood on your hands if you are not creating opportunities for people who are in dangerous situations potentially to be living on their own and be safe. And in the meantime, you at least have insane amounts of stress, anxiety, and fear, as has been mentioned by people from different industries, including health, including education, and the workforce that runs the town that you live in. So please do something about this now. It's not next June. Right now, the money is in the budget projections. I've seen the budget projections. There is money available for this. And the house that I can afford is not available. If the vote doesn't include people who are not able to live in the city, it's not equitable. Please do your job as the experts on this topic and approve this now. Thank you.
Ellie, thank you very much.
Hallie, Patrick, you're up.
Great, thank you. Patrick Phillips, 813 Broad Street. I'm a real estate economist, a development consultant. My career focus has really been on how public policy and private investment work together to solve land use and community development challenges. Our challenge, of course, is housing affordability, and the appropriate solution is a public-private partnership. Market forces alone, as you know, aren't going to solve this problem. But to be successful, a fundamental requirement in any public-private partnership is in fact a partnership, lowercase p, a commitment to finding solutions and overcoming hurdles together. This is especially important in projects like Brown Ranch, which is going to take a long period of time, could be developed in multiple phases. We've created a perception in this room and around the community of precision and certainty around development costs, potential revenues, and fiscal impacts. But the truth is, as Cole pointed out, these are educated guesses. Don't get me wrong, these estimates are useful, but they will all change. It's fruitless to think that we can define, let alone solve all the challenges today. My mantra on the project's always been one step at a time, and the step in front of us is to modify the city boundary to allow this partnership to proceed. Quick story from my experience. In the mid-1990s, Charleston, South Carolina faced a number of similar challenges. It's a historic city on a peninsula, very little room to grow, an aging population, shrinking middle class and workforce, increasingly dependent on tourism. Mayor Joe Riley at the time saw a solution. Across the harbor was a 4,000-acre hunting preserve called Daniel Island. Riley led the annexation of the island to secure the future of his city. At the time of the annexation, there was no plan, no developer, no earthly idea of how to finance it. But it worked. Was it a leap of faith? It absolutely was. What made it successful? Vision, confidence, leadership, and a partnership. And with those ingredients, I think taking it one step at a time, I'm confident we can get this done. Let's stay the course. Let's not lose our momentum. I urge your approval of the annexation without the delay of a referendum. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Patrick. And if everyone would please be considerate of the 2-minute time limit, we would appreciate it.
Alex, can you zoom in on it so the people on Zoom can see the clock better, please? Travis, you're up.
Travis, you need to unmute.
Thank you. Travis Bedell. I'm the president of the Rifle Club. I live at 24250 County Road 56. When Yampa Valley Housing Authority became our neighbors, we tried to enter into a discussion as to how we were going to move forward. And over the period of time that we've led up to this place, I haven't felt compelled to speak on some of the issues that we still have after all of this time, but it's time for me to do so. If the annexation goes forward and Yampa Valley Housing Authority chooses to enact an agreement that was built between Steamboat 700 and the Rifle Club, we are supposed to cease to exist.
Oh, he's been muted, Travis.
Travis.
Hold on, Travis.
Hold on for a sec.
I unmuted again. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
If the annexation goes forward, City of Steamboat will be my neighbor, but I won't be there anymore because the Rifle Club will cease to exist. That means that the sheriff's office, the police department, all of the 4-H youth shooting sports, Colorado Parks and Wildlife, Hunter Safety, regional law enforcement officers and their constituents, the biathlon, everything that goes on as far as shooting sports in the community, the county, in the region is going to have to go away. And they've had a considerable period of time to work with us on this, but it has not happened. It's always been put off. It's been a push and shove. And as it is right now, there's still no agreement between the Rifle Club and Yampa Valley Housing Authority as to them enacting an agreement that was made with Steamboat 700 that we would cease operations. So I want you folks to either reach out to me or consider what you're planning on doing. I'm not talking about affordable housing. I'm talking about us being neighbors. This neighborly thing that I grew up with after 4 generations, which was to meet your neighbor across the fence in the spring, talk about how your winter went and agree on fixing the fence, is not happening here. We've reached out to Yampa Valley Housing Authority. We've made a lot of attempts, and I don't believe it's ever been brought up to this council until last week when I spoke. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Travis.
Thank you, Travis.
Kathy?
Good evening. I'm Kathy Meyer, and I live at 28 Valley View. As a former chairman of the city's planning commission, I'd like to share a few thoughts. Since the mid-1990s, all of the community plans have designated the west of Steamboat as the desired growth area. Our citizens have consistently decided to protect the South Valley and Strawberry Park from development. The 2 west of Steamboat plans call for a minimum of 30% affordable housing. The Housing Authority is planning for 100% of the residential development to be affordable or attainable. Food and shelter are basic human needs. Shelter is housing. So since housing is a primary goal of council, please vote yes tonight to implement 30 years of thoughtful planning and vetting by the community. If you feel the need to refer this to the voters, do so in a timely manner. Thank you and good night.
Thank you, Kathy. We have three more online and then we'll go back. Sue?
Hi, thank you for calling on me and for everything you're doing tonight. First off, I just wanted to say for Lift Up, what we're seeing right now this year for emergency housing assistance, our community has expressed a much higher need than last year. Our emergency housing is up 55% over last year for a number of clients who are in need of emergency housing funding and support. And I just wanted to express this can be folks who are up to 300% of federal poverty level. So this isn't necessarily folks who are in poverty. This is people who are, they face an emergency situation and suddenly they can't afford their rent for a month. And the rent rates that we're seeing, as you guys know, can be upwards of $2,000 to $3,000. So it's hitting our clients, but it's also hitting our community across different levels of income. And as an employer, I know I've mentioned this last time I spoke with you guys, but it can be so hard for employees to live here locally. And it's not just nonprofits. We're seeing it, as we've heard tonight, across all segments of the community. And even with the city, I called the city at the beginning of the summer to ask when they would be coming to mow the culverts out front of Lift Up. And they said they would not be mowing them this summer because they're short-staffed. They don't have the staffing. It's hitting every segment of our community because there aren't places for people to live. And a lot of people don't want to pay $1,200 for a room to live in a house with 4 roommates because that's the going rate of rent right now. And just personally, on a personal non-Lift Up level, something that I see and concerns me is for a lot of folks like me, we have children, children, mine are coming into their teens now. And I'm well aware of the fact that unlike other communities, my kids won't be able to move back here if they leave here and go to college and afford a place of their own. So we won't be able to stay in the same community as our children.
I need you to wrap up, please.
Okay, so I just wanted to hit it on all those levels and urge you guys to move forward with annexation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, 2 more. Christy?
Hello. With BRAC and certain council members being fixated on the numbers of whether or not Brown Ranch is feasible, I want to lay it out in a way where you prefer and provide some different numbers that so far have been completely lacking in this annexation process. For members of this community who were able to buy into housing in Steamboat prior to COVID, or better yet, back in the day when housing costs were under $500,000, I want to provide just one example of how truly unattainable affordable housing is post-COVID for any individuals or families making under $150K per year, even in communities as far as Craig. In the past 2 years, housing in commuter towns in Routt County is now out of reach for a majority of low and middle income workers in Steamboat. Owning in Steamboat and even a majority of rentals that pop up on the open market are a laughable pipe dream for Steamboat's workforce. We're a family of 4 where both adults work for local employers in Steamboat Springs. As a family of 4, our annual income is just over $130K. That places us in the 120 AMI range in Routt County and the 150 AMI range in Moffat County, which is now where we live. I'm a second-generation Steamboat resident and saw what it took for my single mother and grandparents to make it work in Steamboat in the 80s, 90s, and early 2000s. And while my mother, grandparents, and myself all recognized that it was hard to make it back then, we all agree that individuals that were scrappy and dedicated low and middle income earners were able to make it work back then. And we all also now recognize and agree that is absolutely no longer a feasible reality for a majority of our low and middle income earners who were unable to purchase a home in Steamboat now and prior to COVID. This means if multiple generations of my family were trying to make it work today in Steamboat, this town would immediately be short another nurse, a master's degree level social worker and counselor, which we all agree we need, as well as a USDA meat inspector who covered multiple Northwest Colorado counties, an electrician, and a full-time mom raising the third generation of Steamboat kids, of which mine can now not claim that title because we live in Craig.
Christy,
Thank you,
thank
Christy.
you.
Could you please state your full name and address for the record, please?
Yep, Christy Marshall, and I live in Craig, America.
Thank you.
I had a
Thank
paragraph
you.
breaking down the numbers of housing costs in Craig, which are now costing many Steamboat workers more than 30% of
Christy, your time is up. Thank you very much.
Email it to
Thanks
us.
for cutting all of our time.
Madison, you're up.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Madison Muxworthy. I rent at 40185 County Road 36. I was not planning on speaking tonight, but I was just listening to all of these passionate individuals in our community, bringing forward their perspectives and their experience on how unattainable housing is in our community, and it's pushing out all of our community and the way of our life here. And so I just want to urge all of the counselors to move forward. Do not delay on this. We need housing for our community. This is a crisis. And for a young professional that is living here in our community, I can't picture myself here living in the future because I can't afford to live here. So please move forward with this. Thanks for your time.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Madison.
Madison.
Okay.
Move back. Hi there. Come on down, sir.
If there are still people online for public comment, please raise your hand and we'll get back to you shortly.
Good evening, Jim Beers, 1897 Sunlight Drive. Thank you to the mayor, Mayor Pro Tem and councilors for your dedication and service first and foremost, and for your thorough examination of all things at our Brown Ranch. As a relative newcomer to the city, only been here about 5 years, my son and daughter-in-law, however, have been in town more than 15 years, coming here first as CMC students and staying and starting their life together. Derek and Chelsea, now in their mid-30s, have been involved in pretty much everything that is Steamboat: skiing, biking, restaurants, nonprofits, the arts. And most recently, you could add business owners. They have become very entrepreneurial, and they have opened up their own meal preparation business. So while Derek and Chelsea are budding entrepreneurs, they're happy to support other locals in town as well to continue to keep Steamboat, Steamboat, to coin Eddie's phrase. And that is a great campaign phrase, by the way. Our son and daughter-in-law want to stay here and make Steamboat their home, but they can't buy a home. Like so many other people in their 20s, 30s, even 40s, there is a big issue with housing insecurity and affordability. You know that. Raising rents, escalating rents are driving a lot of young and not so young people alike out of town. Brown Ranch adds to the affordable housing stock, thus opening the door literally to hundreds of the next generation of leaders, many of those same people who may be sitting in your seat in the future. So please demonstrate the leadership that you are elected to perform. Vote tonight to approve the annexation. If that's too much of a reach for you, then please do not delay a public vote until next June. Another year lost. There's money in the budget to hold a special election in April. Do it for Derek, do it for Chelsea, do it for the young people of this community. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hi there.
Hey, Reese Freeman, 1885 Elk River Plaza. I don't have too much prepared today, so I'm just kind of going to jump around. I'll start with traffic, and I'll just say that I would personally sit in traffic if it means that people get an affordable home in Steamboat. Second, the gap. This one's definitely a tough one to wrap your head around. So I've kind of got like maybe a layman's concept that I'd like to maybe talk about here. And it has to do with business. I don't like often using a business financial management with government financial management, but when someone starts a business, they often take on debt to buy assets to grow their revenue. So I see a similar situation here where this is an investment in an asset in the community so we can grow our community and generate revenue to close that gap. My biggest concern with the decision last week was the decision to go to a vote and the people that might be left out in that vote. I work with a number of construction companies and crews around town, and some of them say, hey, I'm poor. Like I can't live in Steamboat. And if I was able to have a little bit more money, I could. But in all my efforts, I can't change a business owner's mind to pay someone more money. So I don't think that argument is valid. All these people in Hayden, Craig, Oak Creek aren't going to have their say in this vote when it comes in June, if it comes in June. And I'd like to just full stop on that. The last thing I want to say is a story that I had with a financial, he's a planning consultant that I'm working with on an affordable housing project. He said, he was talking about a general manager of a city. He said, you know what I like about that guy? He took the risk and he just got it done. He saw what that community needed and he just did it. And that's how you get stuff done in government. So I'd like to say thank you and please approve the annexation agreement today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Reese.
Hi.
Hi, Nancy Engelken, 750 Pamela Lane. The issue in front of you tonight is not whether or not affordable housing is a need. It is. I was the city's community housing coordinator in 2008 to 2010. It was a need back then. It was a need 20 years before then. The issue in front of you is whether or not the Brown Ranch, as it has been presented to you, is the best option for this city. And I argue it is not. $52 million is the budget gap. There are no solutions for that. And as unfortunately, two members of the city council who also serve on the board of the housing authority have attempted to nickel and dime this thing to death, you have removed the essence of developing a community. And that was the whole idea of the West of Steamboat Springs Area Plan. You develop a community that is complementary to the rest of the city. And it does not pose a financial burden on the city. It does not segregate people by income. The whole first phase are tall public housing type of developments. The West of Steamboat Springs Area Plan calls specifically for a mix of housing types in every neighborhood. That isn't being delivered here. And it's $52 million. You have a fiduciary responsibility. Go back to the table. Ask the housing authority to come forward with a better plan. Send this to a vote. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, Cedar.
Cedar Beauregard, 735 Puente. Let's house the boat, not sink the boat. In this debate, there's been a lot of inflammatory language, a lot of emotional inflammatory language like crisis. It can go both ways. That language can go both ways. What you would approve if by annexing this would create a financial crisis for my children if they decide to live here. Risk. It would cause, it's too risky not to. It's too risky to do it. What about Halcyon, the tennis bubble, our paved streets without holes in them, plowed, whatever. And there's also been, I mean, we're assuming that this elevation in cost is going to go through the roof forever. If you're like me and you've seen crashes multiple times, I mean, I saw a whole slew of people lose their homes in the 2007 foreclosure crisis. This isn't always going to be this way, in my opinion. It's not a crisis. The crisis is what you might create tonight. So think about that inflammatory language. It creates poor decisions and can go both ways. The Housing Authority has a lot of wishful thinking in their presentation. You know, I'm talking to CDOT. They want to collaborate. Is there a contract? What are the numbers? Where are we going to go once we improve 40 to 13th Street? When I was on Planning Commission for 3 years over 700, you can plow people into 13th Street all day long. It's just going to back up to Hayden. I mean, we were looking at a 20-minute backup when we were looking at 700. And that was with that traffic. You add it to our traffic now, you're going to look at Kauai, Hawaii, where you're just parked for hours. Anyway, the other one, the other inflammatory turn was the human cost. What about the people that live here? What about the mill levies for the schools and the roads that aren't afforded? Thank you.
Do you
Thank
just
you.
want to
Thank you.
wrap up with a sentence? I think we
Thanks,
got the
Cedar.
gist.
You got
Thank you. Hi.
Hi, Kurt Weiss, 940 Crawford. I guess I'm a lone wolf here with Brian maybe, but I think there's way too many unanswered questions there. I want to thank you for all the time you guys put in. Housing Authority has put in. There's clearly a need for more housing. There's no question about that. Affordable. Your first hour that I was there, you talked about the 2021 code, building code. It's going to add thousands and thousands of dollars to the building code. I promise you, nobody in this room knows any of the things that you talked about, besides what Todd brought on, and he's great, by the way. So a conversation here is there's too many unknown answers. The conversation gets to be, there's shale out there. There's all kinds of construction problems that haven't been put in. It's not $52 million. It's a huge number of people that are in the construction business. That's why you own it now. They gave it to you because they can't make it work. Okay. And this is not going to be $52 million. This has the opportunity to bankrupt this community. It's not if, it's when are we going to have another 2008 or some downswing and your tax income goes down, your construction costs stays the same. A 2x4 is a 2x4. Project we're building right now is $750 a square foot for apartment housing. When you get done with that, it's not affordable unless we have a huge amount of subsidy again from this community. And that's going to be the kids that are entrepreneurs that this gentleman talked about just a few minutes ago that are struggling to get through now. They're going to take it. They're going to be out of it. And it not saying it's not a problem, but you need to take it to a vote because there's a lot of people that are not here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Kurt.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kurt.
Hi, Angelica.
Hello, I'm short. Angelica Salinas, Oak Creek. Thank you guys for all your time and effort on this so far. I wear a lot of hats in this community, and tonight I'm speaking as a young person working to build a future for my family here in Routt County. Steamboat Springs is a great place to raise a family, for outdoor recreation, and much more. It's a place you can build community, but it's getting harder to stay here. I am living that paycheck to paycheck struggle so many of our young families are experiencing. I have had housing insecurity, and every day I see friends and coworkers struggling with the rising costs of rent. I have a good job, and our ability, young people's ability to have a quality life here is shrinking. We know that 62% of voters approved the short-term rental tax to support affordable housing projects just like the Brown Ranch. We know 2,000 people live outside of and commute from Craig alone, as well as numerous others, including myself, outside of city boundaries. We know a citywide vote would not include the voices of those who want to live at Brown Ranch. The consequences of delaying annexation, including the potential loss of state grants, watching my demographic suffer and leave, and putting homes in the ground has real life consequences for those who need housing now. We must not let this opportunity slip away. 25 to 45-year-olds are the fastest declining age group in Steamboat Springs, and 2/3 of young people fear housing costs will force them to leave. We are watching our friends, our educators, workforce, firefighters leave due to housing and the affordability gap for purchasing a home facing Routt County. The ability for young families to stay is becoming non-existent. We are fighting for our future here. As our elected officials, I'm asking you to be bold. I'm asking you to fight with us. The time is now, and try to understand what it's like to live this experience. Annexation cannot be delayed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Angelica. You're tall.
Okay. Kelly Phillips, 62 East Logan. First, I want to say I've known Bud Romberg for like 5 years, and I learned a lot about him tonight. I think it was awesome. Again, I'm going to keep it real simple. You know, we start using those words, or people start using those words, crisis, and they want to get people fired up. And that's what the words I've been hearing from really both sides. But the deck's kind of stacked tonight, right? I've done a lot of reading about this, a lot of research, talking to a lot of people. I own a local business. You know, for the people who are for this, I don't think there's a support in the community as it is that you think there is, right? I've come to kind of realize, I watch body language, I watch the way people talk, and you know, it just seems like this 2,260 houses that we want to put up, or dwellings, it gets to me as being ego driven, right? Everybody's talked about, you know, bringing that number down 1,100. I wouldn't even be here if it was 1,100 houses you were talking about putting in, right? I also kind of take to heart the fact that we have got state legislatures calling you guys, and I don't know what they're saying, but I have a feeling that they're probably, you know, twisting arms to try to get this thing through, because people have probably made calls and they want to get reelected, and they want this to be able to run this up their flagpole to figure out they've done it. Steamboat doesn't need to be somebody's little toy that they play with, right? I'm not against affordable housing. I love all the comments that we heard tonight, but it's just too big, you know? Send it to vote, do the right thing, because even if you don't, I can guarantee you I could probably get 1,000 of those 1,200 signatures. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly.
Thanks, Kelly.
Thank you. Leon Rink, 240 Route County Road 36. Most of you know me as my association with the Steamboat Sports Barn. Not here to talk to you about that tonight. I'm here to talk to you as a community member and a longtime business owner. For those you don't know, I've got a couple retail stores downtown. Have been in business for almost 30 years. Family's had some other businesses over that time, so I've seen a lot. I've been through the recession, been through the pandemic, you know, summers with wildfire smoke, drought years, the whole thing. And I can sit here tonight and tell you that this employee shortage that we're experiencing because of the housing crisis is the single greatest threat to my business in 30 years of being in business. Okay, it is dire. Okay, I can tell you about my own situation and having, you know, one of my stores was closed last year about 20% of the time because I can't hire any staff. Okay, it's real. I'm sure you've heard it from other members of the community. And I'm just one business owner. But I think it's also kind of a microcosm of what's going on in the larger community as well, in all industries, not just retail or restaurants, but everything. And I heard, you know, Bud talk about the character of our community. And I think that's what's really at risk here if we don't do anything, and we don't do it now. Steamboat's kind of known for is some kind of the homegrown mom and pop family owned businesses. That's what gives us a sense of community. I hear it all the time in my stores. We're a real town. That's what separates us from other communities. And I think that's what we're in danger of losing here if we don't take care of this issue right now, the housing shortage. There's a lot of business owners downtown that, you know, it's not profitability, it's employee staffing that's going to be the determining factor of whether we can continue on. And if we don't address the issue now, it could change the character of our community. It could eliminate a lot of those mom and pop, family grown hometown businesses. So I urge you not to delay and address the situation now, because it is dire and it has been getting worse progressively, and it's not going to solve itself on its own. Thank you.
Thanks, Dan.
Thank you. Hi, Dan.
Dan Perello, 3211 Snowflake Circle. All of us have heard a passionate plea about how important housing is in this community. I hear it from my associates every day. I hear it from associates that we're trying to recruit into Steamboat every day. This is an important issue. A number of years ago, I chaired with the Yampa Valley Housing Authority an initiative to put on a ballot the 1 mil property tax to be voted on by the community to fund Yampa Valley Housing Authority. It was put to the voters because it was such an important thing, and Yampa Valley Housing Authority needed the support of the community to begin funding affordable housing. This annexation is the same thing. It's important to this community, but it needs the support of the community. It needs to have the vote of the community. So Yampa Valley Housing Authority has the support from all of the community to make this happen. This does need to be referred to a vote of the public. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Dan.
Dan.
Hi.
John Agosta, 3445 Stone Lane. In a month, 3 council members will be leaving this council. I am here to ask the 3 council members, what do you want your legacy to be? I am a city council candidate. As part of the candidacy, I am canvassing the neighborhoods and talking to voters, and I'm asking them, what's your main questions about this upcoming election? And not surprisingly, 95% of the time, it's about Brown's Ranch. What's a little more surprising, 80% are saying they support Brown's Ranch, door to door. Councilmember Sloop, I even canvassed your street.
I didn't get a
And
call.
and it held true. I believe in representational government, and where was I leaving? Sorry, I believe in representative government, and even in my experiences of door to door, if they're off, it's still a strong majority. So I ask you, are you truly representing the citizen base? What legacy do you want to leave behind? A legacy of solving tough problems, or a legacy of kicking the can down the road for the next council to deal with? A few weeks ago, Councilmember Curlson, you may remember this, discussing a Browns Ranch funding gap, stated the community is not ready for a city tax. We need to wait until our streets are crumbling before the residents will pass us property tax. If that statement is true, it highlights our failures of solving tough problems. So this council did not solve the general budget issues, and instead is kicking the can down the road for the next council. Are we going to kick the Browns Ranch can down too? I believe in sustainability. I believe in both environmental and growth. It is time to pick up those cans and recycle them to something better for our community's future.
Thank you, John.
We have a month left in this council.
Thank
What do
you.
you want your legacy to be?
Thank you, John.
Thanks, John.
Megan Moore Kemp, 1145 13th Street. The job of this council primarily is to make sure this town runs and that our citizens have access to basic human needs, which is not currently happening. To believe our surrounding communities should solve or will solve these problems is a privileged notion. You have an overwhelming amount of data, history, planning that points to your call to action to approve this annexation. So please do this job. And also because I want to live there because it's going to be awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, Sheila.
Hi, you guys. Thanks for your patience and listening to everybody from the community tonight.
If you would just identify yourself for the record, please.
Oh yeah, Sheila Henderson, 398 Pearl.
Thank
As most of you know, I help lead the steering committee, the health equity portion, and the community input. And I have a letter tonight from one of our amazing steering committee members who is low income and struggles to live here. And I thought it would be really important that you hear from her, because even with her struggles, she managed to work on the steering committee as a volunteer for many hours for over a year. So this is from Lena Grant. I'm writing today asking you to approve the Brown Ranch annexation and not send it to voters. I'm advocating for families in similar situations as mine. I have lived in Route County for 24 years, and we all know how difficult it is to survive in a resort town. The majority of jobs in the area are in the service industry and have never had wages to support being able to live in Steamboat without holding down several jobs and sacrificing time with their families. There are so many side effects for families who are housing insecure and parents who have to work multiple jobs like the rise of addictions, domestic violence, food insecurity, raising childcare costs, etc. I have struggled with living in this community as a single parent. I want to raise my children in this community. I work in Steamboat and have a great job that pays around $60,000 a year. I go to church in Steamboat and I'm an active member of this community. I just cannot afford to live here and be the sole full-time parent of support. That means we live outside of Steamboat and I have to commute every single day to work, not by choice. I have to support my family and the bus schedule does not fit with my work schedule. I really wish it would. My current housing situation is living in an apartment that does not have enough bedrooms. Rent is more than I can afford and it's in Hayden. The landlord raised our rent 50% after the first year and does not keep up these apartments or grounds. There is no outdoor space to enjoy with my family on the grounds. I know I'm not alone in this chronic problem in our community, and the people who are housing insecure are living in doubled up households, old trailers, or with rents more than the wages that they can make. Please approve the Brown Ranch annexation. We need hope that there is housing hope on the horizon for our families in our community.
Thank you,
Thank
Sheila.
you, Sheila.
And those online, it'll be about 5-6 more minutes and we will get to you.
Hello, my name is Christopher White. I live at 3442 Hiawatha Court. Hi, neighbor.
Hi.
I also didn't get that.
No, I didn't get it either.
Yeah, but I would be in that 80% that do support the Brown Ranch. Obviously, I'm a young person and therefore housing is top priority number one for me. So I want to get straight to my questions for the city council and to the city attorney at large. The questions that I have are when the annexation agreement, are the safeguards that are currently there, are they sufficient enough to prevent the city from being in financial hardship in the event that there is not enough funding? Basically, from what I have understood through these conversations, that in the event that there is not enough funding, which we are all worried about, and because we want to be physical stewards of our city, that housing development can be stopped. Therefore, to me, the question comes to where is the process that we're currently at, where we need to annex this now. Future councils will decide whether or not we can or cannot build more housing. So the second question I have is, with that language, if I'm understanding it correctly, where can that be found and can that be made more publicly available for those that are concerned about fiscal responsibility? So a little bit about me. I came to Steamboat in 2015 because they had free buses, and me being an 18-year-old kid, I didn't have a car. And so the best way to get around in town was by free buses. Worked for the resort, cheap housing. And throughout the course of my life, like, I've developed certain skill sets that have led me to where I am today, where I'm fortunate enough to be able to afford a certain type of rent. And that rent is not within reach within this city currently. I do a vital job for this community. I want to continue doing that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Chris. Hi, Catherine.
Good news, I'm back. I'm Catherine Carson, 307 Locust Court. I'm a various part of organizations, speaking as my part of myself and my new rescue vision impaired cat. Okay, I'm going to share a story with you. I got a call the other day from a friend of mine, another housing activist in another mountain community. And she actually said, hey, Catherine, I heard this crazy rumor about Brown Ranch. My comment was, there is so much misinformation about Brown Ranch that I really kind of think Donald Trump's in town. But what'd you hear? And her comment was, I heard that your city council was going to delay it. And I was, well, that sadly might be true. And she was like, wait a second. Wasn't this land donated to you? And don't you guys have like $10 million a year in a short-term rental tax? And I was like, well, no, it's $13 million a year. And her next comment was, well, wait a second. Wasn't this land part of your like 30-year plan for growth in the community? I was like, well, yeah, it is. And she was like, well, I've been to Steamboat. There's not a lot of room for development in your infill. And I was like, well, really, like none. The housing authority scooped it all up and is doing a very good job. And she was like, what am I missing? And I was like, well, council wants to try to do the kind of stuff maybe like you're doing in your community. And she was like, we're just doing like short-term rental conversions and buying hotels. because we don't have the land you guys have. And her comment was, is like, and so then she thought I had lost my mind and was drinking or something, went and actually read the annexation agreement, called me back. I was like, Catherine, there are controls in the annexation agreement that if their funding doesn't come through, the city can stop building permits. And she even looked at Kim's capital gap and said, if the city council commits more of the SDR tax and maybe reduces and has a Rita Valentine Park, we actually hike there, you guys can afford this. And she said, what's the problem? And the problem is this: we need to look at this as a partnership and not as an us versus them. There is no fiscal gap if you make the policy decision to partner and make this work. So let's get it done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Catherine.
Hi, Ty Lockhart, 920 Crawford. First of all, I'd like to concur with the gentleman. He left. Well, there he is. About the change in rules. I would estimate that you've heard all these stories before. We came here to find out what you thought going forward, not what you've heard in the past. So I don't like switching it around. I would like to hear what you're going to consider tonight. Mainly is the June 30th date would be my guess. But that having been said, I'm read the letter. Let's see. First of all, I thought I had 3 minutes, so I cut it down. If you read the letter of the editor today about the guy with the free horse, read that. That's happening in Steamboat. Okay, the horse is not free. The STR tax, the Airbnb filed a thing from May 22 to May 23. Airbnb receipts in Denver decreased by 38% in that year. Guess who was number 10? This is a national survey. Breckenridge was number 10, a decrease of 37.2%. Okay, so you're smarter than everybody else. What's going to happen in the future? Is that going to keep going like this? What happens if that ends? Okay, they're going to start building. They can't get it done. You're guaranteed to see it. The city is on the hook for multi-million dollars. Did you know over half of the units that are affordable now are tax exempt? They pay no property taxes to the county, the school, the cemetery, the fire, and it goes on and on and on. How much are we going to subsidize it? And we all are going to be there. Conclusion: there is no free horse. Many things can grow on with the city. Being the fallback who gets stuck. It's not worth the risk. There are better solutions to this problem.
I need you to wrap up. Oh.
There's been time is of the essence. What is 8 months now compared to decades? Right. All of these problems can be solved by the strike of a pen. You could do this in a weekend. Solve this problem.
Ty, I really need you to.
30th is too long to wait. Think about it. It may be longer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ty.
All right, we're going to go to public comment online.
Sunny, you're up.
Hi, my name is Sunny Berestina. Address is 26350 Wheeler Creek Lane. I have been in a community for a long time, and I'm very lucky that I'm a business owner as well. I talk to lots of people. And in my experience, lots of people actually are saying that this needs to go for a vote. So we all need affordable housing, no question about that. That's clear. But the problem is how much damage will be caused? Is this a solid plan? It obviously needs more work. People need to decide. We can all have our opinions, but I guess here it would be great if people can vote on this and say yes or no. And then the worst thing that can happen, we can proceed with the Brown Range, have short-term rental tax decline, which is coming most likely next year. And then have a problem, invest the money that we could have been using better to actually build a true affordable housing. So while people maybe think, oh, this is all great, this all sounds amazing, I would say most people have no idea what could be the consequences of all of this. So I do believe we really as a community need to be smart and have more solid plan in place. First, let the people vote, because people of this community will be affected. Whoever, some can afford it, some cannot. But everyone will be affected. My kids will be affected because they might lose some services here that I really like. So I would say let the people vote, and maybe there are much better options than a Brown Range. If the Brown Range, if that's what people want, we just need a better plan and have a better financing in place. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Andrew?
Hi, Andrew Beckler, 26050 Vista Valley Court, also the owner of Grass Stick Ski Poles here in Steamboat. Thank you, Council and Dakota, for your commitment to accessible public comment tonight. I do think it's very important that it happens. It seems that the reservation of some city council members are largely hung up on the funding and the budget and the so-called gap, which is largely made up of a community park with a cost of over $1 million per acre. This park is in the name of equity, so that the ratio of parks remains the same as Brown Ranch is built. So right now, Brown Ranch could be held up because of a $1 million an acre park in the name of equity in parks. And while I really appreciate equity in parks, the idea that housing should be held to the same level as parks is absurd. Sure, I want Brown Ranch so that small businesses like mine can continue to exist here, so that I, someone who doesn't currently own any property in town, can continue to live here. But much more importantly, please go ask a family who's living in a single bedroom home with multiple families and strangers if they want to delay Brown Ranch so that they can have a highly developed park. Please ask women and girls who live in abusive, unsafe homes if they want to delay Brown Ranch so that Parkland can have perfect, well-lit soccer fields so we can host more tournaments. We don't have time to delay Brown Ranch by over a year. This is no longer a housing issue. It's a full-fledged housing emergency that requires absolutely urgent action. The community is about to vote to fund the Brown Ranch with ballot measure 2I. And if it passes, Council, you know that community supports Brown Ranch and how to fund it. The annexation vote would be redundant and is not necessary. So please approve the annexation tonight. And if you absolutely must delay Brown Ranch and put it to a vote, please move it up to delay it as little as possible and hurt this city and its most vulnerable populations as little as possible. I urge you guys to make this happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Maria?
Hi, Maria Paula Alvarez, 238 Harvest Drive. I just want to ask for City Council to vote and move forward with Brown Ranch. I don't really know what else needs to be said but the community for you to understand that we don't have the privilege of waiting. If you don't feel the urge, you haven't been listening closely. We are tired of waiting for you to listen and act accordingly with the needs of the vast majority. Thank you.
Thank you. Daryl?
You hear me?
Yes.
Daryl Dog 11, 350 Fox Springs Circle, Steamboat Springs. Yeah, listen to all this. I've lived here 48 years, not 42, what the pilot put in. And we've seen financial banking crisis here in 1980 and also in 2007. A lot of you people in 1980 weren't even born. You haven't seen what we've gone through in this valley. And you people act as if you're the only ones that had to suffer with housing problems and working conditions. The 70s were no different. We lived with a lot of people, 3, 4, 5 in a 3-bedroom, 1 bathroom. You got to do the right thing, and the right thing is democracy. That's what our country's built on. This needs to come to the vote of the citizens of Steamboat Springs. You want to make us go get 1,200 signatures like you did before, go ahead. But it just saddens my heart to hear these people say, well, we don't want it to come to a vote. That's not democracy. We got people running red lights. We got people turning illegal left turns in this town 50 a day. I ride my bike in this town every day. It's ridiculous to think you can stick 6,000 to 10,000 more people in this beautiful valley. It's a ski resort. And maybe you guys ought to think about a living wage, okay? Because that's what we had, a living wage, even though rent was expensive and everything. Do the right thing, City Council. You guys have worked hard on this. I know you have. But this is big and it needs to come to a vote. And it's a very good chance if this passes, we will wind up filing Chapter 9 bankruptcy. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Daryl.
Daryl.
Daryl. All right.
Anybody else online that would like to make a public comment, please raise your hand. We will call you.
And I'm going to give one last opportunity for members of the audience. All right, I'm not seeing anyone here.
And I don't see anyone online.
All right, I'm closing public comment. We're going to take a 5-minute break. We'll be back at 10:20.
Good call.
10:25.
Oh, 10:25, sorry. Sorry.
I drove to Bristol and we drove. You've done that before. Go, right now.
All right, everybody, we're going to pull this back together. It's getting late. Do I get to use this one more time? Oh,
One more time.
there we go. One more time.
Thanks, everybody.
You guys are hanging in. Thank you. And for those of you that are online at home, again, thank you. We did try to start this as close to 8:30 as we could. We appreciate all the public comment. And now I'm going to public comment is officially closed. I'm going to pull this back to council and I'm just going to ask my pro tem to start and we'll go around the room.
Well, are we going to go with questions
Questions.
first? Oh. I'm not sure if I have questions.
If you don't, then
Yeah,
we're
let's
going to
talk-
move
let's
on.
talk about this. Dan, let's talk about the Rifle Club, shall we? I said this last week when we heard about this initially, and I'm still very concerned. I know that you had said on the fly additions would not be great, but I am very concerned that if we do not address the Rifle Club and somehow bake this into the annexation agreement, we are doing our community and our county and our region a disservice. So what can be done?
There would have to be some sort of contractual agreement whereby the housing authority waived its rights to terminate the Rifle Club operations. We did that with the West Steamboat neighborhoods annexation, and we do not have documents prepared for that purpose for this annexation. So I don't think it's possible to do that tonight.
Okay, moving right along.
Can I put a little context on that particular?
Well, I'm asking questions right now. I'm asking my attorney, but you can throw it. Somebody else can ask you something, but I'm ready to continue on.
I'll ask you the question. Understood.
When we're looking at Kim, can you pull up when Dakota and I met with you, because I think we've had some comments with respect to the capital gap and specifically parks. Dakota, you and I had a great conversation with respect to what that gap looks like when you take away the community parks and how that looks, like literally erase those two line items. And I think it was insanely eye-opening, not only to me, but I don't want to put words into Dakota's mouth, but I think I was, I had the whole gaper moment of like, wow. So can we show that and show what it looks like if you literally just erase the parks?
Kim Weber, Finance Director. So when we met last week, I was under the assumption that we could not use STR funds to fund the highway improvements. I believe I got different direction from our city attorney and he can speak to that. So when we met and if we erase the community parks, you also erased all the STR funds. That's no longer the case. So if you erased community parks, or all parks, if you erased parks, that's 54 million that you would erase. And so that would decrease the gap. Whereas I was operating on the understanding that we couldn't use STR funds on highway improvements.
Okay, and to clarify, Dan, I did ask a couple of questions that council saw. I don't know if it got into a packet of some sort, but I did ask hey, worst case scenario, can we not clearly say that Craig is affordable housing, so using STR funds for the highway would be a valid nexus? And you said it was somewhat of a leap, but it could be a thought.
Right. So the ballot language refers to the development of affordable housing. So providing better transportation services to existing housing in another community, I think maybe is a bit of a stretch. But the ballot language permits you to use the short-term rental tax funds for infrastructure that's associated with affordable or attainable housing. So I think that means that if there is a Brown Ranch project, any infrastructure that serves Brown Ranch, regardless of whether or not it's denominated as a city share or the YVHA share, I think any of that infrastructure is eligible for funding with the short-term rental tax fund revenues.
Okay. And then Kim, can you enlighten us all, just for everybody in the room and listening in, the conversations had with respect to where STR funds have been discussed for future projects? Meaning we're looking at more ranch transit. I mean, you're the professional, so.
So the one that comes to mind, look, there's two parts of that. So a portion of the STR funds we've talked about utilizing for the childcare and housing facility partnership with CDOT, as well as you guys have had several work sessions on talking about other long-term or other housing strategies. Brad Calvert has presented. He can speak to those other items of what you have talked about. We have talked about utilizing STR funds for the Moore Ranch housing. That's not what it's currently budgeted for. It's currently budgeted out of regular capital funds. Same thing with the seasonal transit housing project that is budgeted out of capital funds. It's not budgeted with STR funds. It's an appropriate use of those funds, but we have currently budgeted CIP funds for that. But if you want to talk about the other items, the other housing strategy items that you've said you wanted to spend STR tax funds, I think that would be Brad or Rebecca.
I'm okay.
Okay.
I can add to that I have lived in 4 different units owned by municipalities while I perform this job. So there's the possibility of purchase of existing properties. The programs that Brad is presenting, there's a recommendation for a linkage program. I would support that recommendation. Council, obviously, it's a big policy decision for the future council that requires funds to stand up and operate. And then we have our own projects, which Kim had mentioned. Incentives is another one. Incentives is allowed by the ballot language, and it's a short-term fix. So there's a list of things there that we could work on.
Thank you. Angela, I have a question for you.
And you guys might want to hang down front. Okay, it might be a little bit easier.
I want to talk about parks, and I want to talk about current field use of parks, not open space, but field use. What is the status of the current field use on any given day?
Angela Cosby, your Parks and Recreation Director. During the busy field season, fields are booked up the majority of the time and there's wait lists. It's hard to go play on open fields, as you've heard, per the Emerald Park use issue that came to you in July.
Okay, that includes baseball, soccer, football, lacrosse, whatever
Primarily,
field use.
the highest demand is for our rectangular fields, our diamond fields. They still do get booked up plenty, but there's a little bit less demand there.
And for rectangular fields?
No, for diamond fields.
Diamond fields.
Yep.
Okay. When we talk about equity, and we hear about the acreage fee. I know we had some clarification on the price, and thank you for going to that conference and finding out from your peers that that's pretty, equivalent to what you're seeing throughout the country. When you add 6,000 people to a community, how imperative, in taking equity out of it, how imperative is it to add fields of any sort to ensure that those 6,000 people have use?
So our fields are currently overutilized. Any growth in our community, no matter the size, in order to provide similar level services that we do right now, we need to increase our capacity. Without doing so, one, we know outdoor recreation and recreation in general is our primary driver of our economy. So we're hurting that, especially in the summertime, as well as not providing for our local residents. So it's impactful.
So if we're keeping our current level of service, is overuse and not having the capacity and having a wait list. So adding these community parks, which are let's be clear, rectangular fields, are imperative to ensure that we are not quadruple overcrowding our fields and having wait lists that are not attainable.
Correct.
Okay. Kind of like our ice rink situation, but on crack. Okay, so John. Thank you. You answered some of my questions about County Road 42 and the sidewalk and who's maintaining, who's paying. It's a timeline on that.
It really depends on when they build the phase that's out near County Road 42, because that's when the access points would be built. That's when the sidewalks and the intersections would be improved. And that's when you would start to see residents using County Road 42. So it's entirely dependent on when they build that part of their project.
And we are tentatively going to go into an agreement to maintain 42 to that area.
Well, it would be an agreement between City Council and the Board of County Commissioners. The county has expressed that they would prefer we take it over. I do anticipate it will be in the city's interest to take over that first stretch of County Road 42 because we will want a higher level of service than what the county has to offer.
What about the intersection at 40?
42 and 40. So the intersection itself doesn't need to be expanded till probably 2040 or 2041.
Okay, that's good news.
The highway, and Jason and I were on a call with the traffic consultant this morning, and she explained to us that at that particular stretch, the highway fails before the intersection. Everywhere else, the intersection fails before the highway, but it's flipped right there.
Okay, so we saw Jason's slide, and I would like you to walk me through the time frame, because I think I hear a lot of, this isn't a CDOT issue. We were chastised, I believe, in the paper by Mr. Peasley about making this a highway problem, and it's always been our problem, which was quite offensive in my opinion.
It was unfair.
It was very unfair, especially since I've been in the transportation world for 22 years.
Mhm.
So it hurt. I want to be clear when I ask this question. And I think you answered it pretty well last week, but let's make it even more clear. As the current state of our transportation needs in our community and bridging out 10 to 20 years, we do have a problem. It's obvious.
Mhm.
Our partners at CDOT acknowledge that there are problems,
Mhm.
but those problems, as you stated, become a cooperative problem within the state and the city to be able to solve them through the CDOT process of bottom-up approach and planning,
Right.
correct?
Correct.
So when we initiate a Brown Ranch development, from what I heard you say last week, CDOT then says, in so many ways, the planning is on you to figure out the problem. And we can only do so much because we haven't done the adequate planning through the bottom-up approach through the TPR and statewide process, correct?
Correct. Sans politics, that's correct.
Okay, so you and I both have sat on the TPR for many years. Me and TPR, I'm sorry, public is Transportation Planning Region, which is a 5-county region collaborative. The planning document that we go by is the 10-year plan and the statewide plan.
Correct.
These documents are redone every 4 years, and they are not concurrent. They go back and forth. We're up for the statewide plan, starting to open it up in June this year. So my question is, do any of these intersections or road improvements fall inside the Northwest TPR's statewide plan?
They do not.
Does the Region 3, which is the region that CDOT oversees, have any plans for these in the next 20 years?
Not currently.
So when we have a potential elected candidate say, we've given no money to this, it's because we have no planning for this through our transportation planning region, correct?
Correct.
And through the state of Colorado.
Correct. And that's because we don't start seeing the volumes that warrant the widening until after 10 years without Brown Ranch.
Okay, and then with Brown Ranch, when do we see those problems occurring?
So it depends on the location. So the closer you are to downtown, the sooner the improvements need to be made. So going back to the meeting that we had with the traffic consultant this morning, if you're east of Downhill Drive, you're looking at 2032 without Brown Ranch, 2029 with Brown Ranch. If you're west of Downhill Drive, then you're looking at 2036 without Brown Ranch and 2026 with Brown Ranch.
So 3 years from now with Brown Ranch. And is that at
10 years if you're west of Downhill.
Okay, and so is that with full build out or for what you are predicting as the phasing issue process?
It's no, not a full build out with a phased build out of 100 units a year. That's
Okay,
what we assumed.
so then as we continue on my transportation journey, down the road per se, I will say that the concern with transportation really lies in the fact that, and correct me if I'm wrong, transportation funding, design, and build is how many year exactly process? We're going through it with Downhill Drive, so you can use that as an example. How long did that intersection, which we now have on tap to do 4 more, how long did the Downhill Drive intersection planning and actual get to add, which will happen in a couple of weeks, correct? How long was that process?
So it took us 3 years. You could probably do it in 2, and then we're looking at a 2-year construction season. So if you're really moving fast, it's 4 years.
And that's if the funds are encumbered today for design, correct?
Correct. Yeah.
So you have to have the funds encumbered, and then it's a 4-year process to get to construction.
4-year built. Yeah.
Okay, so when you say that we're going to have a concern in 3 years for an intersection, if Brown Ranch goes at 100 per year, then what is the reality that this is even going to happen?
So when I said 3 years, I was referring to the amount of time that Brown Ranch accelerates the schedule.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Right. So assuming Brown Ranch is approved, then we're looking at wide scale improvements this side of Downhill Drive, probably prior to 2029.
Okay, so in 6 years. And so in all reality, what is the reality of having that design project and construction project happen before you hit that timeline of 29?
You could do it if you had the money encumbered within the next year or 2. Otherwise.
For the whole thing or just design?
For design, you need to get the money encumbered for design first, and then, fingers crossed that the money also gets encumbered for the construction.
Okay, and then my next question would be, at the last TPR meeting, we had a conversation about the process of project
planning and design and construction. We are currently constructing passing lanes on the east side between Kremling and Muddy Pass. That design and construction took 5 years, and we were supposed to concurrently be designing passing lanes from Craig to Steamboat. There's 4, and they were going to do 2. We have heard that now we are a year and a half out for design for passing lanes. So I hear you say politics can change the cost, and if this gets pushed to the front, but in all reality, if we can't get passing lanes designed that were in our plan, what's the reality that we're going to get intersections designed that are not even in a plan anywhere in CDOT?
That's a great question that I really can't answer. Politics changes the timeline, but politics doesn't change the cost.
Correct. Okay. Thank you, John.
Okay,
I'm done.
all right, and thank you, Joella.
So Angela, let's go back and talk for a minute more about the parks. What I'm trying to figure out is the giant ingredients in the pot of fiscal gap, and how, if at all, we can deal with them, and where we really need to ask CDOT or the state to come in order for us to do anything. But this is strictly about the community parks that are a part of the Brown Ranch plan that have caused so much consternation at the price. So spend a moment, if you will, talking about how that price was achieved and what went into it. Why is it, to the naked eye, so expensive?
So the price tag per acre for all park development with Brown Ranch, we're using the average of 1.35 million per acre, and that will be an average. Most people, when they think of parks, you're just thinking of a basketball court or a playground, where the majority of the cost is actually access, utilities, parking, design, site work, infrastructure. When we look at Bear River Park, our most recent community park development, which we're still underway with, the total for what we're doing currently is about $12 million. $8 million of that is design, site work, access, utilities, parking, and infrastructure. Only $4 million of that is your actual recreational amenities that serve the community. And per code, we're not allowed to develop those recreational amenities without that access, utilities, water, electricity, parking, the things that really drive the price up. And that's why the price tag of 1.35 million is so high.
So if we were to come to you and say, as Jason in his remarks to the Planning Commission said, that we could cut the cost to about 2/3 and save money that way, what would you cut? What out of that 135 per acre would you cut?
We would start with access and utilities, and we wouldn't make it past that. So we would never get to the point of actually developing any recreational amenities.
So what would we have? Would we just have open space?
Correct. It would no longer be a park. It would be classified as open space. Similarly, Redevelopment is not a park. It is open space that's used as an off-leash dog area, and all the amenities are funded by Steamboat Dick's Dogs.
So if that were to happen, and that was the only way that the city could move forward with Brown Ranch, and we ended up with a full development there, but no community parks. What's your theory on where those people would recreate? Would that burden fall on what by that time will be Bear River Park? Would it fall elsewhere? In your expert opinion, where would those people go?
Right. For this conversation, we essentially have 3 types of parks. You have your little parks, your medium parks, and your large parks. The community parks are your medium parks. The large park, the regional park, we already, even though it was a requirement of Brown Ranch, council took off the table. So that's not happening. The little parks, we've accepted much less for. We're accepting almost 9 acres less than what the community currently receives per capita. And we added 9.5 acres of greenways in there. So we've really falsified the little parks. Now we're defunding the community parks. There's not going to be this green open space that's being envisioned. And the homes there primarily don't have any outdoor personal spaces. Most homes will not have yards. So we're approving or discussing approving a large urban development without green space. And then we're slowly converting what was proposed as parks into open space that won't have amenities for the community to play on.
So I'll go back to the basic question. Then where do the residents of Brown Ranch, where do you see the residents of Brown Ranch going to recreate?
They're for some activities, anything that requires sports fields, they will be, the general wait list for the community will absolutely increase. Bear River Park will be the closest park with amenities. That park, the need for that park was 19 years ago when it was first, when the plan was first approved by the city and the land was first acquired for a parkland. The need for that area has just gotten greater. We're still drastically underserving the west side of Steamboat. That will be their closest access point, but it won't properly serve a community of that size.
Thank you.
Anything else, Joel?
Let me see what else. Yeah, a couple of questions for Kim. Just about as straightforward a question as I can ask. If the annexation agreement gets approved, however that happens, how would you deal with the funding gap? What are our alternatives as a city?
So if it gets approved as is, I would suggest, I think your biggest issues from the community are going to be that you're going to hear, or you or the next council, the first things you're going to hear are about traffic. And so I think the highway projects will need to be addressed first. And unfortunately, the parks will probably be the ones that you have to delay funding on because you won't have the funding to do both. You potentially won't. Maybe there's grants. And so the highway projects will probably take precedence, and you will need to fund those. You can maybe, if the grants do come through, then that lightens up the load, that then some money can be put towards parks. You could issue debt, as one of the public comments mentioned. You could issue debt. You could if you did the, 2 of the highway improvements, maybe it's $25 million. It's about an $18 to $19 million, or sorry, $1.8 to $1.9 million annual debt service payment. That would need to be either additional revenue taken out of the general fund, wherever that comes from. You could do the improvements with that. And then if the council at the time determines that the infrastructure, whether it's parks or whether it's the highways, is not suitable for continuing to build, it's built into the annexation that they can at that time not issue building permits.
So if I understand this correctly, some of the funding could come out of the general fund. It could be a reduction in what we currently spend, what our current budget looks like for 2024 for the general fund. That would have to be reduced in order to pay for some of the highway improvements.
unless there were significant outside funding that I'm not aware of, unless there were significant grants, yes, I would say that that you would, there's not enough excess money in the capital fund, so it would likely be something would need to come out of the general fund in order to fund those.
Unless the bonded debt went to a vote.
Unless the bonded debt went to a vote and we had a corresponding property tax or sales tax to fund those debt service payments. Correct. Thank you, Gary.
Sure.
Okay, so and out of the capital improvement fund, what would come out? What would have to go below the line of funding? And for how many years? And I'm just asking rough. I don't need precision here, but in general, so for how many years would we be looking at a significant reduction in the projects that are now above the funding line in the CIP?
Well, because you gave me a heads up on this, I pared down the current approved 6-year CIP and took out 2024 projects and said, we have a balanced 6-year CIP. Of those items that are funded from 2025 to 2029 that could be pushed below the funding line, here's what you have. You have 11 projects of $20 million of city cost from 2025 to 2029. Those are not very transit bus refurbishment, transit bus replacement, fire department engine replacement, ambulance monitors, ambulance replacement, self-contained breathing apparatus for the fire department, stormwater system improvements, city parking lot maintenance, core trail bridge decking. And this is why throughout this process, I've referred to, well, we could just not do pavement maintenance. And that's because that's the biggest expense in our annual expense in our CIP. It's about $2 million that we put into pavement maintenance just on an annual basis, or $2.3 million, which is why that's the biggest one. And then public works, fleet and street. All other projects, there's 40 to 50 aren't even funded. So I didn't even put those up on here. These are the ones that we show that we could have the ability to fund in the next 6 years. And so those ones could be pushed below the line.
One last question I wanted to ask, because I as I look at it, I always question that because the information is out there that the funding gap runs to about $2.2 million a year. So my question to you was, is that a good picture of what it is, or does the funding gap vary year by year in accordance with how much has to be spent in various phases of Brown Ranch?
Exactly. So what a lot of people are doing, which is there's a lot of information. So people look at the end number and say it's 22 million or 42 million or 52 million, and they divide it by 20 and say, well, that's not bad. X amount per year. As your public works director told you, it's the difficult part of this is it's concentrated in that first 10 years. So even though Jason showed the third phase of being net positive, all the expenses are in the first 2 phases that the city is going to have to put into in infrastructure. So therefore the third phase looks pretty good because all that infrastructure will need to be done prior to it. So no, it's not you can't take the ending balance and divide it over 20 years. You really have to look at when the improvements are going to be needed and see how much revenue you've brought in so far, and what that expense is going to be. And that shows your true deficit at that point in time, whether that's when we have to stop development, or that's when we have to issue debt, whatever that, or that's when we're just gonna keep pushing the infrastructure improvements down the line. So I hope that answered your question.
It did. Thank you.
Okay.
Angela,
What, hang on, Joel.
were you done?
Oh, I could go on for hours.
No, you could.
We don't have.
I'm
hours.
sorry, I saw a pause in there. I thought maybe that was it.
Right.
By all means, keep going.
No, I'd like to double check something with Winnie on the status of potential grants. And again, because this has been tossed around in the press, and I'm concerned that we understand what it all means, because we keep hearing there's money out there, and then we hear that there's $15 million in grants. And I'm looking at the letter that we received from the Department of Local Affairs. I'd like you to just run through a quick status report on the items that are in there and whose grant applications they're talking about.
Winnie Delaquadri, Special Projects and Intergovernmental Services Manager. So I'd just like to start off by saying the city has a fiscal policy that specifically governs grants, and we don't budget for or consider grants unless we understand exactly where they're coming from and feel that not only are we eligible, but that we have a very high degree of likelihood of actually receiving the grant. So it is that type of a thing. It's not speculative. We don't set a target and then try to get there. We build a plan for every grant that we're going to write, and we assess the likelihood of getting it. So that's number one. Number two, in terms of the letter from Rick Garcia, it outlined 4 grants, 3 of which I can't really speak to because they were submitted by the Housing Authority. And so that would be stuff on their side of the ledger, not on the city side of the ledger. The one grant that we did submit to Strong Communities, Strong Communities is an infill grant program. It's a program that allows local governments to request funding for infrastructure in support of affordable housing on infill projects. On infill properties. And then there's a benefit or a bonus if you have a childcare center involved. So we wrote that grant for a little over $4 million based on 3 intersections that we wanted to improve. 2 of those intersections are related to Brown Ranch. John would have to confirm the numbers, but I think that was just a portion of it. And then the 3rd intersection is the Indian Trails intersection. And that one is, so the first 2 were eligible based on the fact, not that Brown Ranch was really going to have affordable housing because it's not infill, but because there was planned childcare out there. And then the last intersection is Indian Trails, and that one would be eligible, not because of Brown Ranch, but because of the CDOT childcare and worker housing project.
Can I ask a clarifying question? Would you mind? So if I'm hearing you correctly, you're saying that the grant that we are going after is really not connected to Brown Ranch.
It's partially connected to Brown Ranch. Half of it is connected to Brown Ranch and half of it is not.
Okay, thank you.
Joel, anything else?
Thanks, Winnie. Tom, I do have a question for you that will help us understand maybe a little more about timelines. And I realize that Brown Ranch is not your personal project, but just based on what I've heard you talk about over the last couple of years in terms of scheduling the build right across the street and what it means seasonally, depending upon when you're able to start. So if we go to a vote on the Brown Ranch annexation, and I don't have any idea when that vote would happen, council hasn't decided that. But I don't know when Jason plans to put the first shovel in the ground if he's got a hard date on it. but I'm interested in whether the discussions that have already swirled around, if we have an election, if council puts this to an election, the annexation to an election, what month is it? What is important? Is it important that it be in March or earlier than March? Does it matter if it's in June? Does that mean not just a 3-month delay? Does that mean a 1-year delay in a project like this? If you have enough information to even help us with that.
It would be purely speculative. Tom Leeson, Deputy City Manager. It is contingent on a lot of things. First of all, I don't know what their contractual arrangement will be with the Michaels Group, who's going to actually be doing the infrastructure. So I suspect they're probably not doing any kind of civil engineering, detailed civil engineering until they actually have an approval, because that costs a fair amount of money. You heard them say tonight that a vote in June would delay them a year. So an 8-month delay in the annexation approval will delay them a year. That extra 4 months is likely because of the winter months. This is a subdivision, which means they've got to do, unlike the project across the street where we can go vertical and start building in the winter. You know, this is a subdivision where they've got to put in all of the roads and all of the sewer and all the water, and it's really difficult to do that during the winter. So you have the summer months, spring, summer, and fall to do that construction. We typically say entitlement process. So going through the planning process is probably close to 8 months to a year. And then the infrastructure construction is probably close to that as well. We have included some language in the annexation agreement to allow them to do some vertical construction concurrently with your with the horizontal construction. So that will save them some time. But I think what you're hearing them say is this delay is probably a good solid year delay. If you do it in March, obviously they might be able to get through the entitlement process and get some construction and start to go vertical in 25. That's entirely possible, I think.
Great, thank you. And I have no more questions. Thank you.
Michael?
Angela. Of the parks use that you explained earlier today, give me a kind of a time frame. I mean, is this an 8 to 9, 8 to 5 during the mornings, nights? When is those parks reserved and used?
Ooh, in reference to the field use question.
Please.
So let's first define season, probably starting May.
Okay.
And basically looking Memorial Day to Labor Day is a couple weeks on either edge. But May through September, 7 days a week. When school's in session, primarily after school until dark. Many of our fields don't have lights, so we do stop at dark. Weekends during the summer, more active throughout the days, especially with tournaments coming to town, or our local organizers hosting tournaments like the Steamboat Soccer Club, et cetera. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it does. And so just to kind of clarify, then what you're saying is between May and September, roughly 5 months, they're used often and more so in the evenings. Because of what? Snow.
We're not going to have back and forth. Michael, go ahead.
That's all I have for now.
Could I tack
Sure.
onto that though? No, I'm not going to.
I'll tack onto that. What do you think will happen in the wintertime with those community parks? Is there another use for them other than tournaments and field play time?
It would probably be very similar to the way community parks currently are utilized in the wintertime. They do receive drastically less use. Some folks walk dogs, snowshoe, et cetera, but the use is much less in the winter.
So, and that leads to that question that I was going to ask about the Bear River Park. Have you anticipated planning outside of from September to May? Is there snow removal? Is there any kind of, what's going to happen to that park during those off months?
Sure, there will be snow removal along the core trail through the park and the parking lot. Besides that, We don't remove snow from playgrounds. We don't remove snow from ball fields, courts, etc.
Okay. Let's see, Winnie, you had a question, you were talking about the grants. And this is just kind of a historical question. Have you experienced any of the parks or any of the parks that we've had in this town that we built? Is it all been by city funds, or did we get any grant funding for any of these parks that we currently have?
The city let me go back. Great Outdoors Colorado, when Great Outdoors Colorado was funded in the early 1990s, had an approach where they were very happy to work with any community that was proactive on trying to achieve their goals of improving the outdoors for recreation. And as a result, the city was a perfect funding partner fit for Great Outdoors Colorado because we were very proactive in purchasing parks and open space and developing them. So every single park has GoCo money in it. That being said, probably about 5 or 6 years ago, GoCo changed their strategic plan and their focus and their emphasis. And rather than working with people who were proactive, they decided they looked at us and said, wow, Steamboat Springs, you've gotten $12 million from GoCo and you have a ton of parks in your community. And perhaps maybe we should stop working with you and we should start working with communities that don't have any. And so that is exactly what they did. And we have had them here on field trips and workshops and visits, and they love coming to have us show what a proactive community can achieve. The fact that we have acquired almost all of the Yampa River is a phenomenal thing because that's landscape level conservation and they love it. And they are no longer funding us for those types of things because we have other parks and their goal is to fund communities that don't have any. So there is a GoCo field representative that is assigned for our area. We were actually very instrumental in GoCo changing their approach so that they had field representatives. And we have met with that individual multiple times. We've toured him through the community. We have toured him on Brown Ranch. And the direction that we have gotten, and I have it in email form if anybody wants a copy, is that the Brown Ranch, because it is one property, it is not a regional project. A regional project would be like Steamboat, Hayden, Oak Creek, Craig, Yampa. That would be a project that would be up at the $10 million level. Just one part, a subdivision with a bunch of parks or one community, even with multiple parks, it does not rise to that level. And so we are at the lower, hey, you're going to do a park. Maybe we'll help you a little bit, $500 to $1 million level.
Thank you. We've been lucky up until this point, what you're saying.
We were a good fit for GoCo at one time, and they have really embraced diversity, equity, and inclusion.
Good call. Thank you. Kim, last question for me. And we're going to get into this. Thank you for this. When I got in this morning or today, you have these spreadsheets that have the 50%, 75%, 100%, and just kind of going through these numbers. I've made a lot of notes on them. But we're talking about the new revelation of the STR tax being able to be used, even though we pull some of the funding out of the parks. I just want to make it clear that we're not talking about giving up the land that we're getting for these community parks. We're just giving up, in my dialogue, is giving up the funding for some of these parks to the tune of $50 million. And when I look at this, I'm curious to find out, when you do the numbers and you had this go through there, we have a budget amount of $3,063,000 per year across the entire for the years that equal $53 million. Where's that $3 million per year just come from?
It was a estimate of that Community Park A would be in phase 1 and Community Park B would be in phase 2. and just took the numbers and divided it evenly by the years.
Makes sense. Looking at this, and I know not everybody here has this, but in the 75% dedicated STR funds that you have in the example, you have in year 2034 at the end of phase one, a deficit of $9,899,000. Correct?
Correct.
Now, if you take out some of that $3 million that you have in the Parks and Recreation in phase one, and we don't build the community park in phase one, what does that do to that number?
It makes it look better.
Does it?
Yeah, well, yeah, if you want to say we're not going to build the park in phase one, then phase one is funded.
Is funded.
If council agrees to use 75% of your 25%, which I know is confusing, but 18.8% of the STR tax. And if it comes in at $13 million in today's numbers per year, and you allocate all of that and you don't do a community park, then yes.
Phase one is funded.
Mhm.
Okay, thank you. No more questions.
Can I ask a follow-up on that? I thought then we would have to take out the 7.5 million that,
We would,
but
but the phase one park is $30 million. So if you say we're not building a park until 1,100 units are in there, I don't suggest it, but it fixes phase one's funding.
but that's leaving Yampa Valley Housing's community contribution to community parks in 25, 26, and 27 of it's showing.
7.5 million total.
Showing them still giving us the money for the park. We're just going to use it for something else.
No, we can't use it for something else. I would take, it's not in here. I would, if it's agreed upon that the city is not, and I know that there's question on whether or not we're even legally responsible to put it in, but if we say not gonna do a community park until there's 1,100 units, then I would take out the $7.5 million of revenue and $30 million of parks. Put it to phase 2 and 3 because it's in the annexation agreement. And unless you renegotiate the annexation agreement, that will be provided.
Thank you.
But my point is, if you take the 7.5 million out of revenue
Mhm.
and you take the 30 million out of the bottom, we're still took 7.5 out of revenue.
But it still funds phase one, which is where I think a lot of the community was trying to find out where we
Yeah.
were with the first phase and kind of keeping this thing at bay. And this already solves it. So I really appreciate your conversation. Thank you.
All right, and we'll start going this direction. Eddie?
Mr. Schneider. John, that is. How are you tonight, ma'am? So what was the limit units for the new water plant?
800 equivalent residential units.
800. And after that, there will be remaining according to YVHA planning, 6,400 homes total, which leaves us with 1,464 for the water treatment plant to serve. Is that correct?
Well, the treatment plant will serve the entire Brown Ranch and some of town as well. So it'll serve a lot more than just the remainder of Brown Ranch minus the 800.
And what would be the total million gallons per day capacity for that treatment plant?
Probably 3.5.
3.5. If we were to cut, or if YVHA were to scale down the project, would it be possible to get that down to 1 3/4? What, half of 3.5?
Certainly. However, the majority of the costs are going to be there, whether it's 1 million gallons or 3.5 million gallons. So you have a lot of costs in your pipelines and your pump stations and then your clear well. And so then the additional bays, quite frankly, at that point, aren't that big of a deal.
Okay, cool. Have we figured out a place where to put that?
Not yet.
Okay. And if we weren't to use the water rights that we have stored up in Steamboat Lake, would that go away, or we have that in perpetuity?
No, so the water rights themselves are conditional rights on the Elk River, and then we have storage rights at Steamboat Lake that are perpetual.
That's all I had. Thanks.
Great, Dakota.
Yes, Kim, please. Okay, so in terms of the grants that we're discussing, kind of the 15 million, some of that funding, from my understanding, is actually in our budget for next year. And that's where we were able to
believe, and maybe Jason, I believe the 15 million that is being talked about is YVHA's grants, not the city's. The city has the grants that that Winnie talked about, the Strong Communities grants, and some grants on the US 40 trails, which on your new on your cash flow, I added in. So as far as I am aware, the 15 million is YVHA's grants and not the City of Steamboat Springs grants.
Can you please present that? I'd love to see the updated capital gap.
So I can, I just know that there's been such a stir around this, and this is, I'm going to put this up here and you guys are all going to gasp because it's a lot of numbers, but I'm happy to present it.
I hope this is an opportunity to break down a little bit of that confusion.
See? Thanks, Michael.
You're gonna have to expand it.
So what I did is I was asked what are the actual projects? What are the projects of the intersections? Because we've been using just one big number in phase 1 and phase 2. So broke down the actual projects. Nothing's changed in the first 3 rows. Building use tax, building excise tax, STR tax. The building use tax and excise tax was developed by RCLCO. Then the STR tax, this is 50% of the city's 25%, which is what we've been talking about for over the last 2 months. And then we have YVHA's contribution to community parks. I broke that over 3 years just because I broke out Parks and Rec, or the community parks cost, over 10 years. So I know it's hard to see, but this this line matches this line, and this line matches this line, because it's this $7.5 million that is part of the annexation agreement to pay for a portion of their of the community grants. So then the added part is we believe we have the grants and accommodation tax to pay for the US 40 trail Snow Bowl to KOA. So I added the revenue for that, $3 million here, fully funded, and you have $3 million of expense.
Is that in jeopardy if we don't annex this year?
No, that is not reliant on, none of these actually are reliant on Brown Ranch. These are outside of the Brown Ranch. $2.5 million includes part of the budget that you approved tonight was $1 million allocated to the underpass, plus a portion from Routt County, plus some straight state grants, and then a potential congressional directed spending of $1 million. That's not secured yet, but we feel confident enough to put it in the budget. US 40 Downhill Drive intersection. This is in the 2024 budget that you approved tonight. So those 3 projects are fully funded at this time, as long as those grants come through. The 2, so I added the revenue here, and you have the expense here. Then we've been talking a lot about the Strong Communities grant. That is that's reliant on that childcare CDOT facility. It's not reliant on Brown Ranch. You have $750,000.
Those two are dependent on that.
Which ones?
The two downhill drive intersections.
These ones?
Yep.
The grant funding is?
Yep.
Sorry, I misspoke. These two $750,000 are reliant on Brown Ranch, so $1.5 million. And then you have the corresponding expense. So I added $8.3 million in revenue to this. Do you want me to keep going?
I would love for you to zoom to the right of that and just show the updated total.
So for I added also, just so people understand why that changed, I added that we would spend $2 million of fire EMS reserves on this. I haven't been putting that in because the priority of the council has been that we would be funding the Mountain Fire Station prior to that. This would change that priority, that the Mountain Fire Station would not be the priority. And so if I scroll you wanted me to scroll all the way to the right, it's 42 million because I added $10 million of potential funding to it.
42 million over a 20-year period of time.
That's correct, but that's where we can't just take 42 and divide it by 20.
Right, and I understand that. And next, I would really appreciate if you could show what these numbers would look like if council were able to dedicate 100% of the 25% of our share of the STR tax.
Sure, if the revenue came in at 13 million, it would go to $9.9 million if you dedicated 100% of the STR funds.
And then something that I think is, I would like to clarify is that parks are broken up year over year. The goal of saving money in order to afford those parks. My question to you is why can't we break up the highway improvements year over year in order to afford those? And you also mentioned that parks were funded through phase 1 and 2, and also the highway improvements are needed in phase 1 and 2. And that's where the problem comes, is with phase 1 and 2, rather than phase 3, we actually see a positive number, but why can't we break up all the highway improvements year over year?
I'll let John speak to that, but I wanted to clarify one thing. I am not saying that we would fund parks at $3 million a year. And I don't think it would actually save us money to do $3 million each year. It was just a way to put numbers in a cash flow. I have $30 million funded in for Community Park A. I don't think it would be $3 million each year. It'd probably be nothing, $20 million. And then $10 million the next year. That was just a way, but I'll let John speak to phasing of the highway improvements.
So the highway improvements can be phased, but they have to be phased section by section. So you wouldn't be able to do a few hundred feet one year and stop, few hundred feet the next year and stop. You really need to choose an entire segment and do the whole segment at once. And so that's how we have it priced out here with the segments defined by the side street intersections.
Yeah, okay, thank you. I will have more questions for you in a moment. So Kim, yeah, just that cash flow issue is a big challenge, right? And you said that it's one way to kind of break up that challenge is to do it year over year, but now you're saying that might not be feasible for parks. And I'm kind of using parks as an example of what we could see with the highway improvements to fix that cash flow issue. But you're saying maybe that's not feasible.
I don't know what the phasing of parks looks like. We could set aside $3 million a year and do it. Do you want to speak to that, Angela?
That's what I was going to say, Dakota. You could do it if the council decided to do a save and build, you could earmark those funds and then save and build and then, spend 10 million to do infrastructure, for example. So that's an option.
Mhm.
I don't need.
Is that what you were going to say? Good, thanks.
Thank you for that. Okay. So looking at this spreadsheet of the 100% utilized of our STR share, what I wonder, and Dan, you were able to illuminate that we could use the STR funds for Highway 40. And if we were to do that and almost create our own waterfall effect of funding and prioritize Highway 40, that to me, we have $61 million in Highway 40 improvements needed and a potential $64 million in STR funds. So that leaves about 3.25 million left over in STR funds. Is that correct?
It's correct, except for we have to take into consideration the timing issue.
Mm-hmm.
So in 2042, if all the assumptions came true, you would have 62 million, but you would need the highway improvements much earlier than 2042.
Right. And that's where, Dan, Kim, you can stay if you would like. I'm going to come back to you in a second. But the council is protected, whatever council is seated at the time. If there's a cash flow issue in year 2040, which I see on my spreadsheet, then the council at the time can say we are not able to approve any new building permits for Brown Ranch until we have ample funding for city capital.
Right. There is no mechanism in the annexation agreement that would allow anyone to force the city to commit general fund monies to the project. Instead, you could either proceed, allow the project to proceed and let the highway impacts build up, or you could stop approving land use applications and pause the project essentially.
Mm-hmm. And this number here, this 24 million, that includes paying 3 million each year for parks.
Includes both parks, yes.
So if we were to take that out just for the interest of getting housing built, what are we looking at in terms of that cash flow issue for Highway 40?
You would have a cash flow, unless you took out Community Park A, you would have a cash flow issue when you do the highway widening at County Road or at Slate Creek Road to County Road 42 and downhill to Slate Creek Road. Right, I have it projected at 2035. It sounds like conversations this morning would push that up earlier. So you would still have that, sorry, it just covered it. 27 million in 2035. What you asked was, if we took out Community Park B, what would that do? It would make your 2040 positive. It would make it fully funded, but you would still have an issue at 2035 unless you took out Community Park A.
Right.
So the first park for the 1,100 people, 1,100 units, that one is really, that one you would need to take out in order to make the numbers work on.
So taking out both parks just for this, trying to balance these numbers. We took out both parks. Where do we sit in 2044 at the end of the 20-year?
If all other assumptions are correct, you sit positive. If you take out both parks, I don't know what that does to the planning process. I don't know if there's things that if there's other requirements on development, that would be a Rebecca question. I'm just specifically talking spreadsheet questions.
Thank you.
And it solves that, but I don't know if that's feasible.
So it solves the funding gap, but it might not solve the annexation agreement of us saying that these parks are required, but the city is not obligated to build parks. We just are obligated to do what exactly, Dan?
If the parks are built, it's the city's responsibility to build them,
Mhm.
but there's no legal obligation for us to build them.
And if we got to the point where we couldn't afford these parks, would that have any impact on the city's decision to halt building permits?
No, that, I believe the intention and the language would apply that building permit and land use approval language to the highway improvements and not to the parks.
Can you elaborate a little bit more on that?
So we wouldn't deny land use applications on the basis of the parks not being built.
Because there's a community need for,
Yeah, that
Got it.
conversation all revolved around the highway, and I think it uses the term offsite improvements, which I don't think the parks are included in that definition. So, I suppose that if it matters, that is a point that should be clarified.
okay, thank you. I'm almost there with you, Kim.
Is there something you need to look over and we could have Gail ask?
No, I'm moving along here. Don't worry. Okay, so this is my potentially last question for you, Kim. Could we use our standard CIP process to rank these projects with all other city projects? They are all considered community needs, right? And housing is a number one community need currently. So is that a possibility for the city?
It's a possibility. Where it would be difficult is the spreadsheet I put up earlier showing the 11 projects. Those are the only currently funded, or not even funded, projected projects that were able to be above the line for the city with our current revenues. And so it would mean if the highway improvement, the $17 million in 2030 ranked number one, that means we would do no other projects. We wouldn't do the bus refurbish. If we didn't have grant funds to offset that, we wouldn't do all of those other 11 projects that were on that list. And so, yeah, we could. It just would, it's what you would bump off the list.
And I want to just go another layer deeper on that. So if you added these highway improvements to that list, we're not saying that none of those other projects can be done over this next 20 years, but in the next 5 years, what are the projects that are going to rise the highest in the city's current ranking system? Maybe some of the projects you had would get funded, and maybe some of the Brown Ranch projects could be funded. It's not a one or the other necessarily. It's how they line up on that priority list, right?
Correct. It would, but if one of these was on there, it would essentially it would bump most of those to down the road. And most of those are truly just maintenance items, pavement maintenance, stormwater maintenance, fire truck replacement, bus transit refurbishment. But yeah, the city could delay those items and prioritize the highway improvements, whether or not there'd be $17 million of additional building use tax would be a question.
And that's all assuming that we don't use 100% of the STR funds, because if we did that, we could do all those projects and all the Brown Ranch projects, correct?
No, No, 100%, you still are, when you go to do those.
Sorry, minus the parks.
Oh, okay. Sorry, yeah. Yes, if you don't construct parks, you can do them both.
Thank you. Okay, I have more questions.
One more question.
No, I have more questions and I won't be silenced because every other council member got to ask all their
Well,
questions.
then let's move on.
I am moving on. You're actually taking my time right now. So I'm going to move on. Thank you. Jason, can I have a word? Okay. If we annexed only phase one, what impact does that have on the housing authority's ability to deliver on affordability?
I don't have a specific number related to it would cost 10% more or something along those lines. It becomes less efficient primarily from a grading standpoint on the site. So there's a lot of grading that needs to happen on the site. Approaching that in a comprehensive way saves us a lot of money moving dirt once. And so from that standpoint, that's probably the place where you'll see the most savings would be on site work, which is a huge cost associated with that. I think our initial estimates is that might be $100 million worth of work. So that's where you're going to see the most savings from taking a look at the project from a larger standpoint. As far as the dollars and cents, I don't have a specific number for you.
I think you have.
I have a follow-up with that, and it's to John, actually. When you do overlot grading, what he just said is a 20-year, he wants to overlot grade for 20 years for this entire project. Is that even legal? I don't think it is.
So in today's day and age with stormwater
Right.
requirements, if you're not active, you have to reseed.
Right, so you
So-
can't overlot grade for more than over 2 years of project,
Yeah,
right?
there's no part of me that believes they're overlot grading that entire site at once.
Yeah, so the efficiency part of that is not feasible because it's illegal.
Well, there's probably efficiencies to be gained by grading more than less. I don't see all 4 neighborhoods being graded out simultaneously, but that's up
Right,
to them.
because
You
of
have
the-
stormwater regs that guard against some of leaving those sites inactive.
Great, thank you.
Okay, go ahead, Dakota.
Thank you. Okay. What is your timeline for next year if annexation moves forward this year or if it gets delayed till next April or June?
Yeah, so the timeline is essentially when you hit go on significant investments in the serious engineering and entitlements and construction work. Until we know that we're annexed, that money, if we were to spend it, is all at risk. Could just be money spent on designs that go nowhere. And so from our standpoint, we would have to make a risk assessment about whether we would invest prior to the vote. It's prudent to wait. Like if you're being absolutely fiscally conservative, you wait until you know exactly when it's time to go. And that's likely the choice that we would make. So what that means is that we wait till April or June to then begin serious work on designing and permitting, and then ultimately constructing the improvements that are needed. As was asked before, the June timeline completely basically wipes out the 2024 construction season. There's no way to start late June and be able to have the entitlements in place and the design in place to start construction. A March, April timeline gives us some hope that we could get some shovels in the ground in 2024. Approval now absolutely gives us the ability to get construction started in 2024.
Thank you.
Can I ask a follow-up to him on that? We approve this tonight with no referendum. Dan, and it's really questions for Dan then. Dan, what is the timeline for anyone in the community? And then when would that put that in? Just so we understand, you're saying April or June, you want it right now. But if there is a referendum, I think we need to understand that the people could hold this up.
The petition process is about 6 or 7 weeks. That's assuming that adequate number of signatures are collected the first time around. So 30 days to collect signatures and submit the petition, 10 days for the city clerk to review the petition. And if it's adequate, then schedule a hearing before city council, and the council determines if the petition is adequate or not. So that takes about 6 or 7 weeks. At that point, if the council determines the petition is sufficient, then the charter requires that election be held within 30 to 90 days. And the realities of putting together an election mean that we would need basically every one of those 90 days. So 7 weeks, 49 days and 90. So we're talking about 4.5 months.
So from scheduling a hearing would be sometime probably in December. So that would be January, February, March.
We'd be talking
We are-
about an election at the end of March.
March or April. So it's a March or April anyway. That I'm wondering if it ends up going to referendum and it has to go to a ballot, and I believe, Julie, you might want to clarify this. We cannot do an election the same day as the presidential primary.
We can't coordinate with them.
Okay, so we would be talking April probably, right? The beginning of April.
Yeah, there is, so the only day we could coordinate would be June 25. If we don't do June 25, the end of April has some advantages because there is a window between the primaries in which certain like material resources would be available to us. Like I'm talking voting machines and vaults, and also election judges won't be working on the primaries and they might be available to us. So
Not voting machines, though.
When are the
Voting
voting
machines.
machines available?
Only if we coordinate with.
only if we coordinate. So there are certain advantages to having an election at the end of April. And if it's not at the end of April, then we're basically on our own and the date doesn't really matter all that much.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify, if it passes tonight and there's no vote and nobody does anything, you're full steam ahead. You have to wait, obviously, to know about that. But if there is a referendum or we change the date, you could potentially still be talking the end of April. So that's 2 months, which means you're still not breaking ground next year. Correct? For the 2 months.
I mean, any delay is going to result in a longer lead time to delivering units. And could we, with an April decision, if it's early April, if it's mid-April, if it's late April, I'm hopeful. I'm really hopeful that we can deliver housing. I understand the timing related to that, and we believe that it's the citizens' right, if you guys approve it tonight, to petition it to the ballot, and absolutely respect that right.
Okay, thanks. I'm sorry. I just wanted to get that out.
I'm glad you did. Can you elaborate, if you want to, on anything that CDOT said they'd be able to partner on?
All they said was they want to set up a meeting to partner.
Okay.
That was
Thank you.
the notion of the conversation.
And what is the subsidy provided for housing at Brown Ranch? Do you know that?
Subsidy per unit.
Per unit?
It's in around the 100 to 125,000 a door range.
And did I hear at some point that you had a figure for what the city's housing subsidy might look like?
I mean, it's I have only seen sort of rough pro formas for some of the projects, but it's upwards of $500,000 to $600,000 a door.
Thank you.
For what funding, for where?
Particularly the CDOT project.
Do you have that funding information for anything that's already been built in the city?
We have for our own stuff, which is that subsidy number per unit has been growing over time as things have gotten more and more expensive and buying power has been eroded and all those types of things.
But when you're looking at that funding mechanism for the CDOT public-private partnership, are you taking into account the build style and the fact that we're going to be building garages on top of unit or underneath units? And what that looks like and the complexity of the actual build and not just a high rise of apartments and the efficiencies that that comes with it.
Yeah, I mean, when we look at projects, I can't speak to how you guys are designing that project. We're not part of that. But when we look at projects, we do look at cost efficiency, because that, you know, for the last 8 years or so, we've been living on around $1 million a year to use to subsidize housing. And we've put that to very good use. And so for us, the cost metrics really matter. The amount of subsidy that we're able to put in per unit is important to us, because we have such a limited resource and we want to spread it as far as we can. And so that's why you've seen us do a lot of tax credit projects, because we can get a huge amount of leverage with our local subsidy to build more apartment units, as it may be, with that program.
Do you feel like there's an apples to apples approach to saying that the city's subsidizing at $500,000 to your 200 or 100,000? Do you think that that's apples to apples?
Sure. It's cost per household delivered.
Even though you have completely different building designs?
Okay.
That's
We
what I'm
don't need to
asking.
get into a sparring match over
I
that.
know, but I'm just saying, is it truly apples to apples when you're looking at the type of unit that you're building?
I'll leave that for you to decide.
Okay.
All right, Dakota, any?
That's
more
all for you,
questions?
Jason.
you.
And I'd like to bring up Angela, please.
And who after Angela? So just so they're on deck and ready.
That is all.
Okay.
Angela, I think. All right, Angela, thank you. And I appreciate everything you've done for this annexation agreement. I know the talk of parks has been tough, but I appreciate you and your efforts. I want to ask about, has there been potential collaboration with the housing authority to be able to share utilities or share parking that could benefit both the parks and the housing authority residents at Brown Ranch?
Ooh, I think early on in BRAC meetings, I heard it mentioned once and there hasn't been conversation since.
That's interesting. I wonder why that wouldn't be a good thing. And you mentioned earlier that green space wouldn't necessarily be open to the community if we didn't build these parks, but I guess I'd like to hear your thoughts on that, because my vision is that these lands that we're dedicating to community park A and B would be held as open space until they can be developed. So what do you see happening with that land until funding might be available? Like, it might not be green in the sense of, like, you know, turf grasses and things like that, or just.
So open space in general, the land would be dedicated to the city as parkland. And if the city, in this case, doesn't have the monies available to develop the park, it just sits.
Mhm.
If the city chose to put in, say, a trail, that would provide some access at a relatively low cost. But otherwise, it's basically just a big open field
Mhm.
that's there for the community to utilize.
For their dogs.
Or for your dog. Yeah,
Yeah.
that probably is what will very likely happen.
And it's not a maintained field.
The city does have, if it's city property, we do have some responsibility to make sure it's safe and to take care of noxious weeds, et cetera. But it wouldn't be maintained to an active recreation standpoint.
Okay, thank you. That is all.
All right.
Thank you. Although I will, Angela, I mean, right, I mean, it could people could cross-country ski there, right? More than likely kids would be riding their bikes. There'd be some sort of trail. So, I mean, there is the likelihood of some sort of recreation.
That probably actually isn't likely. There's trails programmed, and in the fiscal analysis for the open space, right now we're talking about not funding these parks development. We're not talking about putting, say, $5 million towards them and providing some type of amenities. For, say, Nordic ski trails to be developed, you'd either have to wait till late in the winter till there's large snow pileups. Otherwise, we'd be needing to cut brush back or install some type of trails. In this case, no, it would be essentially an open field unless council designated some type of funding to do additional work there.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just ask a follow-up with the fields
Sure.
while you're here? Or do you have more for her?
No.
Okay,
Actually,
I just have,
Oh, sorry, go
okay.
ahead.
My question is, over time, and we're seeing this with trails way behind us and around us, things happen, people create trails, people do things that probably should be left alone on the land. How does that affect the cost of developing the space when it is time to develop it? As far as illegal trails, illegal dumping, illegal whatever, when it's really not supposed to be, when it should be pristine?
Sure. So we refer to those as social trails. As far as first question, I believe I heard was cost towards development later down the road. There isn't necessarily a larger cost later down the road. It's more of a social issue and folks getting used to having access to those trails and it being removed one day for something. So that would probably be an issue at the time. Big open vacant spaces that don't have a use. You mentioned dumping, that is what frequently happens. So there would be a cost to the city if that did happen to keep it clean and picked up. But
Okay, thanks.
yep.
I was just going to add, there are best practices for maintaining open space. You just don't ignore it. And that's what Angela's alluding to. We're going to have to pay attention to it and maintain it.
Yep.
One more really quick, with open space being proposed, the Housing Authority has still committed 7.5 million potentially for community parks. Could we still use that even if we're not necessarily dedicating money year over year for community parks to build trails or whatever seems most fitting?
You mean use it towards development of a community park or?
Right, just for trails or potential parking or whatever might be needed that fits that budget of 7.5 million.
Isn't it supposed to be matched for the community park and not for something interimly in the interim? Am I correct in understanding that?
The annexation agreement doesn't address what happens if the city chooses not to fund the community parks. What happens with that $7.5 million?
Wait, so is it not, so if we choose not to do the community parks, does that mean the Housing Authority does not need to give us 7.5 million?
I think that the annexation agreement would still require them to do that, but we would probably need to have a conversation with them about what they would want to do in that situation.
Thank you. And thank you, thank you, Robin. I mean, it was the social trails that I was trying to allude to, right? That I think that will be developed. So Jason, I have a few questions for you. One of the things that I think you wanted that came up was the rifle club. Can you address that?
Yeah. So since we've been the owners of the property for a little over 2 years, we've had 2 meetings with the rifle club. One was over a year ago and the other was 1 week ago. We made it really clear 1 week ago that we want to be good neighbors, that we want to work with you, that we have obvious safety concerns about neighborhoods and parks being adjacent to a rifle club, and that we want to work with them on safety upgrades. And we left it in their court. We sent them a significant amount of sort of lists of our safety concerns. We're meeting on Thursday to walk our common property line and talk about our concerns and how we can come up with a third-party assessment of what the best practices are for addressing those concerns, so that we can cohabitate, because they are largely incompatible uses. But at the same point in time, we're not saying we're going to shut them down. We're saying we want to be good neighbors. You need to be good neighbors too.
So you're committed to making this work?
Absolutely.
Perspective of not asking them to leave, but to work together in partnership to figure out how they can stay and how it can stay a safe area.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Next question has to do with what's your, back to our open space in the 45% of the land area that is committed to parks, trails, open space, greenways, pocket parks, right? Mini parks. Can you give us an idea of, I mean, where do you expect the residents to recreate?
Well, our plan is that they would be able to recreate 2 blocks from their door. I think the conversation about the all or nothing parks thing is, I don't think we need to be talking all or nothing on parks, particularly community parks. Those are the ones I think that we're specifically talking about. The flexibility that exists in the annexation agreement gives you the ability to phase the development of those parks over time, the same way you guys are doing Bear River right now, and have been for the last 19 years. And so I think the flexibility that's built in there is to say you don't have to build it to the highest level of standard on the first day. And you can phase that out, and that can be the tool that you utilize to help with cash flow issues that you saw on that spreadsheet, and invest in parks as the resources are available. Every year, you guys are going to have to make choices, and choices are hard. And you have a lot of discretion on how to make those choices. If it's not you guys sitting here, it's the next iteration of city council that has to make those choices. But there's nothing holding you to doing it. You have all of the discretion, the council does, to fund the projects that you want to fund over time. And we're in this situation because of decisions that have been made to fund certain things over other things in the past 25 years at the city. So that's a long-winded, I'll stop there.
It's okay, but it kind of takes me to my next question, which is the question of phasing, right? And we've heard, I think there's a lot of comments up here about, can't we phase this? A lot of comments from the community about this is too much, it's too big, right? How are we going to handle this? And can you talk a little bit just in terms of how this happens with the needs assessment, right? And how often will you conduct a needs assessment to figure out what the need is, and then ultimately what happens if there isn't a need? So just briefly touch on that again, to the extent that make us comfortable that this is phased as it is.
Yeah. So a little bit of history. So the development that you've seen to date with the housing authority has been about 50 units a year. That's an average over the course of the last several years. That's picking up. That pace is picking up. We're probably closer to 75 or 80. This would get us to about 100 units a year, or a little over 100 units a year, depending on the year. And so this is a sort of gradual increase in our production rate that you've seen through town. That's been a relatively comfortable absorption rate by the community. The question about the demand study is so we'll be updating that in some way, probably every year. And we're going to be probably updating it on a kind of wholesale basis every 3 to 5 years. But we're constantly having to update our market studies because we're bringing on new properties. And so that satisfies a component of demand. And so now that demand is either lessened or not there. And now we're shifting to another product type or another AMI target. And so it's going to be a constant iteration of updating the demand as we build.
Okay. All right. And again, and another question or comment that's been made is this is all going to be high rises. Can you speak to the unit mix in terms of how you envision that? And is the first thing going to be all high rises, or is there going to be some sort of different mixture of units?
Yeah. So I think tonight you guys might actually see the zoning. Today.
Tomorrow.
No, right now.
Yeah.
And that requires a variety of building types per block. And so what that means is that you would have an apartment complex and a row home on the same block. as an example, or single family homes and duplexes and fourplexes on the same block. And so the intent of the zoning that you're approving and the intent of the Brown Ranch development plan is to have a mix of product types throughout. Now, the first neighborhood has more mixed use buildings because it's kind of the centralized core, the village center, if you will. And so that is going to have more along the lines of what you would experience in Old Town with shops or offices and things like that on the bottom floor with residences above it or offices above it. It's more of your mixed use hub. And then each neighborhood has a little bit of that as well. And with the other product types like single family homes or row homes or apartments mixed in.
Okay, let me just
Can I
check.
ask a question?
Yeah, please do, because I just
Okay,
make sure I got a
so
list.
I appreciate that because we've seen the pretty pictures, but we haven't really seen any plans. Because we're not there yet to see this, on this block, there's going to be townhouses and this and that. You're saying it, but we haven't seen it. And so for me, looking at the phase one, 593 of the 1124 are multifamily rental. In my mind, that is how many alpenglows, how many reserves, how many what? So we're talking at least 6 buildings or how many buildings to house 593 multifamily rentals. And to me, the comment that was made about it's going to just be straight up in the air. That's what I see with the first 593 multifamily rentals in phase one. And that doesn't even include this, then you have single family attached and single family detached and 179 condos. So 772 units basically are going straight up in the air.
Yeah, so those will be, so phase one is not neighborhood A. Phase one is neighborhoods A, B, and D, if you want to think of it that way, or it could be all of C. And so those will be in some of the reserve style apartment complexes. There will be some that are in the like 12 unit apartment block or condo block kind of concept. And then the remainder would be either in, some of the units will be essentially secondary units. So carriage houses behind a single family home or duplex. Those are some of the apartment units or condo units. And then you have your, like I said, your reserve style apartment complex. So again, the idea is to mix around those different densities of housing types throughout the community so that you aren't saying, oh, that's the spot that has all the density.
Okay, thanks. Sorry.
Okay, all right. Just a couple more quick questions. Can you speak to the DOLA grant, the $15 million? And, just for everybody in the audience, I think we all got an email, right, from DOLA regarding a potential $15 million grant and how this action tonight may or may not affect that.
Yeah, so we have 2 energy and mineral impact grants that are part of their kind of housing initiative within there. That totals $7 million. Those we're presenting to the committee on Monday about, and again, project readiness, it's important to them. And then there's 2 $4 million strong communities grants. One is the one that Winnie talked about, that about $1.5 million of it is attributable to Brown Ranch. The rest is for other projects the city has going on. And then we have our own strong communities grant that we're doing in conjunction with the county. And so those were the 15 million that makes up the 15 million that was referenced in the letter from Rick Garcia.
Okay. Thank you. And again, the essence of the letter is if there's not movement forward, that jeopardizes the 15 million. Is that a correct assessment? Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. To Dan. Right. There's been a lot of talk about the annexation agreement. And specifically, I think there was a question asked about, is there language in the annexation agreement that protects the city? And I think we've touched around it, but again, just to the extent that there is a concern that the city is going to go bankrupt or we're going to financially harm the city on a going forward basis, are you confident that the annexation agreement protects the city from any financial risk?
There's absolutely 0% chance that the annexation agreement could cause the city to become insolvent or bankrupt. And the reason for that is there is no commitment of general fund revenues to the project. Now, the city could spend general fund revenues on the project, but is not legally obligated to do so. So, I think that it just makes it theoretically impossible for that to cause a bankruptcy. So the use of the term bankruptcy in this context is, I thoroughly misinformed.
Okay, all right. And I think we've talked about it, but just again, because it's a big issue for the community as we're talking to people and we're getting questions, is that there is language in the annexation agreement that says the city doesn't have to move forward on issuing permits if there's not the money from the city to provide the necessary infrastructure.
Yeah, and the term is offsite improvements, and that basically refers to the highway improvements. I should also point out, I do not actually have a signed copy of the annexation agreement. It is necessary in order for you to proceed tonight that we do have that. I've been told that it's signed, but the Housing Authority has declined to produce it.
George has it.
What?
Go hand it to him.
I think that we need to have it in there.
Just like every.
There you
Can
go.
I ask a quick follow-up to that?
Okay.
Sure,
Thanks,
absolutely.
George.
Dan, do you mind just illuminating for the community where in the annexation agreement that can be found, that language?
Regarding the land use approvals and building permits,
Yes.
that is in 10D5.
Scary that you know that.
Wow.
That's
Well, I looked it up. I looked it up earlier tonight.
10D5, okay. Anyone needs to look at it.
Raise tonight.
Sorry, it's 10B5, and then there's also provision in 17R, which refers to Tabor, and it says that all of the obligations of the city are subject to appropriation, except to the extent that we're asking for voter approval to make a multi-fiscal year agreement, and that is the question that's going to the voters on November 7.
Or the 75% STR tax allocation.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. You continue, you and all of staff continue to amaze us all in terms of the information that you have at your fingertips and what you know. And so I don't have my glasses on. Is Kim still out here?
Yes.
She's right there.
Oh, perfect. There you are. You moved. Okay. Back to my favorite topic, which is the economic impact
Yes.
of our workforce shortage. And we heard from Leon tonight that, it's affecting his business. It's certainly, affecting his profitability. We also heard that to the extent that our residents are spending up to 50% of their, income on housing. And once Brown Ranch comes online, that will be reduced to 30%. So there's likelihood of another, potential 20% of increased spending. And then I believe, I was trying to find this today, but there was a impact analysis done by Epic about the childcare shortage in like 20 or 21 that indicated there's it's a $10 million annual cost from an economic impact to our community to have workforce shortage. I continue, and we obviously got I think there was kind of an economic analysis, but how do we get that into this fiscal picture? Because what we've got, and again, as I said, you've done a great job. You've turned the numbers 9 ways to Sunday in terms of how we're looking at this. But from my perspective, that's still a gap that's not quantified anywhere. And how do we get that into this equation?
I think this equation is truly, I mean, even though there's assumption after assumption after assumption built in, it's direct costs. And as you heard in public comment, the economic impact is absolutely important. But we also, there's so many assumptions on it. I think it would be incorrect to put direct numbers into a cash flow statement of what that's going to be. The initial estimates on how many new residents versus current residents for Brown Ranch is pretty high on all the assumptions that BRAC agreed on. If I remember right, it was around 80% was new residents. So to then do an economic analysis statement that says that someone is spending 80% is now going to spend 50 or 30, whatever the percentage is. I think that's all important information for the community to know, for you to know. I think it's an element. I don't think it's an element for this projection. The RCL co-analysis is built on around 600 additional construction workers being here. That is going to create additional city services as well. So do you add the revenue and the expense into here? It's built on around 1,100 new jobs. That entails additional city services. Do you add that in here? So I think it's an important element. I don't want to downplay it at all. I don't think this is the place for it.
And Gail,
I don't think,
Professional opinion.
I don't think there's any denying, right, that if businesses are closed, restaurants close down their hours, that there is an economic impact from a sales tax perspective,
I agree.
right? So I appreciate that acknowledgement. Thank you.
we agree that that is a factor. Those are the intangibles. We asked Brian Duffany with EPS if he could take a stab at that. And he just declined. He said it's just throwing darts to try and assume, what type of vacancies that exist in the workplace, what type of economic impact those has.
Yeah.
And I don't know, maybe the Housing Authority could get Dana to take a crack at it.
Well, I
Probably
think,
be a separate
you know,
study though, with,
Yeah.
again, some major assumptions we'd all need to look at and agree to.
I think that just an acknowledgement that there is an impact, right? That's not being factored into this, just like an acknowledgement that there are a lot of different ways that we can come together to solve this in terms of other alternatives for increasing the money that can be spent on.
You'll
affordable
like this
housing.
too. I've often looked with the affordable housing projects that I've been associated with. I've just imagined the number of metric tons of carbon emissions that we keep off of the road by having people live in or near their workplace. So hasn't been a study on that either. Would
Starting.
be
Well, they're
interesting to
starting.
know. I know it exists. I
Thank
just don't
you.
know the number.
That's it. No, thank you.
All right, I have just a few because you guys have been pretty dang thorough. I want to start with a possible vote. And Julie, you were working with the county clerk, and Dan, you inferred that possibly something the end of April would give us the windows we need and possible support. So could somebody speak to that, please?
I think that a date at the end of April would be slightly preferable to other dates in terms of us being able to use the county drop boxes, for example. Otherwise, we'd have to have our own place for people to drop their ballots off. I don't know if Julie, you want to jump in here. So I think it would be maybe a slight preference for the end of April. Otherwise, if it's not going to be on June 25th, I don't think it matters that much.
That's agree. I agree.
Okay, and that's if we choose the date. We could pull the calendar out and choose a date, a Tuesday in the end, second, third, fourth week, April, looking at school calendars and spring break and all that stuff. If we have to do, if it's a referendum, we're required to do it in so many days. So it could be at a different time that is not advantageous for us to use the drop boxes, et cetera, because the charter says we have to do it in a certain amount of time.
I mean, if you were to adopt tonight,
Mhm.
and there were to be a petition and the petitioners succeeded on the first try, yeah, I think that the election would then be sometime in March.
Okay.
And I don't really have a view as to whether or not that's desirable or not.
Mhm.
We could certainly do it if we had to, and would.
Okay.
Would the machines be available?
And we're not doing machines.
We
Not
would,
doing machines.
we would have to start talking very quickly with consultants. To choose which election code we would proceed under. The default rule would be, we would have an election under the Uniform Election Code, but it's possible we might not be able to meet the requirements of the UEC, and the municipal election code has somewhat more simplified procedures, and it may be that we would have to elect to use those procedures. I think the last time around, we did use the MEC. There was some dissatisfaction because the form of the ballots were a little bit different. And also that it had to be a hand count. Although I think that election was successful, and we didn't really run into any major glitches.
Okay, so I'm going to ask Jason or Leah, if it were to go to a referendum and was sometime in March, and we would have tremendous, if we choose to do this, or a referendum says we have to do it, number one, it's going to cost the city $60,000. Number two, it might not give the support. It might be a real push to do something in March versus the end of April window. Is there a preference to the housing authority as to whether they would prefer a possible 1,200 signature thing happening, or having us choose a date tonight?
Our preference is for you to vote to annex it without a public vote today.
That's not what I asked. I asked, is March or April, end of April better for you if we were to choose? We could do it either way. We could either tonight say we want to vote and we're going to choose a date the end of April, or we could say, no, we're not going to do a vote. And then you're going to be bound by the 1,200 signatures if they were able to get it.
And we would be okay with that.
Okay. Okay, that's it. You answered the question.
Yep.
Okay, thanks.
Quick follow-up.
Sure.
So if it does go to referendum and March happens to be when the timeline of events happens that the election has to take place, but the county has their election going for the primary and we can't have any overlap, isn't there a bit of a wiggle room if we can work it out with the applicants of the referendum to push it a little bit?
So that's a bit of a gray area. I mean, the charter says the election has to be held within 30 to 90 days. The petitioners committee has the power to withdraw a petition. It does not, the charter does not address whether or not the petitioners committee has the ability to agree to a different schedule for the election. I think I would take the position that they probably had that power. If we could come to an agreement with the petitioners committee to have an election on a different date, that would probably be okay. But that is more of a gut feeling than a legal opinion.
Okay. All right. Thanks for that. And then the bandwidth for the city to do an election on our own, not in conjunction with the county in June. What is the bandwidth for us to be able to do that and turn that around in that 60 to 90 days?
We'd want the full 90 days if it were to be a referendum. We did it in 2019. It worked out. It is a major effort on the part of the clerk's office. I think it's probably 30 to 45 days of pretty much intense work every day.
Once the ballots go out, yes.
But yeah, we've done it before. We can do it again if we have to.
Okay, good. Thanks. At the beginning of this process in February, one of the major themes was health equity. And we talked about health equity in getting people to be in a healthy environment, have housing that's stable. And Brown Ranch will support the stable housing. I still don't see it supporting stable recreation for people once they're in these units. And I'd like to understand why one's important and the other is now being thrown off the table. And I'd like the housing authority to answer that question.
They're throwing it off the table. I think we are. Why are you asking them that question?
Because we can't afford it.
I know, but you're asking them that question when it's on us, not them.
I'd like to understand whether you feel it's okay to not develop community parks because the city doesn't have the money to do it in order to support Brown Ranch and US 40.
We've never said that you shouldn't develop the parks. We've said that you have the flexibility to develop them when you want. We're required to dedicate the land to you, and then we're developing the smaller parks. We're dedicating to you the open space. For us, when we're talking about health equity, when you look at the basic human needs, housing, shelter is the first and foremost thing that we're concerned about. Where they recreate is a tier or two up above from that. And so from our standpoint, we're dealing with basic human needs here. And so when push comes to shove and you have to make hard decisions, yeah, we're gonna choose to house them first.
All right, thank you. Angela, I have a question. There's been a few different comments. It might have been from public comment, and I'm not sure. And I know it has been brought up before. The comment tonight said something to the effect of fields for the neighborhood versus tournaments. And I'd like you to explain to the community what a community park means in a neighborhood.
Sure. Community parks, a good example is Whistler Park. Sometimes tournaments can be held there. That's not their primary purpose. Their primary purpose is to serve a community that is developed around the park. Your regional parks are more designed to host tournaments.
Okay, thank you. Because I think people don't understand that the goal is not to have an influx of people come in and use the fields on the weekends or at night or anything. It's truly for the community.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
I'm
And
just can I follow up
Yeah,
on that though? I mean, I don't view Whistler Park as a amenity rich $1.3 million park. So, you know, I guess from my perspective, you know, I guess looking at the phased in approach and scaling back the parks, I envision a Whistler Park.
Oh, no, Whistler, if we were to develop Whistler nowadays, we'd be spending more than 1.35 million per acre. And the term amenity rich was the housing authority's term for their greenways, not what the city standard is for community parks.
Even though there's no lights, I mean, that's very interesting to me.
Correct.
So,
So Whistler Park has flushing toilets, men's, women's restrooms, a parking lot, a trail through, a playground, 3 different sports fields. Yep. That would cost.
That's a community park.
That's a community park, and what we would be building would be similar.
all right, thank you.
Yeah, go ahead. No, I
And
have-
that's not Angela. It's-
Okay, well, let me ask one more question. How do the conversation has wrapped a little bit around, if we have like 3 million a year, or if we get the 7.5 million or whatever it might be, can we phase? And the way it was suggested, we're phasing, the one on the other side of town at this point in time. So is there a way, if we get the 7.5 from the housing authority over the first 3 years, we look at years 4, 5, 6 or whatever, and try to figure out a way to, even if it's only the design phase and everything, where we have the finances to do that? Is that a start?
Yeah, we definitely don't want to spend $3-ish million a year. We wouldn't get a good bang for our buck that way, between construction, deployment costs, et cetera. Now, do we need to develop all 26 acres at once? No. Could we start with maybe 9 acres and save for 5 years and then develop the first 9 acres? Yes.
Okay, and then I think Jason brought up something about, or somebody brought up about parking, and were there conversations about, and I know there was a conversation with Leon with the sports building about utilizing the parking double up. My concern is from another comment tonight, if we don't have adequate parking for the people that are living there, how can we then double up and say we're going to use those parking lots for the parks as well? And I don't know who can answer that question.
I don't think I can.
Okay.
My thought there was more like, adding parking to the current parking plan that can help alleviate some of that problem
Okay.
while having the shared cost and efficiency of one bigger parking lot.
Okay, thank you. All right. Thanks a lot, Angela. Jason, you talked about the phasing and, Dakota and other people tonight have asked questions about, if we were to only do the first 1,100 units. And how you need economies of scale, et cetera. But it appears from pretty much all of this, we have to pretty much do, except for the second park and for 2 intersections, we really have to have everything ready and done by the end of phase 1. Highway 40, whatever's, the spreadsheet that Kim gave us, we got to get it all done. And for phase 1, maybe not at the beginning, but by the end of it, we need to get it done. So I don't understand the economy of scale for doing it for 2,200 units if we have to all have the money pulled together to be done for what we need to have accomplished by the end of phase 1.
Well, the reason being is that you're spreading it over half the number of units. So you've essentially doubled the cost per unit for the 1,100 units because all of the costs are still borne in the first phase. So this is the reason why the more units ends up being more beneficial, is that because you have to front load some of that infrastructure investment, the latter units end up being the units that actually help pay back some of those investments. So that's why you see phase 3 being net positive to the city. That's making up for the fact that you've essentially pre-built the infrastructure necessary for those homes.
Okay. And have you continued your talks with Michaels, and do you have an agreement?
We have continued our conversations with them, but we have not signed an agreement with them.
Okay.
Can I follow up with that?
Sure.
So, we're talking about being partners and having faith and doing all this. And I guess my frustration with the Michaels not signing agreement situation is we're looking at trying to sign an agreement with you, but yet you're telling us you don't still have an agreement with the person that you're claiming is going to do all this development. And 2 of us at this council were here when we were promised that an agreement was going to be signed before November 15th with West Steamboat. And that agreement never got signed. And that's why you're here today, which is a good thing, right? But in the bottom line is we're at this place where we still don't have that assurance. And that scares me. And I don't understand where the time constraint is and why we're waiting, because we were stuck in this pickle where you had a community who voted for this and then ultimately couldn't get it because they didn't sign their agreement. So when's the agreement going to be signed, Jason?
Well, I can tell you that Michael's organization is waiting for us to figure out if we can agree with ourselves.
That would make sense. Because until we have an agreement with us, why would
The
you?
city and the housing authority, 2 organizations that represent the community, can't decide what they want to do? Why is a private organization going to come in and
Totally
invest
agree.
billions of dollars in our community? If we can't get our house in order and figure out what we want to do and decide that that's where we're going, nobody's coming to partner with us. Now, if we have commitment from our community and we're moving forward, the difference is that we're not Burn Gray. We're the owners of the land. And we can find a Michaels if Michaels leaves, another Michaels if Michaels leaves. I don't think they're going to, they're committed. But your agreement with us is all of us as a community deciding this is what we want to do. And until we make that decision, and you heard it from the state, they're not going to support us unless we decide we want to do this. So we have to, as a community, make a choice. Is this what we want to do? And if it is, great. We're going to have a lot of resources coming to us. But if we continue to kind of banter back and forth and not get to a point of commitment, then we're not going to have those partners coming to the table.
Okay. And then my last question for you is, you had stated, and you've stated this all along, if it's not affordable, we're not going to build it. What happens if it's not affordable?
We're not going to build it.
And then what are you going to do? You're going to own 400 acres. We have an STR tax that we have committed, possibly the community saying 75% for the next 20 years, not only for Brown White Ranch, but for Brown Ranch. And it gets to the point where you guys with Michaels and the city and CDOT and DOLA and everybody, and it just, the numbers don't work. What are you going to do?
So the way in which we would approach that question is on a phased approach. So will this block pencil? Will this group of blocks pencil? Will this neighborhood pencil? And every single one of those is the point to say, does it pencil? Yes or no? Is it affordable? Yes or no? And so if the scenario that you're talking about, we get into this and we realize that we just can't do anything. It's just not possible. Then we're coming back to the city and saying something's wrong. We got to redo this. We want to be a collaborative partner with you in this. And I would love to get past this sort of acrimonious party scenario so that we as two community organizations can start solving the real problem, which is the housing issue. And we can only do that once we're annexed.
All right, thank
I
you.
have an extra question for Dan.
Well, hang on.
Okay.
The only other question, I'm sorry, Angela, I saw this after the fact. Somebody made a comment about, so if we were, I think it was you, Gail, talked about if we have community parks and it just stays open space for now. And we talked about social trails. We don't develop social trails. Social trails just happen from the people in that area. And if we are not developing anything, we're still going to have a minimal outlay, an annual expense to maintain the open space, correct or not?
Correct. Very small though.
Okay. I mean, are we talking tens of thousands of dollars or hundreds of thousands of dollars? Generally speaking.
Tens of thousands.
All right, thank you. Thank you. All right, those were all my questions. All right, so now
And I have one more question for you. So when you're saying 7 weeks from ordinance signature start to curing the signatures at the very least, plus 100 or plus 90, right?
Yeah, the 7 weeks does not include the possibility of a cure. 7 weeks assumes that the petition has enough signatures and the clerk takes the full 10 days, but then takes the thing to council.
Okay, so I'm saying best case scenario, whatever. So that's 139 days, correct?
Yeah, 49 and 90, yeah, 139.
So, this wonderful thing on a phone, you can do a day calculator. That gets us to, wait for it, March 5th. And that's the primary. So that's our deadline. If this gets signature referendum,
If it's adopted tonight, 30.
well, that today, you mean?
This morning.
Because now we're looking at the 18th of October plus 139, that is March 5th.
It was early March, yeah.
So it's not the end of March. We are obligated by March 5th to get this done.
Yeah, and there's, the 30 to 90 days begins to run when the council makes that determination. And so there's going to be, how long does it take the clerk to schedule a hearing before city council in December? So yeah, maybe it's mid-March, but yes, I think.
Right. So that's where my concern lies, is we are literally up against a wall where we may actually be forced to do this in February. Because like it or not, we're butting against a primary election.
Well, if we're running it by ourselves, that doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter, but we're not going to have what you're saying has happened in the past with this election standard, and we may end up not having what we would like to have is the higher echelon of elections.
Well, so early March, mid-March, late March, that doesn't make a difference to those concerns.
Okay.
that it makes a difference for ballot boxes, a vault.
Right. And we
help.
can't, the only way we get that assistance is if we have the election in April.
Okay.
And I think the end of April, is that what we were told?
Ready to call a question?
No,
End
No.
of April, early May was
Why not?
her preferred.
All right, because we've just.
Now we're
finished
going to have
asking
discussion. We
questions. Now
just
we're gonna
asked
have
questions for
discussion.
2.5 hours.
Just a question.
Okay, Robin, can I ask, I'm sorry.
Sure, go
Speaking
for it.
of questions, we never run out. I'd like to ask a couple of questions just about the mechanics of the election.
Sure.
The dating of the election. Certainly among the many phone calls that I've had over the last now 2 days, there's a concern about losing grant funds, that the money that we all refer to as out there isn't going to be out there indefinitely. And that if it's not encumbered by sometime in early 2024, and I can't give you a better date because that's pretty much what I heard, those funds will either have to be returned to the federal government or redirected to some other project. So my first question is, assuming that we control the election date in the sense that we say we're approving the annexation agreement and we're sending it to a vote, what is the earliest possible date that election could happen? And the reason I'm asking that, among other things, is to balance that against what the date would be if it went to a referendum. Which of those would be earlier? Could we do anything to make that as prompt, if that's the right word, as possible?
And can I even just clarify one of your assumptions? I mean, I think if this goes to a vote, we lose the funding.
No matter what.
Yeah.
That we lose what
Well,
funding
we
would
don't
we
have
lose?
funding yet.
Well, we lose the potential grant money. So I guess I'm questioning the question, right? Because I think that if we don't show the commitment from the community, I mean, I think the monies are on the table and we lose at least this 15 million.
Aren't the hearings in December for most of those grants?
Well, I think these are the grants that the Housing Authority is getting, correct?
Yeah, that's the ones I'm referring to.
The DOLA typically runs 3 grant rounds a year. August 1, we're usually at least August 1, April 1, and often December 1. This was the August 1. These were all the summer, fall grants. The hearings are now, the decisions are December or January, and then they'll typically have another round in the spring. So yes, the likelihood that these grants would not be awarded in this round is high if this goes to a vote, but it doesn't matter if you remand it or if the community does, because the decisions will be December and January, and under no scenario would you have a vote before then.
So does that make my question moot? That it's a problem either way if there's an election?
Yes.
Okay. And my next question, and is it permissible to call on a member of the audience who is still here and awake and ask a question or two?
Wait, I had a clarifying. So am I hearing that if the electorate files a petition for a referendum, that would eliminate the possibility of grants? So they're basically threatening, undermining democracy? That's
it.
No, I don't
Wow.
think, I don't know that, I mean, I
was
had
that
that
in the letter?
clarification when we all shook
No,
our heads.
so-
I think if
Was it?
we as a
Okay.
council vote to send it to a referendum,
right.
right, then
That
that's,
doesn't sound like a high-ranking public official to me.
Well,
I just want to make sure I'm clear on that.
Well, read the
Is that-
DOLA letter.
Read the
letter. The letter ties our hands.
So I have a question following up with Gary.
Well, wait, let Winnie.
I think the point is that grants are awarded to projects that have a high likelihood of being implemented upon the timeline that you have proposed. And that is called into question if the timeline changes.
I see. Thank
So
you.
let me ask you this then. If it's called into question of the timeline and we physically know say we pass it without any vote to the public tonight, we don't refer it. And we know that there's a petition gathering committee, which I will be on. Then does that mean that that would hinder the capacity to the state? Because I think that's the issue is if the state finds out that we're getting petitions signed, then what's that look like to the state?
I think it really just depends on the timing of it all, right?
Well, we know what the timing has to be.
Meaning
Timing of
that,
them gathering signatures is before December. So they would know probably before the hearing if it goes to referendum or not.
Well, he said 49 days. Let me use my cool calculator again.
December 5th.
Joella, which member of the community did you want to speak to?
I'll wait until
No, it's
all
okay.
this resolves.
Why don't we get Catherine to come?
Sorry
back?
for the clarifying question. I
Catherine,
didn't see
you're
it
gonna
in the
come down
letter.
for
I
a
just
minute.
was wondering if somebody got a phone call and that's what they said.
Mm,
No?
Joella?
Okay.
December 6th is 49 days.
What I said is what I was told, but this had to do with funds not being available past some point in early 24. And that if those funds hadn't been encumbered by then, the state would be required to return them to the feds, or they would, in order to keep them, they would have to redirect them from away from whatever this project was that wasn't ready.
All right, Catherine, hi. Thank you for hanging out here with us this evening.
Always happy to stay up late.
Go ahead, Joella.
I'm still focused on what elections would look like. Given that there's going to be an election related to Brown Ranch on the 7th of November. How would you deal with it? Would you expect there to be confusion? Would you expect there to be high turnout, low turnout? If there is another election, whether it's by our decision or by decision of a referendum committee, does it matter to you in terms of the success of that? Does it matter to you what the dates are? What factors would you think about?
Catherine Carson, 307 Locust Gordon. I have been involved, I was actually involved, partnered with Julie on the previous election and in various elections in Route County. I would say that with the pertaining to the ballot issue 2I, there is a lot of confusion out there in the community. Of all the campaigns I've run, I've actually never been involved with a campaign that has so much misinformation and curveballs that are not relevant to the issue and are totally outside our control. Having said that, when hopefully ballot initiative 2I passes, if it does pass, I think, in my opinion, that indicates unequivocally that the citizens support Brown Ranch, just because of all the confusion out there. If it fails, I don't think it means that the citizens don't support Brown Ranch. I just think it's very confusing asking for the funding at the same time while this is extending out. The timing of the elections, special elections always, historically have a lower turnout than coordinated elections. But I think that Jason and the Housing Authority have a very valid point that losing another year of starting to build Brown Ranch is a very detrimental impact on our community. My the confusion is going to be is that March 5th is a presidential primary. That will likely be a small turnout on that primary. I can't predict the next 3 months, but all indications are that there will not be a Democratic presidential primary. I don't know that, but that would be my guess right now. So that means that Republicans and unaffiliates would receive a ballot. When I spoke with Jenny at the county clerk, and maybe Julie has additional information, I thought she said that April 2nd or April 9th would work for ballot boxes and her personal assistants. The clerk's office cannot coordinate. They have to run the March 5th and then the June 28th. I would personally think, as far as this fairness to the electorate, an April 2nd or 9th would be fairer, just because anytime the end of April, somewhere in there, you're going to have a spring break.
The end of
That means
April.
People are going to be gone while the ballots are out there. So I don't know if it's possible if the citizens, do a referendum and get the signatures, if just the timing of it, when the city clerk sets the council hearing to hear it, if that could extend into maybe April 2nd. The tricky thing is, of course, the closer it is to that primary election, it just confuses people. So I think it's a calculated, it's a calculation of which is best for the community. And I do respect what Jason is saying, that losing another year of building has a huge impact on the community. Did that answer that?
Well, yeah, so assuming that there is going to be some form of election, all I'm looking for is how early can it be? What's best for, what's the best date for success? Because if this election doesn't occur until June, it kind of doesn't matter whether it's successful or not successful, because it falls into the too late category for funding.
Exactly. That makes it incrementally harder to actually make it successful. I would say the best date for voter turnout, and I'm not looking at it from a campaign standpoint. I'm saying, when is the best date that I think the voters would have the least amount of confusion and would be able to have a good turnout? Because I feel very passionately that when there's any election, every voter should vote. So voters, if anyone's awake, vote in all elections. I would think, just based on the timing of the mountain closing, the spring break, I would probably say the best date, April 9th, the best available date that we have.
And I appreciate that. That's speculation. And
Yeah,
we know-
but that's my opinion. That's
Totally-
just my opinion.
Totally agree. I don't want to base our decisions on that. I appreciate your
Yeah.
expertise in it, but
But-
can we go on with different topics?
And can I ask a question for
You're
you
done.
with
Yeah.
respect to Catherine's comment on the clerk pushing this out? Is the clerk allowed to navigate this 90 days back is January 9 per my handy dandy calculator. So is that legal to kind of punt it to make this amenable, or does that become something that gets a little sticky with the committee?
Yeah, I'm pulling this up. I think the charter says something about the clerk promptly scheduling a council hearing.
Okay. So that's where I'm concerned with, if the clerk can wait. I don't think the clerk can wait.
Yeah, city clerk shall promptly present the certificate to the council. So what does that mean?
What days?
Prompt.
Doesn't necessarily have to be the very first meeting, but prompt means prompt.
Right.
Well, my concern is between November 17th and curing, we have Thanksgiving and we have holiday, official national holiday days off and stuff. And how does that 10 days, is it 10 working days or is it 10 days including weekends and holidays?
Can I ask a question? What is that? This is going into some details. Could we just call a question and see where we are going first before you guys are speculating on
We
what
had
kind of?
the question
No, I'm
last
sitting here trying to figure out why you guys are wasting time talking about this when we should really continue talking about the discussion of this annexation agreement and then decide if there's going to be a motion or we're going to table it.
All right, so why don't we go around the room for our discussion and then we'll be ready for a vote. Who would like to start?
I'm not going to say anything brand new that's going to wake up anybody in the audience, because you'll all have heard it from me before. This is the most important project that this council has ever had. And the idea that this project could fail again, this would be the third time out. It's craziness. And a big part of this is the Brown Ranch, as opposed to the previous failures out there, is so important to our governor. There's no way around that. He put himself on the line when it first happened, and he came out here, made a special trip, did everything that he could. It's still very important to him. So anything that we can do to facilitate that would be great. And the whole point of that has always been, not only if this is successful, do we house all the people we've been talking about for years, we also become a model of what can be done. And that's important to me as I think about what happened in the fall with SB 213 and what we had to do to prevent that from happening, and how Brown Ranch can be a model of what can be done as an example of why we don't have to have the successor of 213. I realize that the timing is going to be tricky there, but those are all very important things to me. I think that we're beginning to address the issues of the funding gap, not in a way I like. I don't like it at all, but I don't get to have everything I want either. So I'm prepared to say, with a great sigh, if we lose the parks that we believe the community at Brown Ranch deserves, but that's the only way that we can, in good conscience, go forward with the project, so be it. I hate it, but so be it. And we need to move forward on this. I think at this point, our decision is whether we put this out for an election or whether we simply annex it and see what happens with the community.
So, okay, so right now you are a yes, a thumbs up moving forward as we do this conversation. And let's get around the room once and then we'll see where we stand on voting.
If we should vote.
Yeah, do you feel comfortable answering the question about, do you feel that we should do a date certain or allow it to go to referendum?
I'm perfectly prepared to allow it to go to referendum. At this point, I don't feel as compelled to send it to voters, because I think we have done quite a bit by way of addressing the funding gap. And that's what caused me to say originally, we need to have the community vote on this. It's still their choice, but I don't feel that we have to cause that.
Okay, Michael?
Yeah, thank you. Clearly I'm for this annexation, and I want annexation without it going to any public vote. I've been on this for 4 years. I've been part of this for a long time. We have new council that campaigned on this. Our current campaign of the city council are all campaigning for this Brown Ranch. So with all the opposition, good luck. If it goes and you guys get enough signatures, I just think that there's a majority of this town that wants the Brown Ranch annexed in right now to move forward with this. One thing that I've been keeping tallies of is that we've had in the last week, 44 emails and people coming up talking to 20 people to oppose it. That's a 2-to-1 vote. And so at this point, I mean, I look at it just at the people that are here and the emails that we've gotten, that speaks volumes. Kim, I got to tell you, appreciate you taking the time and going through this 100%, 75%, how we use our STR tax. But when we look in here, and I appreciate what you said, if we do take out the community park in phase one is fully funded. And I just want to make sure everyone hears that loud and clear. Phase one is fully funded. And so we know, and I know I spent this weekend, I was in Fort Collins. I saw one of the most amazing regional parks I've ever been at. And I want that for our town. And we're not a town of 170,000 people. We're a town of 13,000. We don't need something that nice. And I talked to some people and it took them years, decades to get that. But one thing that the city had is they had the land, and they had the land in Fort Collins and they built it. I don't know what it costs. I hope to find it eventually. But what I'm looking at is that we will have the land to build a community park for our town. I do not know how we're going to build it, but I can tell you right now, with snow 5 or 6 months of the year, that $52 million is not being used. We need to have any money that we spend on housing, which is used 365 days a year. The parks will not be used that much. So why would we spend as a community even in $50 million on something that we can't use right now? It doesn't make sense at all.
All right.
Common sense is to go through it and approve this.
Thank you. Eddie?
Thank you, Robin. I love how people are referencing my campaign, Keeping It Steamboat, how I ran on affordable housing and attainable housing. No one ever asked me if I wanted this to go to the voters or not. As soon as I heard the word annexation, immediately popped in my head that it has to go to the voters. This is too big of an issue. It's too big of a project. It's too big of an influence and an effect on the town. So I'd like it to go to the voters.
All right.
I'll approve the annexation, but it's got to go to the voters.
Dakota?
Yes, thank you, everybody, for hanging in with us tonight. I have a vision, okay, and I want to share it with you. This vision is of my friends, family, neighbors, coworkers, and community members working and living in Steamboat Springs, not stressing and overdosing and committing suicide because they feel like they are burned out, pushed out, and frankly, they feel like they're out of options. Instead, they're having families, building businesses, and continuing to be the backbone and foundation of our community. I envision future generations prospering in a diverse and vibrant community. I hear over and over again how important it is that we address this housing crisis from both sides. We won't find another better plan that delivers this kind of affordability and commitment and benefit to our community. So how dare we shut out the largest stakeholders from having a voice on this vote? The people who live in Steamboat are dependent on this workforce. Yet the workforce might be dependent on the residents of Steamboat to understand their everyday experience of housing insecurity, along with all the complexity and nuance of this annexation agreement and the city's year-to-year budget. That is our job. We need to be the leaders and not put this incredibly important and complex decision on the community. So a few compelling reasons to vote and not send to an election. YVHA is a proven successful and capable candidate for this work and has put out 100 units a year for the last few years, making this scope of work in line with their current capacity and their building capacity just for this project. The people who would absolutely support this project don't live here and don't get that vote, but they are the workforce and we need them. We ran on this platform. We have over 15 million in grants that we can potentially lose. We can close the gap like Joella and Michael have mentioned. And there are many options in how to afford this funding. Not just grants, not just the STR tax, but through our CIP process, through 2A parks taxes, through a potential lift ticket tax that I don't think has to be dedicated to just one thing. It can help us afford a regional transportation system as well as potential Brown Ranch capital needs. And that is my vision. Thank you.
Thank you, Dakota. Yeah.
All right, thank you. And I love that Bud brought up the aspect of community. I met Bud and Jane, who are my neighbors 20 plus years ago when we first moved to town. And to me, that's what Steamboat Springs is about. It's about community. And it's also about the fact that we take care of one another. We don't look away when we're faced with a crisis. We come together to solve a problem. We take care of one another, again, whether it's a neighbor or it's a friend, or even this year when the group of women got together to clean the post office on Sunday afternoons. We're problem solvers. This situation is no different. We know people, and we've heard from people tonight who are housing insecure, who are thinking about leaving town because they can't find a place to live or they can't find a home to raise their family. We heard from the young professionals. We know that there are young professionals who are in our community who grew up here and who have come back here to live in our community, and they know this community. They know what it takes to be part of this community, and they're contributing to this community, yet they're getting discouraged because they're paying an exorbitant amount in rent. They can't find stable housing, let alone a home. So from my perspective, every day that we delay doing something to solve this problem, we are chipping away at the heart and soul of this community, the very essence of what makes Steamboat Springs Steamboat. I truly believe that, Eddie. So again, it's about taking action tonight. There is so much misinformation that's floating around about this. I hope that by talking about some of these issues this evening, that we have addressed some of those. And again, the annexation agreement is a sound document. It's the result of months of negotiations. And I thank the two counselors and all of the staff and Dan who worked on this. It's an agreement that protects the city. And so I am comfortable moving forward and encourage us to move forward with the annexation agreement and do not support sending it to a vote.
Thank you, Gail. Heather?
So I've heard a lot about misinformation, and I've heard a lot about misunderstanding when it comes to not only putting this to a public vote, but also for the STR tax. And I would like to stem on a couple points here. The first is I've also heard a lot about kicking the can down the road. And I'd like to tell you all, and I love the comment that a person in the public gave during Planning Commission of, if you don't do parks, you are kicking the can down the road for the 6,000 plus people that have no place to play ball. So there's your can kicked. So I'll stay with that. I will also go with this misinformation and misunderstanding. The misinformation and misunderstanding is with the STR tax and if this would be referred or a referendum. I look at this as, you all say this is our political play and our political will. So I'm looking at this in a political way because I was contacted by people from the higher ups of our government feeling very pressured to make a decision. And this is what I said to them. If we punt this and we delay to another date, to the new council, so to speak, then you are giving more misinformation and misunderstanding for this STR tax, which is something that we all got behind, to fail. If we do not refer this, you are potentially giving more misinformation and misunderstanding to having the STR tax potentially fail. If the STR tax fails, this turns into a no guarantee for the housing authority until they can put it back on a ballot question in the future. And that would be a Tabor question. So that would be next November. This is a lot of ifs, but we've been playing in the if world all evening. So then I'm looking in this political realm of send this to the vote to vote. Then you get the STR as a potential yes, no. And it will probably be a yes because we're giving the approval of an annexation with the fact that the voters will decide at a later date. It gives us time to educate, time to figure out CDOT monies, because I spoke with CDOT not only higher up, but in our region, and John conveyed and agreed that they don't have this in any plan. So if we came up with money from CDOT's going to take money from somewhere else in this region. Just like in our budget processing, money doesn't fall from the air, it gets taken from somewhere else. That is a huge concern from me. So I'm not a big fan of CDOT's going to come up with the money. We can find mechanisms if we give this time. My other issue with CDOT money is we have an administration that is going to not be here in 2 years. So you may be funding something to a design, as John said, if you start design tomorrow with money that we get tomorrow, but you're not going to get it built because another administration will have to encumber those funds. And that scares me. So there's my capital gap situational issue with that. But I think sending it to a vote also affords a great success because you have that education and you have that time frame to find those funding gaps. Now I'm going to propose something insane, which I don't think anybody knows or wants to believe that I'm going to say. But I said this last week that you would have my full support. You will never see me ask for a referendum. You will never see me sign or support a referendum. If you did 1,100 minimum, because that is what the annexation agreement says, you can change 2264 to 1,100. And that doesn't mean, and that's over 20, but that doesn't mean that you have to take full 20 years to build. My proposition is to this council to do 1,100 minimum housing today. It is a win for the governor's office. He is getting his housing. It is a win for our legislatures who have been calling somebody to the right of me. It is a win for our community because they are getting the housing started. It is a win for better certainty with planning and CDOT and your granting. You won't lose your grant. You may get your CDOT promise, especially if you do it over 20 years, because you will have the planning capacity to put this in the statewide plan, in the 10-year plan, in the TPR's plan. Council will have my assurity to not support a referendum. I said that. You have positivity because the gap is not at the issue if you do 1,100, because it's over 20 years. This sets the minimum and ensures the minimum, but not a maximum. And then it gives us the willing, and I'm saying this because that's saying 1,100 homes with the STR tax at 200 million or whatever. I'm saying I have faith in you, Jason, and the Housing Authority to come back to us in 8 to 10 years. Proof that you got this done and that we can take it to the finish line, that we're all looking at this and the community goes, wow, they're getting it done. Get it done shorter, prove to the community that it can get done, have that partnership with CDOT, don't rush this, but 1,100 over 20 is something this community has been asking. And I have been asking since February. It's a pill that the community can swallow. And I can almost assure you, you will not have a referendum. I'm done.
All right. You guys, thank you all for your comments. I have very few comments tonight. I appreciate what Bud said about community character. Our community is changing. And so the character of our community, we need to figure out a way to maintain what we have. And that's the eye contact walking down the sidewalk. And that is, smiling and saying hello to people as you walk by them. Come be an ambassador with me in the wintertime. You learn that really well. So the character of our community is going to continue to change. We help mold that change. We as individuals help mold that change. Whether it's a 65-year-old that smiles and makes eye contact or a 16-year-old, we're all responsible for that in this community. So whatever the age of the people in our community, we're all responsible for the character of our community. Many things have been said about the people that want to live here can't vote. We had a meeting with the county commissioners the other day, and we have Silver Spur and Heritage Park and Steamboat too. And those are people that can't vote. And they will be affected tremendously by Brown Ranch and by the traffic. We also have the folks in Oak Creek that maybe some of them want to live here. Maybe some of the people in Hayden would like to move back into Steamboat. Maybe some people in Craig would like to live here. It doesn't mean all of them do. So what happens though, they don't get to vote, but the people that live here today that will have the burden of the finances do get the opportunity to vote. It affects them today and tomorrow and 5 and 10 years down the road. John Bristol said something last week. He said, we're borrowing today for our kids tomorrow. Somebody else said something very similar to that tonight. We're putting a burden not only on future city councils, we're putting a burden on every community member if we can't figure a better way to get this funded. And I think the idea on the parks is very interesting. And I acknowledge that it is a sound document. I think we've gotten as far as we can and as best as we can go. I like the 1100 idea tremendously. I think it checks all the boxes. We talked about that last week. I know it's something that's not popular with the housing authority, but my concern is that it will go to referendum and then we'll have a bigger problem. So that's where I stand. I feel comfortable supporting the agreement, but only if it goes to a vote. So
Can I ask
we
a
are.
question?
Sure.
I mean, I'm very obviously passionate. I've been checking my heart rate all night because it's spiking incredibly. Can we collectively go through it's 1:15, why not? Go through the exercise or actuality of redlining this annexation to get rid of the development timelines, redlining that all out, changing the number to 2264, putting in 1100 and see if that goes to, if we all can agree with that.
Council President, may I make a motion?
Well, we have a question on the floor, so let's get a thumbs up or thumbs down on that first.
Well, you got 4.
We have
You're
4.
trying to change the annexation agreement tonight at 1:15?
Yeah, I am, because you know what? We've seen it, and this isn't going to be hard.
Well,
Well, it's not going to be as hard as a referendum and having, like I
I
said,
disagree.
miscommunication, misunderstanding and misinformation.
I disagree. I think you're giving this public is well-informed.
No,
There's people that are knowing. I've got, I'm sorry, the depth of the emails that we get from people
Just got-
say they understand what's going on. You're making it feel like they're not very smart.
Okay, so we had 4 thumbs up. So Dan, do you want to pull up?
Well, it's like a motion to do it. I don't want to thumbs up. We're talking my hours and my time. No, we're going to make a motion to do that or not.
Okay, I'll make a motion that we do it to 1100. Over 20, and we'll figure it out.
I've requested a motion
Dan,
for this motion
Yes.
and you said yes.
Practical.
Okay, hang on.
I am not capable of doing that right now. I mean, we could go through it, we could make some changes, but that's not the kind of thing you can do in an hour at 1:15
No.
without missing something.
Okay,
If you want to do that, that needs to happen at another hearing.
It can be amended.
I don't agree with that.
Council President, may I make a motion?
Yes, you may.
I move to approve the annexation agreement without a vote of the public.
I second that.
Dan?
So right now you have
Ordinance.
you have an ordinance that calls for a vote. Could I suggest a different motion?
Yes.
So it would be to approve the ordinance with amendments to restore the language that was presented at first reading with the addition of October 17 for the execution date of the annexation agreement.
Okay, I move to approve the ordinance with the original language
From the first reading.
from the first reading that set forth October 17th as approval of the annexation agreement.
Well, it'll be the 18th now.
No.
What was,
Well, it was signed yesterday.
Okay,
So you will basically be approving the ordinance that was presented on first reading. It had a it had a gap for this date because we didn't know that date at that time. So we're inserting October 17 and then approving it in that form.
Do I have a second?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm gonna have a discussion on this.
We have a motion on the floor.
There's a discussion.
Gail seconded.
Yep, and a second.
McGinley and a second by Gary.
Gary.
Now we'll have discussion.
So I am going to say that I will not support this because I would much rather say, make a motion to, change the ordinance to 1100. And I know that we can do that in a week's time. And I think we can have this done by next week. Because we have 2 more Tuesdays in October.
We also have the first week of November, probably, so we do have time in case we wanted to do something.
So I'd rather see that because I think that's what the community needs, because this will turn into a referenda.
Noella.
If I may, what none of us really wants is a referendum and people who are very angry, basically killing this project. So what Heather has said, what she has proposed, strikes me as a way to have happy people who are not going to decide to enact a referendum, because people who have been unhappy because they honestly believed that this was unaffordable, it was too large. We've heard that comment over and over again. This takes that concern hopefully off the table for most people. And it gives this a better chance of simply being enacted and not having to deal with a referendum. And it isn't because I personally believe that this is too big a project, but I believe this is a project that needs to succeed. And that means not being voted down in a referendum.
How do we know that? I mean, are you guys talking to people?
Well, I think we've heard
I
it.
mean, again, well, no, I don't know. I mean, certainly we hear the threats of people saying that they will bring this to a referendum. And I don't know where the threshold is. I mean, I think whether it's 1100 or whether it's Brown Ranch at all, just anything moving forward on Brown Ranch.
I think
So again, that's speculation. I mean, we certainly know.
I want to
No,
make it clear.
we're done.
Not going to agree to that change.
We have a motion on the floor. I'm sorry, you
You
can't.
cannot speak.
Well, wait
sorry.
a minute. I think that there is a role,
Thank you,
right? I mean,
Jason.
doesn't there have to be agreement?
Well, you've got a motion on the floor, so ordinarily only the council is involved in the discussion of the motion.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor. We have a motion and a second. Is there any other discussion?
Well, I'll ask the question. Now that we have a motion, the question to the attorney is, I mean, if we move forward with this 1100 and Yampa Valley Housing, huh?
That's not the motion on the floor, though.
Nope.
Now let's,
Thank you. Okay.
thank
No
you.
what ifs. There's a motion on the floor. We need to stay focused.
Motion on
Thank
the
you.
floor and
Thanks.
second. Is there
Thanks for-
any additional comments on this? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Opposed.
Opposed. Joella?
It's a roll of the dice.
Yep.
Please take a
And-
chance on
and
us.
Given what we just heard from Jason, although I'm supposed to not hear him because he wasn't speaking, but given that and given the task of revising the agreement and not having a buy-in with the housing authority, Jason, you're casting the dice. And and we're casting the dice if we go in this direction. If we're all wrong, this could kill your project. And that's my concern right now. And that's why I didn't just jump in and say yes. But if I say no, then we're left with it with a proposal that's not palatable to the housing authority. So we get nowhere. And then time goes on and we're looking at dates in early 2024, and we're looking at funding and whether that funding goes to other communities because we're not prepared for it. Yeah, it does. It sucks. That's an official lawyerly verdict. But given that we're right down to it, I have to vote yes.
So I have a question. Dan, we had a person come to the DS and influence
Yeah.
a vote, and I'd like to know how to move forward.
Yeah, the votes are the votes.
Okay. All right. So motion passes 4-3. All right. And we'll
To
move.
everyone.
Can you recall in favor and opposed?
Oh, I'm sorry. In favor was McGinley, West,
Gary.
Gary, and Buccino. And opposed are Briones, Sloop, and Crossan. So
Thank you.
motion
Just wanted
passes
to be clear.
4-3. All right, now we have one more this evening, number 15. Second reading of an ordinance zoning an annexed parcel of land known as Brown Ranch to traditional neighborhood development, TND, and open space and recreation, OR, zone districts, and approving the framework plan PL 2023-0223 and PL 2023-0230. Hi, you've hung in here with us.
Hi, good morning.
Hi,
I'm still
good
here with you.
morning. How are you?
Good. This is Bob Keenan, Principal Planner, City Planning Department.
All right.
And
Thanks for hanging in with
yeah,
us.
of
We
course,
did
you too.
approve the 7-0 a week
I have
ago.
questions.
Oh, but we have some questions. Do we need a presentation or just questions?
Is it, we need to have this approved tonight
This is, we're going to
We're gonna
take
do
5
it.
minutes.
with questions?
go.
I don't know. And it's 1:30 in the evening.
Okay,
So
you're
my
right.
questions are, Commissioner Levy, who's been on the planning commission for over 20 years, correct?
Mhm.
Whatever, the longest termed person in our city's history for anything. He opposed this.
I believe it was the annexation that he opposed.
No. Did he?
It
No,
was a 6-1 vote.
this was for this. Number 15.
This 7-0.
Oh, I thought it was, no.
Oh, 7-0 was us.
It was 6-1.
6-1 for them.
In case you.
My question is, can you enlighten us for the record why he was in opposition of this?
Again, I guess I don't know because I maintain that it was the annexation that he voted against. Rebecca, is that?
Did you guys double this up and that's where I missed it?
I guess, is it on the
It's on 15.46.
15.1, the cover memo says that the planning commission recommended approval 7-0.
What was 6-1?
The annexation.
Oh, okay, thanks. Then never mind.
So do you have any other questions?
Nope.
All right, so we'll take a motion to approve. Excuse me, oh, public comment? Sorry. Is there any public comment from anyone online? Not seeing any. Oh, close public comment. A motion?
Move to approve agenda item 15 as written.
Second.
Motion by Buccino, second by McGinley. Any comments? All those in favor? Aye. Motion passes 7-0. It has.
Question, Dan, when does the signature time frame start? The 18th or the 17th?
Today's the 18th.
So 30 days from today.
30 days from today, what day of the week? That'll fall on a Friday. Yeah, so it'll be 30 days from today.
Okay, thank you.
All right, this has been a long, hard process. It's 1:30. I hope we never, ever, you guys ever see this ever again. And thank you all for hanging in and being cheerful and smiling as we walk out of the room tonight. So everybody take care. Motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
So moved.
Well, I'm
Or
gonna
thank
let it
you.
be motion
Whatever.
by Sloop and second by
Real.
bonus as
Yes.
the last things they do as city council members.
I was gonna
And
say
we'll
thank
see
you.
all On the 14th.
What a way
call.
to go out, right?
Yeah. Man,
I think this was probably a record, right?